it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. A couple of years ago, I started reading a lot of the old school 1930s horror sci-fi stories. Now, the reception to these was somewhat mixed. A lot of you really loved them, but a lot of you weren't particularly fond of them at the same time. So I gave it a bit of a break. But among my favourites was a series of stories by Captain S.P. Meek featuring Agent Carnes and Dr. Bird. Now, this pairing went after mad scientists and got up to all kinds of adventures. And apparently there are 13 stories in this series, of which I managed to get round to recording 6. So tonight, for the first time, I'm putting these 6 stories together. I hope you're going to enjoy them, and if you do, please encourage me to finish the whole series. So, once again, time to sit back and relax with your favourite drink and listen. The Cave of Horror. Screaming, the guardsman was jerked through the air. An unearthly screech rang through the cavern. The unseen horror of Mammoth Cave had struck again. Dr. Bird looked up impatiently as the door of his private laboratory in the Bureau of Standards swung open. But the frown on his face changed to a smile as he saw the form of Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service framed in the doorway. "Hello, Carnes," he called cheerfully. "Take a seat and make yourself at home for a few minutes. I'll be with you as soon as I finish getting this weight." Carnes sat on the edge of a bench and watched with admiration the long, nervous hands and the slim, tapering fingers of the famous scientist. Dr. Bird stood well over 6 feet and weighed 206 pounds stripped. His massive shoulders and heavy shock of unruly black hair combined to give him the appearance of a prize fighter, until one looked at his hands. Acid stains and scars could not hide the beauty of those mobile hands, the hands of an artist and a dreamer. An artist Dr. Bird was, albeit his artistry expressed itself in the most delicate and complicated experiments in the realms of pure and applied science that the world has ever seen, rather than in the commoner forms of art. The doctor finished his task of weighing a porcelain crucible, set it carefully into a desiccator, and turned to his friend. "What's on your mind, Carnes?" he asked. "You look worried. Is there another counterfeit on the market?" The operative shook his head. "Have you been reading those stories that the papers have been carrying about Mammoth Cave?" he asked. Dr. Bird emitted a snort of disgust. "I read the first one of them partway through on the strength of it being an Associated Press dispatch," he replied. "But that was enough. It didn't exactly impress me with its veracity, and from a viewpoint of literature, the thing was impossible. I have no time to pore over the lucubrations of an inspired press agent." "So you dismiss them as mere press agent work?" "Well, certainly. What else could they be? Things like that don't happen fortuitously, just as the tourist season's about to open. Well, I suppose that those yarns will bring flocks of the curious to Kentucky, though. The public always responds well to sea serpent yarns." "Well, Mammoth Cave has been closed to visitors for the season," said Carnes quietly. "What?" cried the doctor in surprise. "Was there really something to those wild yarns?" "Well, there was, and what's more to the point, there still is. At least there's enough to it that I'm leaving for Kentucky this evening. I came here for the express purpose of asking you whether you wanted to come along. Bolton suggested that I ask you. He said that the whole thing sounded to him like magic, and that magic was more in your line than in ours. He made out a request for your services, and I have it in my pocket now. You interested?" "How does the Secret Service cut in on it?" asked the doctor. "Seems to me that it's a state matter. Mammoth Cave isn't a national park." "Apparently you haven't followed the papers. It was a state matter until the governor asked for federal troops. Whenever the regulars get into trouble, the federal government's rather apt at taking a hand." "I didn't know that regulars had been sent there. Hey, tell me more about the case." "Will you come along?" Dr. Bird shook his head slowly. What really see how I can spare the time, Carnes," he said. "I'm in the midst of some work of the utmost importance, and it hasn't reached the stage where I can turn it over to an assistant." "Well, then I won't bother you with the details," replied Carnes as he rose. "Sit down, damn you," cried the doctor. "You know better than to try and pull that on me. Tell me a case, and then I'll tell you whether I'll go or not. But I can't spare the time, but on the other hand, if it sounds interesting enough..." Carnes laughed. "All right, Doctor," he said. "I'll take enough time to tell you about it, even if you can't go. Now, do you know anything about it?" "No. I read the first story halfway through and then stopped. So start at the beginning and tell me the whole thing." "Have you ever been to Mammoth Cave?" "Nope. It, or rather, they, for while it's called Mammoth Cave, it really is a series of caves, are located in Edmonson County in central Kentucky, on a spur railroad from Glasgow Junction on the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. They are natural limestone caverns with the customary stalactite and stalagmite formations, but are unusually large and very beautiful. Now, the caves are quite extensive, and they're on different levels, so a guide's necessary if one wants to enter them and be a tall shot of finding the way out. Visitors are taken over a regular route and are seldom allowed to visit portions of the cave off these routes. Large parts of the cave have never been thoroughly explored or mapped. So much for the scene. Well, about a month ago, a party from Philadelphia who were motoring through Kentucky entered the cave with a regular guide. The party consisted of a man and his wife and their 2 children, a boy of 14 and a girl of 12. They went quite a distance back into the caves, and then, as the mother was feeling tired, she and her husband sat down, intending to wait until the guide showed the children some sights which lay just ahead and then return to them. The guide and the children never returned. What happened? Well, no one knows. All that is known is the bare fact that they've not been seen since. Kidnapping case? Apparently not. In the light of later happenings, although that was at first thought to be the explanation. Parents waited for some time. Mother says she heard faint screams in the distance some 10 minutes after the guide and the children left. But they were very far away, and she isn't sure she heard them at all. Well, at any rate, they didn't impress her at the time. When half an hour had passed, they began to feel anxious, and the father took a torch and started out to hunt for them. Well, the usual thing happened. He got lost. When he failed to return, the mother, now thoroughly alarmed, made her way by some uncanny sense of direction to the entrance and gave the alarm. In half an hour, a dozen search parties were on their way into the cave. The father was soon located, not far from the beaten trail. Despite 3 days of constant search, the children were not located. The only trace of them that was found was a bracelet which the mother identified. It was found in the cavern some distance from the beaten path and was broken, as though by violence. There were no other signs of a struggle. When the bracelet was found, the kidnapping theory gained vogue, for John Harrell, the missing guide, knew the cave well, and natives of the vicinity scouted the area that he might be lost in. Inspired by the large reward offered by the father, fresh parties began to explore the unknown portions of the cave. And then came the second tragedy. 2 of the searchers failed to return. This time there seemed to be little doubt of violence, for screams and a pistol shot were faintly heard by other searchers, together with a peculiar, screaming howl, as it was described by those who heard it. The search was at once made toward the spot where the bracelet had been picked up, and the gun of one of the missing men was found within 50 yards of the spot where the bracelet had been discovered. 1 cylinder of the revolver had been discharged. Were there any signs on the floor? Well, the searchers said that the floor appeared to be rather more moist and slimy than usual, but that was all. He also spoke of a very faint smell of musk, but this observation was not confirmed by others who arrived a few moments later. So what happened next? Well, the governor was appealed to, and a company of the National Guard was sent from Louisville to Mammoth Cave. They took up camp at the mouth of the cave and prevented everyone from entering. Soldiers armed with service rifles penetrated the caverns, but found nothing. Visitors were excluded, and the guardsmen established regular patrols and sentry posts in the cave, with the result that one night, when time came for a relief, the only trace that could be found of one of the guards was his rifle. It hadn't been fired. Double guards were then posted, and nothing happened for several days, and then another sentry disappeared. His companion came rushing out of the cave screaming. When he recovered, he admitted that both he and the missing man had gone to sleep, and when he awoke, he found his comrade gone. He called and he says that the answer he received was a peculiar whistling noise, which raised all the hair on the back of his neck. He flashed his electric torch all round, but couldn't see anything. He swears, however, that he heard a slipping, sliding noise approaching him, and he felt that someone was looking at him. He bared it as long as he could, and threw down his rifle and ran for his life. Had he been drinking? No. Wasn't delirium either, as was shown by the fact that a patrol found his gun where he'd thrown it, but no trace of the other sentry. After this second experience, the guardsmen weren't very eager to enter the cave, and the governor asked for regulars. A company of infantry was ordered down from Fort Thomas to relieve the guardsmen, but they fared worse than their predecessors. They lost 2 men the first night of their guards. Well, the regulars weren't caught napping, for the main guard heard 5 shots fired. They rushed a patrol to the scene and found both of the rifles which had been fired, but the men were gone. The officer of the day made a thorough search of the vicinity and found, some 200 yards from the spot where the sentries had been posted, a crack in the wall through which the man of a body could be forced. Now, this body crack had fresh blood on each side of it. Several of his men volunteered to enter the hole and search, but the lieutenant would not allow it. Instead, he armed himself with a couple of hand grenades and an electric torch and entered himself. Well, that was last Tuesday, and he has not returned. Was there any disturbance heard from the crack? None at all. The guard was posted with 2 machine guns pointed at the crack in the wall, and a guard of 8 men and a sergeant stationed there. Last night, about 6 o'clock, while the guards were sitting around their guns, a faint smell of musk became evident. No one paid a great deal of attention to it, but suddenly, for no apparent reason at all, one of the men on guard duty was jerked into the air, feet upwards. He gave a scream of fear, and an unearthly screech answered him. All the guards, with the exception of 1 man, turned tail and ran. 1 man stuck by his gun and poured a stream of bullets into the crack. The retreating man could hear the rattle of the gun for a few moments. Then there was a choking scream, followed by silence. When the officer of the day got back with the patrol, there was a heavy smell of musk in the air, and a good deal of blood was splashed around. The machine guns were both there, although one of them was twisted up until it looked like it had been through an explosion. The officer commanding the company investigated the place, ordered all the men out of the cave, and communicated with the War Department. The Secretary of War found it too tough a nut to crack, and he asked for help, so Bolton's sending me down there. Well, do you think, in view of this yarn, that your experiments can wait? And the creases on Dr. Bird's high forehead had grown deeper and deeper as Carnes had told his story, but now they suddenly disappeared, and he jumped to his feet with a boyish grin. "How soon are we leaving?" he asked. "In 2 hours, Doctor. Car's waiting for us downstairs, and I have reservations booked for both of us on the Southern tonight. I knew you were coming. In fact, the request for your services had been approved before I came here to see you." Dr. Bird rapidly divested himself of his laboratory smock and took his coat and hat from a cupboard. "Well, I do hope you realize, Carnesy, old man," he said as he followed the operative out of the building, "that I have a real fondness for your worthless old carcass. I'm leaving the results of 2 weeks of patient work alone and unattended in order to keep you out of trouble. I know that it'll be ruined when I get back. I wonder whether you are worth it." "Ah," retorted Carnes. "I'm mighty glad to have you along, but you needn't rub it in by pretending that it's affection for me that's dragging you reluctantly into this mess. With an adventure like this ahead of you, leg irons and handcuffs wouldn't be able to keep you away from Mammoth Cave, whether I was going or not." It was late afternoon before Dr. Bird and Carnes dismounted from the special train which had carried them from Glasgow Junction to Mammoth Cave. They introduced themselves to the major commanding the guard battalion which had been ordered down to reinforce the single company which had borne the first brunt of the affair, and then interviewed the guards who had been routed by the unseen horror which was haunting the famous cave. Nothing was learned which differed in any great degree from the tale which Carnes had related to the doctor in Washington, except that the officer of the day, who had investigated the last attack, failed to entirely corroborate the smell of musk which had been reported by the other observers. "It might have been musk, but to me it smelled differently," he said. "Were you ever near a rattlesnake den in the West?" Dr. Bird nodded. "Then you know the peculiar reptilian odor which such a place gives off. Well, this smell was somewhat similar, although not the same by any manner of means. It was musky, all right, but it was more snake than musk to me. Well, I rather like musk, but this smell gave me the horrors." "Did you hear any noises?" "None at all. The men described some peculiar noises, and Sergeant Jervis is an old file and pretty apt to get things straight, but they may have been made by men who were in trouble. I saw a man caught by a boa in South America once, and the noises he made might very well have been described in almost the same words as Jervis used." "Thanks, Lieutenant," replied the doctor. "I remember what you've told me. Now I think we'll go into the cave." "Well, my orders are to allow no one to enter, Doctor." I beg your pardon. Now, Carnes, where's that letter from the Secretary of War?" Carnes produced the document. The lieutenant examined it and excused himself. He returned in a few moments with the commanding officer. "In the face of that letter, Dr. Bird," said the major, "I have no alternative but to allow you to enter the cave, but I will warn you that it is at your own peril. I'll give you an escort if you wish. If Lieutenant Pierce will come with me as a guide, that'll be all I need." The lieutenant paled slightly, but threw back his shoulders. "Do you wish to start at once, sir?" he asked. "In a few moments. What's the floor of the cave like where we're going?" "Quite wet and slimy, sir." "Very slippery?" "Yes, sir." "In that case, before we go in, we want to put on some baseball shoes with cleats on them, so that we can run if we have to. Can you get us anything like that?" "Yeah, in a few moments, sir." "Good. Now, as soon as we get them, we'll start. In the meantime, may I look at that gun that was found?" The Browning machine gun was laid before the doctor. He looked it over critically and sniffed delicately at it. He took from his pocket a phial of liquid, moistened a portion of the water jacket of the weapon, and then rubbed the moistened part briskly with his hand. He sniffed again, and looked disappointed, and again examined the gun closely. "Carnes," he said at length, "do you see anything on this gun that looks like tooth marks?" "Nothing, Doctor." Neither do I. There are some marks here which might quite conceivably be fingerprints of a 40-foot giant, but those two parallel grooves look like the result of severe squeezing. But there are no tooth marks. Strange. There's no persistent odor on the gun, which is also strange. Well, there's no use in theorizing. We're confronted by a condition and not a theory, as someone once said. Well, let's put on those baseball shoes and see what we can find out. Dr. Bird led the way into the cave, Carnes and the lieutenant following closely with electric torches. In each hand, Dr. Bird carried a phosphorus hand grenade. No other weapons were visible, although the doctor knew that Carnes carried a caliber .45 automatic pistol strapped under his left armpit. As they passed into the cave, the lieutenant stepped forward to lead the way. "I'm going first," said the doctor. "Follow me and indicate the turns by pressure on my shoulder. Don't speak after we've started, and be ready for instant flight. Now, let's go." Forward into the interior of the cave they made their way. The iron cleats of the baseball shoes rang on the floor, and the noise echoed back and forth between the walls, dying out in little eerie whispers of sound that made Carnes' hair rise. Ever forward they pressed, the lieutenant guiding the doctor by silent pressure on his shoulder, and Carnes following closely. For half a mile they went on, until a restrainable pressure brought the doctor to a halt. The lieutenant pointed silently toward a crack in the wall before them. Carnes started forward to examine it, but a warning gesture from the doctor stopped him. Slowly, an inch at a time, the doctor crept forward, hand grenades in readiness. Presently he reached the crack and, shifting one of the grenades into his pocket, he drew forth an electric torch and sent a beam of light through the crack into the dark interior of the earth. For a moment he stood thus, and then suddenly snapped off his torch and straightened up in an attitude of listening. The straining ears of Carnes and Lieutenant Pierce could hear a faint slithering noise coming toward them, not from the direction of the crack, but from the interior of the cave. Simultaneously, a faint, musky, reptilian odor became apparent. "Run!" shouted the doctor. "Run like hell! It's loose in the cave!" The lieutenant turned and fled at top speed toward the distant entrance of the cave, Carnes at his heels. Dr. Bird paused for an instant, straining his ears, and then threw a grenade. A blinding flash came from the point where the missile struck, and a white cloud rose in the air. The doctor then turned and fled after his companions. Not for nothing had Dr. Bird been an athlete of note in his college days. Well, despite the best efforts of his companions, who were literally running for their lives, he soon caught up with them. As he did so, a weird, blood-curdling screech rose from the darkness behind them, higher and higher in pitch the note rose, until it ended suddenly in a gurgling grunt, as though the breath which had uttered it had been suddenly cut off. The slithering, rustling noise became louder on their trail. "Faster!" gasped the doctor, as he put his hand on Carnes' shoulder and pushed him forward. The noise of pursuit gained slightly on them, and a sound as of intense breathing became audible. Dr. Bird paused and turned and faced the oncoming horror. His electric torch revealed nothing, but he listened for a moment, and then threw his second grenade. Keenly he watched its flight. It flew through the air for 30 yards and then struck an invisible obstruction and bounded toward the ground. Before it struck, the downward motion ceased, and it rose in the air. As it rose, it burst with a sharp report, and a wild scream of pain filled the cavern with a deafening roar. The doctor and his companions fled again. By the time he overtook them, the entrance to the cave loomed before them. With sobs of relief, they burst out into the open. The guards sprang forward with raised rifles, but Dr. Bird waved them back. "There's nothing after us, man," he panted. "Well, we got chased a little way, but I tossed our pursuer a handful of phosphorus, and it must have burned his fingers a little, judging from the racket he made. Well, at any rate, it stopped the pursuit." The major hurried up. "Did you see it, Doctor?" he asked. "No, I didn't. No one has ever seen it or anything like it. I heard it, and from his voice I think it is a bad cold. At least, it sounded hoarse, so I gave it a little white phosphorus to make a poultice for his throat. But I didn't get a glimpse of it." "For God's sake, Doctor, what is it?" "I can't tell you yet, Major. So far as I can tell, it's something new to science, and I'm not sure just what it looks like. However, I hope to be able to show it to you shortly. Now, is there a telegraph office here?" "No, but we have a signal corps detachment with us, and they have a portable radio set which will put us in touch with the Army net." "Good. Can you place a tent at my disposal?" "Yeah, certainly, Doctor." "All right, I'll go there, and I'd appreciate it if you'd send the radio operator to me. I want to send a message to the Bureau of Standards to forward me some apparatus which I need." "I'll attend to it, Doctor. You have any special advice to give me about the guarding?" "Yes, have you, or can you get any livestock?" "Livestock?" "Yeah, cattle preferred, although hogs or sheep will do at a pinch. Sheep will do quite well." "I'll see what I can do, Doctor." "Get them by all means, if it's possible to do so. Don't worry about paying for them. Secret Service funds are not subject to the same audit that the Army funds get. If you can locate them, drive a couple of cattle or half a dozen sheep well into the cave and tether them there. If you don't get them, have your sentries posted well away from the cave mouth, and if any disturbance occurs during the night, tell them to break and run. Well, I hope he won't come out, but I can't tell for sure." A herd of cattle was soon located, and 2 of the beasts were driven into the cave. 2 hours later, a series of horrible screams and bellowings were heard in the cave. Following their orders, the sentries abandoned their posts and scattered, but the noise came no nearer to the mouth, and in a few minutes, silence again reigned. "I hope that'll be all that'll be needed for a couple of days," said the doctor to the commanding officer. "But you'd better have a couple more cattle driven in the morning. We want to keep the brood well fed. Now, is there a tank stationed at Fort Thomas?" "No, there isn't." "Then radio Washington, and I want the fastest 3-man tank that the Army has sent here at once. Don't bother with military channels. Radio direct to the Adjutant General, quoting the Secretary of the Treasury as authority. Tell them that it's a rush matter, and sign the message Bird if you're afraid of getting your tail twisted." Twice more before the apparatus which the doctor had ordered from Washington arrived, cattle were driven into the depths of the cave, and twice more there were screams and bellowings from the cave, repeated. Each time, searching parties found the cattle gone in the morning. A week after the doctor's arrival, a special train came up, carrying 4 mechanics from the Bureau of Standards, together with a dozen huge packing cases. Under the direction of the doctor, the cases were unpacked and the apparatus put together. Before the assembly had been completed, the tank, which had been requested, arrived from Camp Meade, and the Bureau mechanics began to install some of the assembled units in it. The first apparatus, which was installed in the tank, consisted of an electric generator of peculiar design, which was geared to the tank motor. The electromotive force thus generated was led across a spark gap with points of metallic substance. The light produced was concentrated by a series of parabolic reflectors, directed against a large quartz prism, and thence through a lens which was designed to throw a slightly divergent beam. "This apparatus," Dr. Bird explained to the Signal Corps officer, who was an interested observer, "is one which was designed at the Bureau for large-scale production of ultraviolet light. There's nothing special about the generator, except that it's highly efficient and gives an almost constant electromotive force. The current thus produced is led across these points, which are composed of magna-alloy, a development of the Bureau. We found on investigation that a spark gave out a light which was peculiarly rich in ultraviolet rays when it was passed between magnesium points. However, such points could not be used for the handling of a steady current because of lack of durability and ease of fusion, so a mixture of graphite, aluminum, and metallic magnesium were pressed together with a binder which will stand the heat. And thus we get the triple advantages of ultraviolet light production, durability, and high resistance. The system of reflectors catches all of the light thus produced, except the relatively small portion which goes initially in the right direction, and directs it on this quartz prism where, due to the refractive powers of the prism, the light is broken up into its component parts. The infrared rays and that portion of the spectrum which lies in the visible range, or that is, from red to violet inclusive, are absorbed by a black body, leaving only the ultraviolet portion free to send a beam through this quartz lens. "I thought that a lens would absorb ultraviolet light," objected the signal officer. "A lens made of glass will, but this lens is made of rock crystal, which is readily permeable to ultraviolet. The net result of this apparatus is that we can direct before us, as we move in the tank, a beam of light which is composed solely of the ultraviolet portion of the spectrum. In other words, an invisible light." "Yes, that is invisible to the human eye. The effect of this beam of ultraviolet light in the form of severe sunburn would be readily apparent if you expose your skin to it for any length of time, and the effects on your eyesight of continued gazing would be apt to be disastrous. It would produce a severe ophthalmia and temporary impairment of the vision, somewhat the same symptoms as are observed in snow blindness." "I see. I ask, what is the object of the whole thing?" "Surely. Before we can successfully combat this peculiar visitant from another world, it's necessary that we gain some idea of the size and appearance of it. Nothing of the sort has before made its appearance, so far as the annals of science go, and so I'm forced to make some rather wild guesses at the nature of the animal. You're probably aware of the fact that the property of penetration possessed by all waves is a function of their frequency, or perhaps I should say, of their wavelength." "Certainly." "The longer rays of visible light will not penetrate as deeply into a given substance as the shorter ultraviolet rays. His visitor is evidently from some unexplored and, indeed, unknown cavern in the depths of the earth where visible light has never penetrated. Apparently, in this cavern the color of the inhabitants is ultraviolet, and hence invisible to us. You are beyond my depth, Doctor. Oh, pardon me. You understand, of course, what color is. Well, when sunlight, which is a mixture of all colors from infrared to ultraviolet inclusive, falls on an object, certain rays are reflected and certain others are absorbed. If the red rays are reflected and all others absorbed, the light appears red to our eyes. If all the rays are reflected, the object appears white, and if all are absorbed, it appears black. Yeah, I understand that. The human eye cannot detect ultraviolet. Suppose then that we have an object, either animate or inanimate, the surface of which reflects only ultraviolet light. What would be the result? Well, the object would be invisible. I should think it would be black if all the rays except the ultraviolet were absorbed. Well, it would, but, well, I didn't say the others were absorbed. Are you familiar with fluorescein? No. Well, I think you are. It's the dye used in making changeable silk. If we fill a glass container with a fluorescein solution and look at it by reflected light, it appears green. If we look at it by transmitted light, that is, light which has traversed the solution, it appears red. So, in other words, this is a substance which reflects green light, allows a free passage to red light, and absorbs all other light. Now, this creature that we're after, if my theory is correct, is composed of a substance which allows free passage to all the visible light rays, and at the same time reflects ultraviolet light. Do I make myself clear? Perfectly. Very well then, my apparatus will project forward a beam of ultraviolet light which will be in much greater concentration than exists in incandescent electric light. And it's my hope that this light will be reflected by the body of the creature to a sufficient amount to allow me to make a photograph of it. But won't your lens prevent the ultraviolet light from reaching your plates? Well, an ordinary lens made of optical glass would do so. But I have a camera here equipped with a rock crystal lens, which will allow ultraviolet light to pass through it practically unhindered, and with very slight distortion. When I add that I'll have my camera charged with X-ray film, a film which is peculiarly sensitive to the shorter wavelengths, you'll see that I'll have a fair chance of success. Well, it sounds logical. Would you allow me to accompany you when you make your attempt? Well, I'll be glad of your company, if you can drive a tank. I want to take Carnes with me, and the tank will only hold 2 besides the driver. Well, I can drive a tractor. In that case, you should master the tricks of tank driving in short order. Get familiar with it, and we'll appoint you as driver. We'll be ready to go in tonight, but I'm going to wait a day. Our friend was fed last night, and there's less chance he'll be about. The early part of the next evening was marked by howls and screams coming from the mouth of the cave. As the night wore on, the noises were quite evidently coming nearer, and the sentries watched the cave mouth nervously, ready to bolt and scatter according to their orders at the first alarm. About 2 a.m., the doctor and Carnes climbed into the tank beside Lieutenant Leffingwell, and the machine moved slowly into the cave. A searchlight on the front of the tank lighted the way for them, and attached to a frame which held it some distance ahead of them was a luckless sheep. Keep your eyes on the mutton, Carnes, cautioned the doctor. As soon as anything happens to it, shut off the searchlight and let me try to get a picture. As soon as I have made my exposures, I'll tell you, and you can snap it on again. Lieutenant, when the picture's made, turn your tank and make for the entrance of the cave. If we're lucky, we'll get out. Forward, the tank crawled, the sheep bleating and trying to break loose from the bonds which held it. It was impossible to hear much over the roar of the motor, but presently Dr. Bird leaned forward, his eyes shining. I smell musk, he announced. Get ready for action. Even as he spoke, the sheep was suddenly lifted into the air. He gave a final bleat of terror, and then its head was torn from its body. Quick, Carnes, shouted the doctor. The searchlight went out, and Carnes and the lieutenant could hear the slide of the ultraviolet light which Dr. Bird was manipulating open. For the next 2 or 3 minutes, the doctor worked with his apparatus. "All right," he cried suddenly. "Lights on, and get out of here." Khan snapped on the searchlight, and Lieutenant Leffingwell swung the tank around and headed for the cave mouth. For a few feet, their progress was unhindered, and then the tank ceased its forward motion, although the motor still roared and the track slid on the cave floor. Carnes watched with horror as one side of the tank bent slowly in toward him. There was a rending sound, and a portion of the heavy steel fabric was torn away. Dr. Bird bent over something on the floor of the tank. Presently, he straightened up and threw a small object into the darkness. There was a flash of light, and bits of flaming phosphorus flew in every direction. The anchor which held the tank was suddenly loosed, and the machine crawled forward at full speed, while a roar of escaping air, mingled with a bellowing shriek, burdened the smoke-laden air. "Faster!" cried the doctor, as he threw another grenade. Lieutenant Leffingwell got the last bit of speed possible out of the tank, and they reached the cave mouth without further molestation. "I had an idea that our friend wouldn't care to pass through a phosphorus screen," said Dr. Bird with a chuckle as he climbed out of the tank. "He must have been rather severely burned the other day, and once burned is usually twice shy. Where's Major Brown?" The commanding officer stepped forward. "Drive a couple of cattle into the cave, please, Major," directed Dr. Bird. "I want to fill that brood up, keep him quiet for a while. I'm going to go develop my films." Lieutenant Leffingwell and Carnes peered over the doctor's shoulders as he manipulated his films in a developing bath. Gradually, vague lines and blotches made their appearance on one of the films, but the form was indistinct. Dr. Bird dropped the films in a fixing tank and straightened up. "We have something, gentlemen," he announced, "but I can't tell yet how clear it is. It'll take those films 15 minutes to fix, and then we'll know." A quarter of an hour later, he lifted the first film from the tank and held it to the light. The film showed a blank. With an exclamation of disappointment, he lifted a second and third film from the tank, with the same result. Then he raised the fourth one. "Good Lord," gasped Carl. In the plate could be clearly seen the hindquarters of the sheep held in the grasp of such a monster as even the drug-laden brain of an opium smoker never pictured. Judging from the sheep, the monster stood at about 20 feet tall, and its frame was surmounted by a head resembling an overgrown frog. Enormous jaws were open to seize the sheep, but, to the amazement of the 3 observers, the jaws were entirely toothless. Where teeth were to be expected, long parallel ridges of what looked like bare bone appeared, without even a rudimentary segregation to teeth. The body of the monster was long and snake-like, and was borne on long, heavy legs ending in feet with 3 long toes, armed with vicious claws. The crowning horror of the creature was its forelegs. They were of enormous length, thin and attenuated-looking, and ended in huge misshapen hands, knobbly and blotched, which grasped the sheep in the same manner as human hands. The eyes were as large as dinner plates, and they were glaring at the camera with an expression of fiendish malevolence which made Carnes shudder. "How does that huge thing ever get through that crack we examined?" demanded the lieutenant. Dr. Bird rubbed his head thoughtfully. "It's not an amphibian," he muttered, "as is plainly shown by the shape of the limbs and the lack of a tail, and yet it appears to have scales of the true fish type. It corresponds to no recovered fossil, and I'm inclined to believe it is unique. Well, the nerve organization must be very low, judging from the lack of forehead and the general conformation. It has enormous strength, and yet the arms look feeble." "It can't get through that crack," insisted the lieutenant. "Apparently not," replied the doctor. "Oh, wait a moment, though. Look at this." He pointed to the great disproportion between the length and diameter of the forelegs, and then to the hind legs. "Either this is grave distortion, or there's something mighty strange about the conformation. No animal could be constructed like that. He turned the film so that an oblique light fell on it. As he did so, he gave a cry of astonishment. "Look here," he said sharply. "It does get through that crack. Look at those arms and hands." There's the answer. This creature is tall and broad, but from front to rear it can measure only a few inches. The same must be true of the frog-like head. That animal has been developed to live and move in a low-roofed cavern, and to pass through tiny openings only a few inches wide. Its bulk is all in 2 dimensions. I believe you're right," said Carnes as he studied the film. "There is no doubt of it," answered the doctor. "Look at those paws, too, Carnes. That substance isn't bone, it's gum. The thing is so young and helpless that it hasn't cut its first teeth yet. It must be a baby, and that's the reason why it made its way into the cave when no other of its kind ever has." "How large are the full-grown ones if this is a baby?" asked the lieutenant. "Oh, the Lord alone knows," replied Dr. Bird. "I hope that I never have to face one and find out. Well, now we know what we're fighting, we ought to be able to settle this." "High explosive?" suggested the lieutenant. I don't think so. With such a low nervous organization, we would have to tear it practically to pieces to kill it, and I'm anxious to keep it from mutilation for scientific study. I have an idea, but I'll have to study a while before I can be sure of the details. Send me the radio operator." The next day, the Bureau mechanics began to dismount the apparatus from the tank and to assemble another elaborate contrivance. Before they'd made an end to the work, though, additional equipment had arrived from Washington, which was incorporated into the new setup. At length, Dr. Bird pronounced himself ready for the attempt. Under his direction, 3 cattle were driven into the cave and there tethered. They were there the next morning unharmed, but the second night the now familiar bellowing and howling came from the depths of the cave, and in the morning 2 of the cattle were gone. "That'll keep him quiet for a day or 2, said the doctor. "So now, to work." The tank made its way into the cave, dragging after it 2 huge cables which led to an engine-driven generator outside the cave. These cables were attached to the terminals of a large motor, which was set up in the cave near the place where the cattle were customarily tethered. This motor was the actuating force which turned 2 generators, one large and one small. The smaller one was mounted on a platform on wheels, which also contained the spark gaps, the reflectors, and other apparatus which produced the beam of ultraviolet light which had been used to photograph the monster. From the larger generator led 2 copper bars. One of these was connected to a huge copper plate which was laid flat on the floor of the cave. The other led to a platform which was erected on huge porcelain insulators some 15 feet above the floor. Huge condensers were set up on this platform, and Dr. Bird announced himself in readiness. The steer was dragged into the cave and up a temporary runway which led to the platform containing the condensers, and there tied with a copper bus bar from the larger generator, fastened to 3 flexible copper straps which led around the animal's body. When this was completed, everyone except the doctor, Carnes, and Lieutenant Leffingwell had left the cave. These 3 crouched behind the searchlight, which sent a mild beam of ultraviolet onto the platform where the steer was held. The engine outside the cave was started, and the 3 men waited with tense nerves. Well, for several hours nothing happened. The steer tried from time to time to move, and, finding it impossible, set up plaintive bellows for liberty. "I wish something would happen," muttered the lieutenant. "This is getting on my nerves." "Something is about to happen," replied Dr. Bird grimly. "Listen to that steer." The bellowing of the steer had suddenly increased in volume, and, added to the note of discontent, was a note of fright which had previously been absent. Dr. Bird bent over his ultraviolet searchlight and made some adjustments. He handed a helmet-like arrangement to each of his companions and slipped one over his own head. "Can't see a thing, Doctor," said Carnes in a muffled voice. The objects at which you are looking absorb rather than reflect ultraviolet light, said the doctor. This is a sort of fluoroscope arrangement, and it isn't perfect at all. However, when the monster comes along, I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to see it. You may see a little more as your eyes get accustomed to it. I can see very dimly, announced the lieutenant. Dimly, the walls of the cave and the platform before them began to take vague shape. The three stared intently down the beam of ultraviolet light which the doctor directed down the passageway leading deeper into the cave. "Oh, good Lord," said Khan suddenly. Slowly into the field of vision came the hideous figure they'd seen on the film. As it moved forward, a rustling, slithering sound could be heard, even over the bellowing of the steer and the hum of the apparatus. The odor of musk became evident. Along the floor toward them the thing slid. Presently it reared up on its hind legs, and its enormous bulk became evident. It turned somewhat sideways, and the correctness of Dr. Bird's hypothesis as to its peculiar shape was proved. All of the bulk of the creature was in 2 dimensions. Forward it moved, and the horrible human hands stretched forward, while the mouth split in a wide, toothless grin. Nearer the doomed steer the creature approached, and then the reaching hands closed in on the animal. There was a blinding flash, and the monster was hurled backward as though struck by a thunderbolt, while a horrible smell of musk and burned flesh filled the air. "After it! Quick!" cried the doctor as he sprang forward. Before he could reach the prostrate creature, it moved, and then, slowly at first but with rapidly gaining speed, it slithered over the floor in retreat. Dr. Bird's hand swung through an arc, and there was a deafening crash as a hand grenade exploded on the back of the fleeing monster. An unearthly scream came from the creature, and its motion changed from a steady forward glide to a series of convulsive jerks. Leffingwell and Carnes threw grenades, but they went wide of their mark, and the monster began again to increase its speed. Another volley of grenades was thrown, and one hit scored, which slowed the monster somewhat but did not arrest the steady forward movement. "Any more bombs?" demanded the doctor. "Damn," he cried as he received negative answers. "The current wasn't strong enough. It's going to get away." Carnes jerked his automatic from under his armpit and poured a stream of bullets into the fleeing monster. Slower and slower the motion of the creature became, and its movements again became jerky and convulsive. "Keep it in sight," cried the doctor. "We may get it yet." Cautiously the 3 men followed the retreating horror, Leffingwell pushing before him the platform holding the ultraviolet ray apparatus. The chase led them over familiar ground. "There it is. There's the crack," cried the lieutenant. "Too late," replied the doctor. He rushed forward and seized the lower limb of the monster and tried with all his strength to arrest its flight. But despite all that he could do, it slid sideways through the crack in the wall and disappeared. A final backward kick of its leg threw the doctor 20 feet against the far wall of the cave. "Are you hurt, Doctor?" cried Carnes. "No, I'm all right. Put on your masks and start the gas, quick. That may stop it before it gets in too far." The 3 adjusted their gas masks and thrust the mouths of 2 gas cylinders which were on the light truck into the crack and opened the valves. The hissing of the gas was accompanied by a thrashing, writhing sound from the bowels of the earth, but after a few minutes the sound retreated and finally died away into an utter silence. "And that's that," cried the doctor, half an hour later, as they took off their gas masks outside the cave. "He got away from us. Carnes, how soon can we get a train back to Washington?" "What kind of a report are you going to make to the Bureau, Doctor?" asked Carnes as they sat in the smoker of a southern train, headed for the capital. "Well, I'm not going to put in any report, Carnes," replied the doctor. "I haven't got the creature or any part of it to show, and no one would believe me." I'm going to maintain a discreet silence about the whole matter. But you have your photograph to show, Doctor, and you have my evidence and Lieutenant Leffingwell's. Oh, the photograph might have been faked, and I might have doped both of you. In any case, your words are no better than mine. No, indeed, Carnes. When I failed to make the current strong enough to kill it outright, I made the first of the moves which bind me to silence, although I thought that 200,000 volts would be enough. The second failure I made was when I missed him with my second grenade, although I doubt if all 6 would have stopped him. And my third failure was when we failed to get a sufficient concentration of cyanide gas into that hole in a hurry. The thing is so badly crippled that it'll die, but it may take hours or even days for it to do so. It's already made its way so far into the earth that we couldn't reach it by blasting without danger of bringing the whole place down on our heads. Even if we could blast our way into the place it came from, I wouldn't dare open a path which would allow Lord only knows what terrible monsters to invade the earth. When the soldiers have finished stopping that crack with 10 feet of solid masonry, I think the barrier will hold, even against that critter's papa and mama and all its relatives. And then Mammoth Cave will be safe for visitors again. Well, that latter fact is the only report which I will make. Well, it is one hell of a story to go to waste, said Khan soberly. Well, tell it then, if you wish. You get laughed at for your pains. No, Carnes, you must learn one thing. A man like Bolton, for instance, will implicitly believe that a 4-leaf clover in his watch charm will bring him good luck, and that carrying a buckeye keeps rheumatism away from him. But tell him a sober fact like this, attested to by 3 reliable witnesses and a good photograph, and you'll just get laughed at for your pains. Well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. So be it then, replied Carnes with a sigh. The bodies had broken into pieces, as though they'd been made of glass. Cold Light by Captain S.P. Mead. God damn it, Carnes. I'm on my vacation. I know it, Doctor, and I hate to disturb you, but I felt that I simply had to. I have one of the weirdest cases on my hands that I've ever been mixed up in. And, well, I think you'll forgive me for calling when I tell you about it. Dr. Bird groaned into the telephone. I took a vacation last summer. Tried to. You hauled me away from the best fishing I've found in years to help you on a case. This year I've traveled all the way from Washington to San Francisco to get away from you, and the very day that I get here, you're after me. Oh, I won't have anything to do with it. Hey, where are you, anyway? I'm at Fallon, Nevada, Doctor. I'm sorry that you won't help me out because the case promises to be unusually interesting. Hey, let me tell you about it at least. Dr. Bird groaned louder than ever into the telephone. All right, go ahead and tell me about it, if it'll relieve your mind. But I've given you my final answer. I am not a bit interested in it. That's quite all right, Doctor. Don't expect you to touch it. I hope, however, that you'll be able to give me an idea of where to start. So, did you ever see a man's body broken in pieces? You mean badly smashed up? No, indeed I mean just what I said. Broken in pieces. Legs snapped off as though the entire flesh had become brittle. No, I haven't. Neither did anyone else. Well, I've seen it, Doctor. What have you been drinking? Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service chuckled softly to himself. The voice of the famous scientist of the Bureau of Standards plainly showed an interest which was quite at variance with the words he'd spoken. Oh, I was quite sober, Doctor. So was Hughes. We both saw it. Who is Hughes? Well, he's an airmail pilot. One of the crack flyers of the Transcontinental Airmail Corporation. Hey, why don't I tell you the whole thing in order? All right. You have a few minutes to spare, but I'll warn you again that I don't intend to touch this case. Yeah, suit yourself, Doctor. Well, I have no authority to requisition your services. As you know, the TAC has been handling a great deal of transcontinental airmail with a pretty clean record on accidents. Day before yesterday, a special plane left Washington to carry 2 packages from there to San Francisco. One of them was a shipment of jewels valued at $250,000, consigned to a San Francisco firm, and the other was a sealed packet from the War Department. No one was supposed to know the contents of that packet except the Chief of Staff, who delivered it to the plane personally. But rumors got out, as usual, and it was popularly supposed to contain certain essential features of the Army's war plans. Well, this much is certain. The plane carried not only the regular TAC pilot and courier, but also an Army courier, and it was guarded during the trip by an Army plane armed with small bombs and a machine gun. You know what? I rode in it. My orders were simply to guard the ship until it landed at Mills Field, then to guard the courier from there to the Presidio of San Francisco till his packet was delivered personally into the hands of the commanding general of the 9th Corps area. Well, the trip was quiet and monotonous until after we left Salt Lake City at dawn this morning. Nothing happened until we were about 100 miles east of Reno. We'd taken elevation to cross the Stillwater Mountains and were skimming low over them, my plane trailing the TAC plane by about a half a mile. I wasn't paying any particular attention to the other ship when I suddenly felt our plane leap ahead. Well, it was a fast one, and the pilot gave it the gun and made it move, I can tell. I yelled into my phone, asked him what the reason was. The pilot yelled back that the plane ahead was in trouble. Now, as soon as it was called to my attention, I could see myself that it wasn't acting normally. It was losing elevation and was pursuing a very erratic course. Before we could reach it, it lost flying speed and fell into a spinning nosedive and headed for the ground. Well, I watched, expecting every minute to see the crew make parachute jumps, but they didn't, and the plane hit the ground with a terrific crash. It caught fire, I suppose. No, Doctor. That's one of the funny things about the accident. It didn't. It hit the ground in an open place free from brush and literally just burst into pieces. But it didn't flame up. We headed directly for the scene of the crash, and we encountered another funny thing. We almost froze to death. What do you mean? Well, exactly what I say. Well, of course, it's pretty cold at that altitude all the time, but this cold was like nothing I'd ever encountered. It seemed to freeze the blood in our veins, and it congealed frost on the windshields, and it made the motor miss for a moment. It was only momentary, and it only existed directly over the wrecked plane. We went past it and swung around in a circle and came back over the wreck. But we didn't feel that cold again. Next thing we tried to do was find a landing place. And that country is pretty rugged and rough, and there wasn't a flat place for miles that was large enough to land a ship on. Hughes and I talked it over. There didn't seem to be much of anything that we could do except to go on until we found a landing place. I had no experience in parachute jumping, and I couldn't pilot the plane if Hughes jumped. So we swooped down over the wreck as close as we dared, and that was when we saw the condition of the bodies. The whole plane was cracked up pretty badly. But the weird part of it was the fact that the bodies of the crew had broken into pieces, as though they'd been made of glass. Arms and legs were detached from the torsos and lying at a distance. There was no sign of blood on the ground. We saw all this with our naked eyes from close at hand, and verified it by observations through binoculars from a greater height. And when we'd made our observations and marked the location of the wreck as closely as we could, we headed east until we found a landing place near Fallon. Hughes dropped me here and went on to Reno, or to San Francisco if necessary, to report the accident and get more planes to aid in the search. Well, I had no idea as to what to do, but, well, it seemed to be in your line, and as I knew you were at St. Francis, I called you up. Tell me, what are your plans now? Well, I made none until I talked to you. The country where the wreck occurred is unbelievably wild, and we can't get near it with any transportation other than burros. The only thing that I can see to do is to gather together what transportation I can and head for the wreck on foot to rescue the packets and to bring out the bodies. So, can you suggest anything better? Tell me, when do you expect to start? As soon as I can get my pack train together. Possibly in 3 to 4 hours. Lawrence, tell me, are you sure that those bodies were broken into pieces? An arm or a leg might easily be torn off in a complete crash. No, they were smashed into bits as nearly as I could tell, Doc. Hughes is an old-time flyer, and he's seen plenty of crashes, but he's never saw anything like this. It beats anything that I ever saw, too. If your observations were accurate, there could be only one cause, and that one is a patent impossibility. I haven't got any equipment with me, but I expect that I can get most of the stuff that I want from the University of California across the bay at Berkeley. I can get a plane at Crisfield. Here, I'll tell you what to do, Carnes. Get your burro train together. Start as soon as you can. But leave me a half-dozen burros and a guide at Fallon. I'll get up there as soon as I can, and I'll try to overtake you before you get to the wreck. And if I don't, please don't disturb anything any more than you can help until my arrival. Do you understand? I thought you were on your vacation, Doctor. Shut up, will you? Like most of my vacations, this one will have to be postponed. I'll move as swiftly as I can. I ought to be at Fallon tonight if I'm lucky, and don't run into any obstacles. Burros are fairly slow, but I'll make the best time possible. Well, I rather expected you would, Doctor. Look, I can't pack my train together until this evening, so I'll wait for you right here. And I'm really glad that you're going to get in on it. Part 2. Silently, Carnes and Dr. Bird surveyed the wreck of the TAC plane. The observations of the Secret Service operative had been correct. The bodies of the unfortunate crew had been broken into fragments. Their limbs had not been twisted off as a freak of the fall, but had been cleanly broken off, as though the bodies had suddenly become brittle and shattered on their impact with the ground. Not only the bodies, but the ship itself had been broken up. Even the clothing of the men was in pieces, or had long splits in the fabric, whose edges were as clean as though they'd been cut with a knife. Dr. Bird picked up an arm which had belonged to the pilot and examined it. The brittleness, if it had ever existed, was gone now, and the arm was limp. No rigor mortis, commented the doctor. How long ago was the wreck? About 72 hours ago. What about those packets that were on the plane? Khan stepped forward and gingerly inspected first the body of the army courier, and then that of the courier of the TAC. Both gone, Doctor, he reported, straightening up. Dr. Bird's face fell into grim lines. There's more to this case than appears on the surface, Carnes, he said. This was no ordinary wreck. Now bring up that third burro. I want to examine these fragments a little. He then went on to one of the two guides who had accompanied them from Fallon. You and Wallace scout around the ground and see what you can find out. I especially wish to know whether anyone had visited the scene of the wreck. The guides consulted a moment and then started on their way. Carnes drove up the burro the doctor had indicated, and Dr. Bird unpacked it. He opened a mahogany case and took from it a high-powered microscope. Setting the instrument up on a convenient rock, he subjected portions of the wreck, including several fragments of flesh, to careful scrutiny. When he completed his observations, he fell into a brown study, from which he was aroused by Carnes. What did you find out about the cause of the wreck, Doctor? I don't know what to think. The immediate cause was that everything was frozen. The plane ran into a belt of cold, which froze up the motor, which probably killed the crew instantly. It was undoubtedly the aftermath of that cold which you felt when you swooped down over the wreck. Yeah, but it seems impossible that it could have gotten cold enough to freeze everything up like that. Yeah, it does. And yet I'm confident that that's what happened. It was no ordinary cold, Carnes. It was cold of the type that infests interstellar space. Cold beyond any conception you have of cold. Cold near the range of the absolute zero of temperature. Nearly 450 degrees below zero on the Fahrenheit scale. At such temperatures, things which are ordinarily quite flexible and elastic, such as rubber or flesh, become as brittle as glass and would break in the manner which these bodies have broken. An examination of the tissues of the flesh shows that it has been submitted to some temperatures very low in the scale, probably below that of liquid air. Such a temperature would produce instant death and the other phenomena which we can observe here. Yeah, but what could cause such a low temperature, Doctor? Well, that I don't know yet, although I do hope to find out before we're finished. Cold is a funny thing, Carnes. Ordinarily, it's considered as simply the absence of heat, yet I've always held it to be a definite negative quantity. All through nature we observe that every force has its opposite or negative force to oppose it. We have positive and negative electrical charges, positive and negative or north and south magnetic poles. We have gravity and its opposite apergy, and I believe cold is really negative heat. Well, I never heard of anything like that, Doctor. I always thought that things were cold because heat was taken from them, not because cold was added. It sounds preposterous. Such is the common idea, and yet I cannot accept it, for it does not explain all the recorded phenomena. You are familiar with the searchlight, are you not? Well, in a general way, yeah. Well, a searchlight is merely a source of light, and, of course, of heat, which is placed at the focus of a parabolic reflector so that all of the rays emanating from the source travel in parallel lines. A searchlight, of course, gives off heat. If we place a lens of the same size as the searchlight aperture in the path of the beam and concentrate all the light and heat at one spot, the focal point of the lens, the temperature at that point is the same as the temperature of the source of the light, less what has been lost by radiation. You understand that, do you not? Why, certainly. Now, suppose that we place at the center of the aperture of the searchlight a small opaque disc, which is permeable neither to heat nor light, in such a manner as to interrupt the central portion of the beam. As a result, the beam will go out in the form of a hollow rod or pipe of heat and light with a dark, cold core. This core will have the temperature of the surrounding air plus the small amount which was radiated into it from the surrounding pipe. If we now pass this beam of light through a lens in order to concentrate the beam, both the pipe of heat and the cold core will focus. If we place a temperature measuring device near the focus of the dark core, we'll find that the temperature is lower than the surrounding air, and this means that we have focused, or rather concentrated, the cold. It sounds impossible, but, well, I can offer no other criticism. And nevertheless, it is experimentally true. It's one of the facts which lead me to consider cold as negative heat. However, this is true of cold, as it is of the other negative forces. They exist and manifest themselves only in the presence of the positive forces. No one has yet concentrated cold except in the presence of heat, as I have outlined to you. How this cold belt which the TAC plane encountered came to be there is another question indeed. The thing which we have to determine is whether it was caused by natural or artificial forces. Both of the packets which the plane carried are gone, Doctor, observed Carnes. Yeah, that seems to add weight to the possibility that the cause was artificial, but it's far from conclusive. The packets might not have been on the men when the plane fell, or someone may have passed later and taken them for safekeeping. Well, the doctor's remarks here were interrupted by the guides. Someone's been out here since the wreck, Doctor, said Bill. Walter and I found tracks where two men came up here and prowled around for some time, and left by the way they came. They went off toward the northwest. We followed their trail for about 40 rods, then we lost it. We weren't able to pick it up again. Well, thanks, Bill, replied the doctor. Well, Carnes, that seems to add more weight to the theory that the spot of cold was made, and it didn't just happen naturally. If the prospecting party had just happened along, he would either have left the wreck alone, or they would have made some attempt to intern the bodies. That coal belt must have been produced artificially by men who planned to rob this plane after bringing it down, and were nearby to get their plunder. So, is there any chance of following that trail? I doubt it, Doc. Oh, Waller and I scouted around quite a lot. We couldn't pick it up again. Is there any power line passing within 20 miles of here? Oh, none that Waller and I know of, Doc. Funny. Such a device as must have been used would need power, and lots of it for operation. Well, I'll try my luck. Guards, help me unpack and set up the rest of my apparatus. With the aid of the operative, Dr. Bird unpacked 2 of the bureaus and extracted from cases, where they were carefully packed and padded, some elaborate electrical and optical apparatus. The first was a short telescope of large diameter, which he mounted on a base in such a manner that it could be elevated or depressed and rotated in any direction. At the focal point of the telescope was fastened a small knot of wire, from which one lead ran into the main piece of the apparatus, which he'd sat on a flat rock. The other lead from the wire knot ran into a sealed container surrounded by a water bath, under which a spirit lamp burned. From the container, another lead led to the main apparatus. This main piece consisted of a series of wire coils mounted on a frame and attached to the 2 leads. The doctor took from a padded case a tiny magnet suspended on a piece of wire of exceedingly small diameter, which he fastened in place inside the coils. Cemented to the magnet was a tiny mirror. "Hey, what is that apparatus?" asked Carnes as the doctor finished his setup and surveyed it with satisfaction. "Merely a thermocouple attached to a Dark valve galvanometer," replied the doctor. "This large squat telescope catches and concentrates on the thermocouple, and the galvanometer registers the temperature." Whew, you're way out of my depth here. What's a thermocouple? A juncture of 2 wires made of dissimilar metals, in this case of platinum and of platinum-iridium alloy. There's another similar junction in this case, which is kept at a constant temperature by the water bath. When the temperatures of the 2 junctions are the same, the system is in equilibrium. When there are different temperatures, an electrical potential is set up, which causes a current to flow from one to the other through the galvanometer. The galvanometer consists of a magnet set up inside coils through which the current I spoke of flows. This current causes the magnet to rotate, and by watching the mirror, the rotation can be detected and measured. Now, this device is one of the most sensitive ever made, and is used to measure the radiation from distant stars. Currents as small as you can imagine have been detected and measured. This particular instrument is not that sensitive to begin with, and has its sensitivity further reduced by having a high resistance in one of the leads. So, what are you going to use it for? I'm hoping to try and locate somewhere in these hills a patch of local coal. It may not work, but I have hopes. If you'll manipulate the telescope so as to search the hills around here, I'll watch the galvanometer. Part 3. For several minutes, Carnes swung the telescope around. Twice Dr. Bird stopped him and decreased the sensitiveness of his instrument by introducing more resistance in the lines in order to keep the magnet from twisting clear around, due to the fluctuations in the heats received on account of the varying conditions of reflection. As Carnes swung the telescope again, the magnet swung around sharply, nearly to a right angle to its former position. "Stop!" cried the doctor. "Now, read your device." Carnes read the compass bearing on the protractor attached to the frame which supported the telescope. Dr. Bird took a pair of binoculars and looked long and earnestly in the indicated direction. With a sigh, he laid down the glasses. "Now, I can't see a thing, Carnesy," he said. "We'll have to move over to the next crest and make a new setup." Plant it right on the hill so we can get a compass bearing and get the airline distance with a rangefinder. On the hilltop which Dr. Bird had pointed out, the apparatus was again set up. For several minutes, Khan swept the hills before an exclamation from the doctor told him to pause. He checked the new reading, and the doctor laid off the 2 readings on a sheet of paper with a protractor and made a few calculations. I don't know, he said reflectively when he'd finished his computations. This damn instrument is still so sensitive that you may have merely focused on a deep shadow or a cold spring or something of that sort. But the magnet kicked clear around, and it may mean that we've located what we were looking for. It should be about 2 miles away, almost due west of here. Well, there's no spring that I know of, Doc. And I think I know every waterhole in this country, remarked Bill. It could hardly be a spring at this elevation anyway, replied the doctor. Maybe it is what we're seeking. We'll start out in that direction anyway. Bill, you'd better take the lead, for you know the country. Spread out a little so we won't be too bunched if anything happens. For 3/4 of an hour, the little group of men made their way through the wilderness in the direction indicated by the doctor. Presently, Bill, who was in the lead, held up his hand with a warning gesture. The other 3 closed up as rapidly as cautious progress would allow. What is it, Bill? Asked the doctor in an undertone. Well, I'll slip up ahead and look over that crest. The doctor obeyed the instructions. As he glanced over, he gave vent to a low whistle of surprise, a motion for Carnes to join him. The operative crawled up and glanced over the crest. In a hollow before them was a crude 1-storied house, and directed on an open space before it was a massive piece of apparatus. It consisted of a large number of huge metallic cylinders, from which lines ran to a silvery concave mirror mounted on an elaborate frame which would allow it to be rotated so as to point in any direction. What is it? Whispered Carnes. It's some kind of a projector, muttered the doctor. Never seen one quite like it, but it's meant to project something. Can't make out the curve of that mirror. It isn't a parabola, and it isn't an ellipse. Must be a high-degree subcatenary, or else building a transcendental function. He then raised himself to get a clearer view, and as he did so, a puff of smoke came from the house, to be followed in a moment by a sharp crack as a bullet flattened itself a few inches from his head. The doctor tumbled back over the crest out of sight of the house. Bill and Walter hurried forward, their rifles held ready for action. Right, get out on the flanks, man, directed the doctor. The man we want is in a house on that hollow. He's armed, and he means business. Bill and Walter crawled under the shelter of the rocks to a short distance away, and then, rifles ready, advanced to the attack. A report came from the hollow, and a bullet whined over Bill's head. Then almost instantly a crack came from Walter's rifle, and splinters flew from the building in the hollow a few inches from a loophole, through which projected the barrel of a rifle. The rifle barrel swung rapidly in a circle, and barked in Walter's direction. But as it did so, Bill's gun spoke, and again splinters flew from the building. "Good work," said Dr. Bird, as he watched the slow advance of the 2 guides. If we just had rifles, we could join in the party, but we're a little too far away for effective pistol work. Right, let's go ahead. We may get close enough to do a little shooting ourselves. Pistols in hand, Carnes and the doctor crawled over the crest and joined in the advance. Again and again the rifle spoke from the hollow and was answered by the vicious barks of the rifles in the hands of the guides. Carnes and the doctor resting their pistols on rocks and sending an occasional bullet toward the loophole. The conditions of light and the moving target were not conducive to making good marksmanship on the part of the besieged man, and none of the attackers were hit. Quickly, Walter succeeded in sending a bullet through the loophole. The rifle barrel suddenly disappeared. With a shout, the 4 men rose from their cover and advanced toward the building at a run. As they did so, an ominous whirring sound came from the apparatus in front of the house, and a sudden chill filled the air. Back, shouted Dr. Bird. Back below the hill if you value your lives. He then turned and raced at full speed toward the sheltering crest of the hill, the others following him closely. The whirring sound continued, and the concave reflector turned with a grating sound on its gears. As the path of its rays struck the ground, the rocks became white with frost, and one rock split with a sharp report, one fragment rolling down the slope, carrying others in its trail. With panic-stricken faces, the four men raced toward the sheltering crest, but remorselessly the reflector swung around in their direction. The intense cold numbed the racing men, cutting off their breath and impeding their efforts for speed. "Stop!" cried the doctor suddenly. "Right, fire at that reflector. It's our only chance." He then set the example by turning and emptying his pistol futilely at the turning mirror. Bill, Walter, and Carnes all followed his example. Nearer and nearer to them came the deadly ray. Bill was the nearest to its path, and he suddenly stiffened and fell forward, his useless gun still grasped in his hands. As his body struck the ground, it rolled down the hill for a few feet, the deadly ray following it. Then his head struck a rock, and Carnes gave out a cry of horror as it smashed into fragments. Walter threw his rifle to his shoulder and fired again and again at the rotating disc. The cold had become intense, and he couldn't control the actions of his muscles, and his rifle wavered about everywhere. He then threw himself flat on the ground and, with an almost superhuman effort, steadied himself for a moment and fired. His aim was true, and with a terrific crash the reflector split into 1,000 fragments. Dr. Bird staggered to his feet. "Right, he's out of order for a short while," he cried. "Quick, to the house while we can." As swiftly as his numb feet would allow him, he stumbled toward the house. The muzzle of his rifle again projected from the loophole, and with its crack the doctor staggered for a moment, and then fell. Walter's rifle spoke again, and the rifle disappeared through the loophole with a spasmodic jerk. Carnes stumbled his way over to the doctor. "Hey, you hit badly?" he gasped through chattering teeth. "I'm not hit at all," muttered the doctor. "I stumbled and fell just as he fired. Hey, look out, he's going to shoot again." The rifle barrel came slowly into view through the loophole. Walter fired, but his bullet missed. Carnes then threw himself behind a rock for protection. The rifle had swung in Walter's direction now, and paused. As it did so, from the house came a strangled cry and the sound of a blow. The rifle barrel disappeared, and the sounds of a struggle came from the building. "Come on now," cried Carnes as he rose to his feet, and made his way stumbling forward, the others following at the best speed which their numbed limbs would allow. As they reached the door, they became aware of a struggle which was going on inside. With all the strength he could muster, the doctor threw his massive frame against the door. It creaked, but the solid oak from which it was composed was proof against the attack, and he drew back for another onslaught. From inside the house came a pistol shot, followed by a despairing cry and a guttural roar. Joined now by Carnes, the doctor threw his weight against the door again. With a rending crash it gave in, and they fell sprawling into the cabin. The doctor was the first one to his feet. Part 4. "Who are you?" asked a voice from one corner. The doctor whirled around like a flash and covered the speaker with his pistol. "You, hands up," he said tersely. "I'm unarmed," the voice replied. "Who are you?" "We're from the United States Secret Service," replied Carnes, who had now gained his feet. "The game is up for you, and you better realize that quick." "Oh, Secret Service. Oh, thank God," cried the voice. "You get Koskov. He has the plans. He's gone out through that tunnel." "Where is it?" demanded Carnes. The entrance is that iron plate on the floor." Carnes and the doctor jumped at the plate and tried to lift it, without any result. There was no handle or projection on which they could take hold. "Oh, not that way," cried the voice. "That cover is fastened on the inside. No, go outside the building. He'll come out about 200 yards north. You gotta shoot him as soon as he appears or he'll get away." Well, the three men nearly tumbled over each other to get through the doorway into the bitter cold outside. As they emerged from the cabin, the gaze of the guide swept the surrounding hills. "Hey, there he goes." "Let's get him," said Carnes sharply. Walter ran forward a few feet and dropped prone to the ground, cuddling the stock of his rifle to his cheek. 200 yards away, a figure was scurrying over the rocks away from the cabin. Walter drew in his breath, and his hand grew suddenly steady as his keen grey eyes peered through the sights. Carnes and the doctor held their breath in sympathy. Suddenly, there was a rifle shot, and the fleeing man threw up his arms and fell forward on his face. "Got him," said Walter laconically. "Go and bring in the body, Carnes," exclaimed the doctor. "I'll take care of that chap inside." "Oh, did you get him?" asked the voice eagerly as the doctor stepped inside. "Well, he's dead all right," replied the doctor grimly. "Hell, who the hell are you and what are you doing here?" "Look, there's a light switch on the left of the door as you come in," was his reply. Dr. Bird found the switch and snapped on the light. He turned toward the corner from whence the voice had come, and then recoiled in horror. Propped in the corner was the body of a middle-aged man, daubed and splashed with blood which ran from a wound in the side of his head. "God damn," he said. "Here, let me help you." "There's not much use," replied the man rather faintly. "I'm done in. This face wound doesn't amount to much, but I'm shot through the body and I'm bleeding internally. If you try to move me, it'll easily kill me. Just leave me alone until your partners come back." The doctor drew a flask of brandy from his pocket and then advanced towards the corner. "Here, take a few drops of this," he advised. With an effort, the man lifted the flask to his lips and gulped down a little of the fiery spirit. A sound of trampling feet came from the outside, and then a thud as though a body had been dropped. Carnes and Walter then entered the cabin. He's as dead as a mackerel," said Carnes in answer to the doctor's look. "Water got him through the neck and broke his spinal cord. He never knew what hit him." "And the plants?" came in a gasping voice from the man in the corner. We got them too," replied Carnes. He had both of those packets inside his coat. They've been opened, but guess they're all here. Hey, who the hell are you?" "Well, since Kossoff is dead and I'm dying, there's no reason why I shouldn't tell you," was the answer. "I'll leave that brandy handy to keep up my strength. I only have a short time. I can't repeat this. Now, as to who I am or what I was, doesn't really matter. Kossoff knew me as John Smith, and that'll pass as well as any other name. Let my past stay buried. I am, or was, a scientist of some ability, but fortune frowned on me, and I was driven out of the world. Money would rehabilitate me. Money will do anything nowadays, so I set out to get it. And in the course of my experimental work, I discovered that cold was a negative heat and reacted to the laws which governed heat." "Well, I knew that," cried Dr. Bird, "but I could never prove it." "And, who are you?" demanded John Smith. "Dr. Bird, Bureau of Standards." Bird, yeah, I've heard of you. You can understand me when I say that as heat, positive heat is a concomitant of ordinary light. I found that cold, negative heat is a concomitant of cold light. Hey, is my apparatus in good shape outside?" The reflector is smashed. I'm sorry. You would have enjoyed studying it. I presume that you saw that it's a catenary curve. Yeah, I rather thought so. It was, and it was also adjustable. I could vary the focal point from a few feet to several miles. With that apparatus, I could throw a beam of negative heat with a focal point which I could adjust it well. Close to the apparatus, I could obtain a temperature almost down to absolute zero. But at the longer ranges, it wasn't so cold due to leakage into the atmosphere. Well, even at 2 miles, I could produce a local temperature of 300 degrees below zero. Tell me, what was the source of your cold? Liquid helium. Those cylinders contain, or rather they did contain, for I expect that Koskov had to empty them. I used to have helium in a liquid state. Hey, where's your compressor? I didn't have to use one. Developed a cold light under whose rays helium would liquefy and remain in a state of equilibrium until exposed to light rays. Those cylinders had merely enough pressure to force the liquid out to where the sun could hit it. Then they turned to gas, dropping the temperature at the first focal point of the reflection to absolute zero. When I had this much done, Koskov and I packed the whole apparatus here, and we were ready for work. We were on the path of the transcontinental airmail. I bided my time until an especially valuable shipment was to be made. My plans, which worked perfectly, were to freeze the plane in midair and then rob the wreck. I heard of a jewel shipment the TAC was to carry, and I planned to get it. When the plane came over, Koskov and I brought it down. The unsuspected presence of another plane upset us a little. I started to bring that one down, too. But we'd been all over this country, and I knew there was no place that a plane could land, so I let it go on in safety. Well, thank you for that, replied Carnes with a grimace. Well, we robbed the wreck, and we found 2 packets. One, the jewels I was after, the other a sealed packet, which proved to contain certain War Department plans. That was when I learned who Koskov really was. I'd hired him in San Francisco as a good mechanic who had no principles. He was to get 1/4 of the loot. When we found these plans, though, he told me who he really was. He was a Russian secret agent, and he wanted to deliver the plans to Russia. Well, I may be a thief and a murderer, but I'm not yet ready to betray my country, so I told him so. He offered me almost any price for those plans, but I wouldn't listen. We had a serious disagreement. Well, he overpowered me and bound me. We had a radio set here. He called San Francisco and sent some coded message. Think he was waiting here for someone to come. If we'd followed our original plans, we'd have been miles from here before you even arrived. He had me bound and helpless, as he thought, but I worked my bonds loose a little. I made sure not to let him know it, because I knew that the plane I had let get away would guide a party here. I thought I might be able to help out. When he came and attacked the house, I worked at my bonds until they were loose enough to throw off. I saw Koskov stop my cold apparatus to working, and then he quit because he ran out of helium. When he started shooting again, I worked my way out of my bonds, and I tackled him to the ground. He was a better man than I gave him credit for, or else he suspected me. But just about the time I grabbed him, he whirled around and struck me over the head with his gun barrel, and he tore my face open. The blow stunned me. When I came to, I was thrown into this corner. I was going to have another try at it, but I guess she rushed him too fast. He turned and ran for the tunnel, but as he did so, shot me through my body. Guess I didn't look dead enough to suit him. You gentlemen broke open the door and came in. And that's about it. Oh, no, it isn't, not by a long shot, exclaimed Dr. Bird. Where is that cold light apparatus of yours? It's in the tunnel. How'd you get into it? If you open that cupboard on the wall, you'll find an open knife switch on it. Just close it. Dr. Bird found the switch, and did so. And as he did, the cabin rocked on its foundations, and both Carnes and Walter were thrown to the ground. The thought of a detonation deep in the earth came to their ears. "Hey, what was that?" cried the doctor. "That," replied Smith with a smile, "was the detonation of 200 pounds of TNT. When you dig down into the underground cave where we use the cold light apparatus, you'll find it in fragments. That was my only child, and I'll sure as hell take it with me." As he finished, his head slumped forward on his chest. With an exclamation of dismay, Dr. Bird sprang forward and tried to lift his prostrate form. Then, in annoyance, the doctor tightened his grip on the dying man's shoulder, but Smith had collapsed into a heap. Dr. Bird bent forward and tore open his shirt and listened to his chest. He then straightened up. "He is gone," he said sadly. "I guess the results of his genius have died with him. He doesn't strike me as a man who left too much to chance. Barnes, is that your case completed?" "Yeah, very satisfactorily, Doctor. I have both of the lost packets." "All right, then. Come back to the wreck and help me with my burros. I can make my way back to Fallon without a guide." Where are you going, Doctor?" "That, Carnes, my dear friend, is none of your goddamn business. Permit me to remind you that I am on my vacation. I haven't decided yet just where I'm going, but I can tell you one thing. It's going to be somewhere where you can't call me on the phone." The Ray of Madness by Captain S.P. Meek. A knock sounded at the door of Dr. Bird's private laboratory in the Bureau of Standards. The famous scientist paid no attention to the interruption, but rather bent his head lower over the spectroscope with which he was working. The knock was repeated with a quality of quiet insistence upon recognition. The doctor smothered an exclamation of impatience and strode over to the door and threw it open to the knocker. "Hello, Carnes," he exclaimed as he recognized his visitor. "Come in, sit down. Keep your mouth shut for a few minutes. I'm busy just now, but I'll be free soon." "There's no hurry, Doctor," replied Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service as he entered the room and sat on the edge of the doctor's desk. "I haven't got a case up my sleeve this time. Just came in for a little chat." "All right, glad to see you. Read the latest volume of Zeitschrift for a while? That article of Von Bayer's has got me guessing, all right." Carnes picked up the indicated volume and settled himself to read. The doctor bent over his apparatus. Time and again he made minute adjustments and gave vent to muttered exclamations of annoyance at the results he'd obtained. Half an hour later he rose from his chair with a sigh and turned to his visitor once again. "Well, what do you think of Von Bayer's alleged discovery?" he asked the operative. "That's too deep for me, Doctor," replied Carnes. "All I can make out of it is that he claims to have discovered a new element named lunium, and hasn't been able to isolate it yet. Is there anything remarkable about that? Seems to me I've read of other new elements being discovered from time to time." "Well, there's nothing remarkable about the discovery of a new element by the spectroscopic method," replied Dr. Bird. "We know from Mendeleff's table that there are a number of elements which we have not discovered as of yet. Several of the ones we know were first detected by the spectroscope. The thing which puzzles me is that so brilliant a man as Von Bayer claims to have discovered it in the spectra of the moon, whose name, lunium, is taken from Luna, the moon." "Why not the moon? Haven't several elements been discovered in the spectra of stars?" "Well, certainly. The classic example is Lockyer's discovery of an orange line in the spectra of the Sun in 1868. No known terrestrial element gave such a line, and he named the new element, which he deduced helium, from Helos, the Sun. The element helium was first isolated by Ramsay some 27 years later. Other elements have been found in the spectra of stars, but, the point I'm making is that the Sun and the stars are incandescent bodies, and can be logically expected to show the characteristic lines of their constituent elements in their spectrum. But the moon is a cold body, without an atmosphere, and is visible only by reflected lines. The element, lunium, may exist in the moon, but the manifestations which von Baer has observed must be not from the moon, but from the source of the reflected light which he spectroanalyzed. Oh, you are over my depth here, Doctor. Well, I'm over my own. I've tried to follow von Baer's reasoning, and I've tried to check his findings. Well, twice this evening I thought I caught a momentary glimpse of the screen of my fluoroscope of the ultraviolet line which he reports of characteristic of lunium, but I'm not yet certain. Haven't been able to photograph it yet. He notes in his article that the line seems to be quite impermanent and fades so rapidly that an accurate measurement of its wavelength is almost impossible. However, let's drop the subject. Hey, how'd you like your new assignment? Well, that's all right. I'd rather be back on my old work, though. I haven't seen you since you were assigned to the presidential detail. Yeah, I suppose you fellas are pretty busy getting ready for Premier McDougal's visit. Well, I doubt he'll come, replied Khan soberly. Things are not exactly ideal for a visit of that sort just now. Dr. Bird sat back in his chair in surprise. I thought the whole thing was arranged. The press seems to think so at any rate. Well, everything is arranged, but arrangements may be cancelled. Don't be surprised to hear that they were. Carnes, replied Dr. Bird gravely, you've either said too much or too little. There's something more to this than appears on the surface. If it's none of my business, don't hesitate to tell me so and I'll forget what you said. But if I can help you any, speak up. Carnes puffed meditatively at his pipe for a few minutes before replying. It's really none of your business, Doctor, he said at length. Yet I know that a corpse is a chatterbox compared to you when you're told anything in confidence. And I really do need to unload my mind. It's been kept from the press so far, but I don't know how long it can be muzzled. Well, in strict confidence, the President of the United States acts as though he were crazy. Well, quite a section of the press has claimed that for a long time, replied Dr. Bird with a twinkle in his eye. I don't mean crazy in that way, Doctor. I mean, really crazy. Bugs, nuts, bats in his belfry. Dr. Bird then whistled softly. Yeah, sure, Carnes, he asked. Well, sure as may be. Both of his physicians think so. Well, they were non-committal for a while, especially as the first attack waned and he seemed to recover. When his second attack came on more violently than the first, and the president began to act queerly, they had to take the presidential detail into their confidence. He's been quietly examined by some of the greatest psychiatrists in the country, but none of them have ventured on a positive verdict as to the nature of the malady. Well, they admit, of course, that it exists, but they won't classify it. Well, the fact that it's intermittent seems to have them stumped. He was bad a month ago, but then he recovered and became, to all appearances, normal for a time. About a week ago, he began to show strange symptoms again, and now he's getting worse daily. If he goes on getting worse for another week, it'll have to be announced that the vice president should take over the duties of the head of the government. What are the symptoms? Well, the first we noticed was a failing of his memory. Coupled with this was a restlessness and a habit of nocturnal prowling. He tosses continually on his bed and mutters, and at times leaps up and rages back and forth in his bedchamber, howling and raging. Then he'll calm down and compose himself and go to sleep, only to wake in half an hour and go through the same performance. It's pretty ghastly for the man on night guard. Well, how does he act in the daytime? Oh, he's heavy and lethargic. His memory becomes a complete blank at times, and he talks wildly. Those are the times we must guard against. Overwork? Queried the doctor. Not according to his physicians. His physical health is splendid, his appetite unusually keen. He takes his exercise regularly and suffers no ill health except for a little eye trouble. At this, Dr. Bird leapt to his feet. Right, tell me more about his eye trouble, Carnes, he demanded. Why, I don't know much about it, Doctor. Admiral Clay told me that it was nothing but a mild ophthalmia which should yield readily to treatment. That was when he told me to see the shades of the president's study were partially drawn to keep the direct sunlight out. Ophthalmia be damned. Tell me, what does his eyes look like? Well, they are rather red and swollen and a little bloodshot. Well, he has a tendency to shut them while he's talking. He avoids light as much as possible. Well, I hadn't noticed anything strange about it. Carnes, did you ever see a case of snow blindness? The operative looked up in surprise. Well, yes, I have. Had it myself once in Maine. Well, now that you mention it, his case does look like snow blindness, but such a thing is absurd in Washington in August. Dr. Bird rummaged in his desk and drew out a book, which he consulted for a moment. Now, Carnes, he said, I want some dates from you, and I want them accurately. Don't guess, for a great deal may depend on the accuracy of your answers. Now, when was this mental disability on the part of the President first noticed? Carnes drew a pocket diary from his coat and consulted it. The 17th of July, he replied. That is, we are sure, in view of later developments, that was the first date it came on. We didn't realize that anything was wrong until the 20th. On the night of the 19th, the President slept very poorly, getting up and creating a disturbance twice. And on the 20th, he acted so strange that it was necessary to cancel 3 conferences. Dr. Bird checked off the dates on the book before him and nodded. Go on, he said, and described the progress of the malady by days. Well, he got progressively worse until the night of the 23rd. On the 24th, he was no worse, and on the 25th, a slight improvement was noticed. He got steadily better until by the 3rd or 4th of August, he was apparently normal. After the 12th, he began to show signs of restlessness, which have increased daily during the past week. Last night, the 19th, he slept only a few minutes, and Brady, who was on guard, said that his howls were terrible. His memory has been almost a total blank today, and all of his appointments were cancelled, ostensibly because of his eye trouble. If it gets any worse, it probably will be necessary to inform the country as to his true condition. When Carnes had finished, Dr. Bird sat for a time in concentrated thought. Well, you, did exactly right in coming to me, Carnes, he said presently. I don't think that this is a job for a doctor at all. I believe that it needs a physicist and a chemist and possibly a detective to cure him. Right. Let's get busy. What do you mean, Doctor? Demanded Carnes. You think that some exterior force is causing the President's disability? Well, I think nothing, Carnes, replied the doctor grimly. But I intend to know something before I'm through. Now, don't ask for explanations. This is not the time for talk. No, it's the time for action. Now, can you get me into the White House tonight? Well, I doubt it, Doctor, but I'll try. What excuse shall I give? I'm supposed to have told you anything about the President's illness. We'll get Bolton, your chief, on the phone and tell him that you've talked to me when you shouldn't have. Oh, he'll blow up, but after he's through exploding, tell him that I smell a rat, that I want him down here at once with carte blanche authority to do as I see fit in the White House. And if he makes any fuss about it, remind him of the fact that he's considered me crazy several times in the past, but eventually sure that I was right. If he won't play ball after that, let me talk to him. All right, Doctor, replied Carnes as he picked up the scientist's telephone and gave the number of the home of the Chief of the Secret Service. I'll try to bully him out of it. He has a good deal of confidence in your ability. Half an hour later, the door of Dr. Bird's laboratory opened suddenly to admit Bolton. Hello, Doctor, exclaimed the Chief. What the hell have you got on your mind now? I ought to skin Carnes alive for talking out of turn, but, well, if you really do have an idea, I'll forgive him. Now, what do you suspect? Well, I suspect several things, Bolton, but I haven't got the time to tell you what they are. I want to get quietly into the White House as promptly as possible. Well, that's easy, replied Bolton. But first, I want to know what the objective of the visit is. Well, the objective is to see what I can find out. My ideas are entirely too nebulous to attempt to lay them out before you just now. You've never worked directly with me on a case before. The Carnes can tell you that I have my own methods of working, that I won't spill my ideas until I have something more definite to go on than I have at present. The doctor's right, Chief, said Carnes. He has an idea all right, but wild horses won't drag it out of him until he's ready to talk. You'll have to take him on faith, as I always do. Bolton hesitated a moment, and then shrugged his shoulders. "Well, have it your own way, Doctor," he said. "Your reputation, both as a scientist and as an unraveler of tangled skins, is too good for me to boggle about your methods. Tell me what you want, and I'll try my best to get it." "I want to get into the White House without undue prominence being given to my movements, and listen outside the President's door for a short time. Later, I will want to examine his sleeping quarters carefully and to make a few tests. Look, I may be entirely wrong in my assumptions, but I believe that there's something there that requires my attention." "Well, come along," said Bolton. "I'll get you in and let you listen, but the rest we'll have to do to trust to luck on. You may have to wait until morning." "Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it," replied the doctor. "I'll get a little stuff together that we may need." A few moments later, he packed some apparatus in a bag and, taking up it and an instrument case, he followed Bolton and Carnes down the stairs and out into the grounds of the Bureau of Standards. Part 2. "It's a beautiful moon, isn't it?" he observed. Carnes assented absently to the doctor's remark, but Bolton paid no attention to the luminous disk overhead, which was flooding the landscape with its mellow light. "My car is waiting," he announced. "All right, old man, but stop for a moment and admire this moon," protested the doctor. "Have you ever seen a finer one?" "Come on and leave the moon alone," snorted Bolton. "Oh, my dear man, I absolutely refuse to move a step until you pause in your headlong devotion to duty and pay the homage due to Lady Luna. Don't you realize, you benighted fool, that you are gazing upon what has been held to be a deity, or at least a visible manifestation of deity, for ages immemorial? Haven't you ever had time to study the history of the moon-worshipping gods? They're as old as mankind, you know. The worship of Isis was really only an exalted type of moon worship. The crescent moon, you may remember, was one of her most sacred emblems." Bolton paused and looked at the doctor suspiciously. "What are you doing? Pulling my leg?" he demanded. "Oh, not at all, my dear fellow. Carnes, does the sight of the glowing orb of night influence you to pious meditation upon the frailty of human life and the insignificance of human ambition?" "Well, not to any very great degree," replied Carnes dryly. "Oh, Carnesy, old man, I fear that you're a crass materialist. I'm beginning to lose hope of ever teaching you any respect for the finer and subtler things of life. Well, I must try, though, Bolton. Bolton, have you ever seen a finer moon? Remember that I won't move a step until you've carefully considered the matter and fully answered my question." Bolton looked first at the doctor, then at Carnes, and finally he looked reluctantly at the moon. "Well, it's a fine one," he admitted, "but all full moons look large on clear nights at this time of the year." "Then you have studied the moon," cried Dr. Bird with delight. "Oh, I was sure." He broke off his speech then, suddenly, and listened. From a distance came the mournful howl of a dog. It was answered in a moment by another howl from a different direction. Dog after dog took up the chorus until the air was filled with the melancholy wailing of the animals. "See, Bolton," remarked the doctor, "even the dogs feel the chastened influence of the Lady of Night, and repent of the sins of their youth and the follies of their manhood. Or should one say doghood? Come along, I feel that the call of duty must tear us away from the contemplation of the beauties of nature." He then led the way to Bolton's car and got in without further words. Half an hour later, Bolton led the way into the White House. A word to the Secret Service operative on guard at the door admitted him and his party, and he led the way to the newly constructed solarium where the President slept. An operative stood outside the door. "What word, Brady?" asked Bolton in a whisper. He seems worse, sir. I doubt if he slept at all. Admiral Clay has been in several times, but he didn't do much good. There, listen. The President's getting up again." From behind the closed door which confronted them came sounds of a person rising from a bed and pacing the floor, slowly at first, and then more and more rapidly, until it was almost a run. A series of groans came to the watchers, and then a long, drawn-out howl. Bolton shuddered. "Ah, poor devil," he muttered. Dr. Bird shot a quick glance around. Where is Admiral Clay?" he asked. "He's sleeping upstairs. Shall I call him?" No, take me to his room." The President's naval physician opened the door in response to Bolton's knock. "Is he worse?" he demanded anxiously. "I don't think so, Admiral," replied Bolton. "I want to introduce you now to Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards. He wants to talk to you about the case." "Well, I'm honored, Doctor," said the physician as he grasped the scientist's outstretched hand. "Oh, come in. Pardon my appearance, but I was startled out of a doze when you knocked. Now have a chair and tell me how I can serve you." Dr. Bird drew a notebook from his pocket. "I've received certain dates in connection with the President's malady from operative currents here," he said, "and I wish you to verify them." "Well, pardon me a moment, Doctor," interrupted the Admiral, "but may I ask what is your connection with the matter? I was not aware that you were a physician or a surgeon." "Well, Dr. Bird's here by the authority of the Secret Service," replied Bolton. "He has no connection with the medical treatment of the President, but permit me to remind you that the Secret Service is responsible for the safety of the President, and so have a right to demand such details about him as are necessary for his proper protection." "Oh, I have no intention in obstructing you in the proper performance of your duties, Mr. Bolton," began the Admiral stiffly. "Well, pardon me, Admiral," broke in Dr. Bird. "It seems to me that we're getting started wrong here. I suspect that certain exterior forces are more or less concerned in this case, and I've communicated my suspicions to Mr. Bolton here. He in turn brought me here in order to request from you your cooperation in the matter. We have no idea of demanding anything, and are really seeking help which we believe you can give us." "Pardon me, Admiral," said Bolton. "I had no intention of angering you." "Oh, I'm at your service, gentlemen," replied Admiral Clay. "Now, what information did you wish, Doctor?" "Well, at first merely a verification of the history of the case as I have it." Dr. Bird then read the notes he'd taken down from Carnes, and the Admiral nodded in agreement. "Those dates are correct," he said. "Now, Admiral, there are two further points on which I must get enlightenment. The first is the ophthalmia, which is troubling the patient." "Well, there's nothing to be alarmed about as far as symptoms go, Doctor," replied the Admiral. "It is a rather mild case of irritation, somewhat analogous to granuloma, but rather stubborn. He had an attack several weeks ago, and while it didn't yield to treatment as readily as I could have wished, it did clear up nicely in a couple of weeks, and I was quite surprised at this recurrent attack. But his sight is in no danger." "And have you tried to connect this ophthalmia with his mental aberrations?" "Why, no, Doctor. There is no connection." "Are you sure?" "I am certain. The slight pain which his eyes give him could never have such an effect upon the mind of so able and energetic a man as he is." "Well, we'll let that pass for a moment. My other question is this. Has he any form of skin trouble?" Well, the Admiral looked up in surprise. Yes, he has," he admitted. "Well, I'd mentioned it to no one, for it really amounts to nothing, but, well, he has a slight attack of some obscure form of dermatitis, which I'm treating. It's affecting only his face and hands." Please describe it." "It has taken the form of a brown pigmentation on the hands. On the face it causes a slight itching and subsequent peeling of the affected areas." "So, in other words, it's acting like a sunburn?" "Why, yes, somewhat. It's not that, however, for he's been exposed to the sun very little lately, well, on account of his eyes." "I noticed that he's sleeping in the new solarium, which was added last winter to the executive mansion. Can you tell me with what type of glass it's equipped?" "Yeah, it's not equipped with glass at all, rather with fused quartz. When did he start to sleep there? As soon as it was completed. And all the time the windows have been infused quartz? No. They were glazed at first, but the glass was removed and the fused quartz substituted at my suggestion about 2 months ago. Well, just before this trouble started. Well, thank you, Admiral. You've given me several things to think about. My ideas are a little too nebulous to share as yet, but I think I can give you one piece of very sound advice. The President is spending a very restless night right now. If you'd remove him from the solarium and get him to lie down in a room which is glazed with ordinary glass, and pull down the shades so that you'll be in the dark, I think you'll pass a better night. Admiral Clay looked keenly into the piercing black eyes of the doctor. I know something of you by reputation, Bird, he said slowly, and I will follow your advice. Will you tell me why you make this particular suggestion? So that I can work in that solarium tonight without interruption, replied Dr. Bird. I have some tests which I wish to carry out while it's still dark. If my results are negative, forget what I've told you. If they yield any information, I'll be glad to share it with you at the proper time. Now, get the President out of that solarium and tell me when the coast is clear. The Admiral donned a dressing gown and stepped out of the room. He returned 15 minutes later. Well, the solarium is at your disposal, Doctor, he announced. Shall I accompany you? Oh, if you wish, assented Dr. Bird as he picked up his apparatus and strode out of the room. In the solarium, he glanced quickly around, noting the position of each of the articles of furniture. Well, I presume that the President always sleeps with his head in this direction, he remarked, pointing to the pillow on the disturbed bed. The Admiral nodded. Dr. Bird opened the bag which he'd packed in his laboratory, took out a sheet of cardboard covered with a metallic-looking substance, and placed it on the pillow. He stepped back and donned a pair of smoked glasses, watching it intently. Without a word, he took off the glasses and handed them to the Admiral. The Admiral then donned them and looked at the pillow. And as he did so, an exclamation broke from his lips. What? That plate, it seems to glow, he said in an astonished voice. Dr. Bird stepped forward and laid his hand on the pillow. He was wearing a wristwatch with a radiolite dial. The substance suddenly increased its luminescence and began to glow fiercely, long, luminous streamers seeming to come from the dial. The doctor took his hand away and substituted a bottle of liquid for the plate on the pillow. Immediately the bottle began to glow with a phosphorescent light. What on earth is it? Gasped Carnes. Excitation of a radioactive fluid, replied the doctor. The question is, what is exciting it? Now, somebody get a stepladder. While Bolton was gone after the ladder, the doctor took from his bag what looked like an ordinary pane of glass. Here, take this, Carnes, he directed, and start holding it over each of those panes of quartz, which you can reach, that is, and stop when I tell you to. The operative held the glass over each of the panes in succession, but the doctor, who kept his eyes covered with the smoked glass and fastened on the plate which he replaced on the pillow, said nothing. When Bolton arrived with the ladder, this process went on. One end and most of the front of the solarium had been covered before an exclamation from the doctor halted the work. Yeah, that's the one, he exclaimed. Now hold the glass there for a moment. Hurriedly he removed the plate from the pillow and replaced the phial of liquid. There was only a very feeble glow. Good enough, he cried. Take away the glass, but mark that pane and be ready to replace it when I give the word. From the instrument case he'd brought, he took out a spectroscope. He turned back the mattress and mounted it on the bedstead. Right, cover that pane, he directed. Carnes did so, and the doctor swung the receiving tube of the instrument until it pointed at the covered pane. He glanced into the eyepiece, then held a tiny flashlight for an instant opposite the third tube. Right, uncover that pane, he said. Carnes took down the glass plate, and the doctor gazed into the instrument, then made some adjustments. You familiar with spectroscopy, Admiral? He asked.
Somewhat.
Right. Take a squint in here and tell me what you see. The Admiral applied his eye to the instrument and looked long and earnestly.
There are some lines there, Doctor, he said, but your instrument is badly out of adjustment. They're in what should be the ultraviolet sector, according to your scale.
I forgot to tell you that this is a fluoroscopic spectroscope designed for the detection of ultraviolet lines, replied Dr. Bird. Those lines you see are ultraviolet, made visible to the eye by the activation of a radioactive compound whose rays in turn impinge on a zinc blende sheet. Now, you recognize those lines?
No, I don't.
Small wonder. I doubt there are a dozen people in the whole world who would. Well, I've never seen them before, although I recognize them from descriptions that I've read. Hey, Bolton, come here. Sight along this instrument and look through that plate of glass which Carnes is holding, and tell me what office that window belongs to. Bolton sighted as directed up at the side of the State, War and Navy building.
Can't tell exactly at this time of night, Doctor, he said,
but I'll go into the building and find out.
Please do so. Hey, you have a flashlight?
Yeah.
Now, flash it momentarily out of each of the suspected windows in turn, till you get an answering flash from here. When you do, flash it out of each pane of glass in the window, until you get another flash from here. Then come back and tell me what the office is. Mark the pane, so we can locate it again in the morning. Part 3. Now, it's the office of the Assistant to the Adjutant General of the Army, reported Bolton 10 minutes later. What's there in the room? Nothing but the usual desks and chairs. I suspected as much. The window is merely a reflector. That's all we can get for tonight, gentlemen. Admiral, keep your patient quiet in a room with glass windows, preferably with the shades drawn until further notice. Bolton, meet me here with Carnes at sunrise. Have a picked detail of 10 men standing by where you can get hold of them in a hurry. In the meantime, get the Chief of the Air Service out of bed and have him order a plane at Langley Field to be ready to take off at 6 a.m. But he's not to take off, though, until I give him orders to do so. You understand? Everything will be ready for you, Doctor. But I confess that I don't know what this is all about. It's the biggest case you've ever tackled, old man, and I hope that we can pull it off successfully. I'd like to go over it with you now, but I'll be busy at the bureau for the rest of the night. Drop me off there, will you? At sunrise the next morning, Bolton met Dr. Bird at the entrance to the White House grounds. Where's your detail? He asked. In the State, War and Navy building. Good. I want to go to the solarium, put a light on the place where the president's pillow was last night, and mark that pane of quartz we were looking through. Then we'll join the detail. Dr. Bird placed the light and walked with Carnes across the White House grounds. Bolton's badge secured admission to the State, War and Navy building for the party, and they made their way to the office of the Assistant to the Adjutant General. Did you mark the pane of glass through which you flashed your light last night, Bolton? Asked the doctor. The detective touched one of the panes. Good, the doctor exclaimed. I noticed that this window has hooks for a window washer's belt. Get a life belt, will you? When the belt was brought, the doctor turned to Carnes. Carnes, he said, hook on this lifesaver and climb out on the window ledge. Take this piece of apparatus with you. He handed Carnes a piece of apparatus which looked like 2 telescopes fastened to a base, with a screw adjustment for altering the angles of the barrels. Carnes took it and looked at it inquiringly. That is what I was making at the bureau last night, explained Dr. Bird. is a device which will enable me to locate the source of the beam which was reflected from this pane of glass onto the president's pillow. I'll show you how to work it. You know that when light is reflected, the angle of reflection always equals the angle of incidence? Well, you place these 3 feet against the pane of glass, thus putting the base of the instrument in a plane parallel to the pane of glass. By turning these 2 knobs, one of which gives lateral and the other vertical adjustment, you'll be able to manipulate the instrument until the first telescope is pointing directly toward the president's pillow. Now notice that the 2 telescope barrels are fastened together and are connected to the knobs, so that when the knobs are turned, the scopes are turned in equal and opposite amounts. When one is turned from its present position 5 degrees to the west, the other automatically turns 5 degrees to the east. When one is elevated, the other is correspondingly depressed. Thus, when the first tube points down toward the pillow, the other will point toward the source of the reflected beam.
Clever, noted Bolton.
It's rather crude and may not be accurate enough to locate the source exactly, but at least it will give us a pretty good idea of where to look. Given time, a much more accurate instrument could have been made, but 2 telescopic rifle sights and a theodolite base were all the materials I could find to work with. Now, climb out, Carnes, and do your thing.
Carnes climbed out of the window and fastened the hooks of the lifesaver to the rings set in the window casings. He sat the base of the instrument against the pane of glass and manipulated the telescope knobs as Dr. Bird signaled from the inside. The scientist was hard to please with the adjustment, but at last the crosshairs of the first telescope were centered on the light in the solarium. He changed its position and stared through the second tube.
The angle is too acute and the distance too great for accuracy, he said with an air of disappointment. The beam comes from the roof of a house down along Pennsylvania Avenue, but I can't tell from here which one it is. Now, take a look, Bolton.
The chief of the Secret Service stared through the telescope.
I couldn't be sure, Doctor, he replied.
I can see something on the roof of one of the houses, but
I can't tell what it is, and I couldn't tell the house when I got in front of it.
It won't do to make a false move here, said the doctor.
Now, did you arrange for that plane?
It's waiting your orders at the field, Doctor.
Good. I'll go up to the office of the Chief of Air Service and get in touch with the pilot over the Chief's private line. There are some orders that I wish to give him and some signals to be arranged.
Dr. Bird returned a few minutes later.
All right, the plane is taking off now and will soon be over the city, he announced. We'll take a stroll down the avenue until we're in the vicinity of the house, and then wait for the plane. Carnes will take 5 of your men and go down behind the house, and the rest of us will go in the front. Now, which building do you think it is, Bolton?
About the 4th from the corner.
All right, the men going down the back will take station behind the house next to the corner, and the rest of us will get in front of the same building. When the plane comes over, watch it. If you receive no signal, go to the next house and wait for him to make a loop and come over you again. Continue this until the pilot throws a white parachute over. That's the signal that we're covering the right house. When you get that signal, Carnes, leave 2 men outside and break in with the other 3. Get that apparatus on the roof and the men who are operating it. Bolton and I will attack the front door at the same time. Right. Does everybody understand?
Murmurs of assent came from the detail.
All right, let's go. Carnes, lead out with your men and go half a block ahead so that the 2 parties will arrive in position at about the same time.
Carnes left the building with 5 of the operatives. Dr. Bird and Bolton waited for a few minutes and then started down Pennsylvania Avenue, the 5 men of their squad following at intervals. For 3/4 of a mile, they sauntered down the street.
Right, that should be it, Doctor, said Bolton. I think so. And here comes our plane.
They watched the swift scout plane from Langley Field swing down low over the house and then swoop up into the sky again without making a sound. The party walked down the street 1 house more and then paused. Again, the plane swept over them without a sign. As they stopped in front of the next house,
A white parachute flew from the cockpit of the plane, and the aircraft, its mission accomplished, veered off to the south towards its hangar.
"Ah, this is the place," cried Bolton. "Haggerty and Johnson, you two cover the street. Beamish, take the lower door. The rest come with me."
Followed closely by Dr. Bird and 2 operatives, Bolton sprinted across the street and up the steps leading to the main entrance of the house. The door was barred, and he hurled his weight against it without result. "Step aside, Bolton," snapped Dr. Bird. The diminutive chief drew aside, and Dr. Bird's 200 pounds of bone and muscle crashed against the door. The lock gave, and the doctor barely saved himself from sprawling headlong onto the hall floor. A woman's scream rang out, and the doctor swore under his breath. "Right, upstairs, to the roof." Followed by the rest of the party, he sprinted up the stairway which opened before him. Just as he reached the top, his way was barred by an Amazonian figure in a green bathrobe. "Who the devil are you?" demanded an outraged voice.
"Police," snapped Bolton. "Step aside."
"What side is it?" demanded the fiery-haired Amazon.
"The devil will stop you until you tell me your business. What the devil are you doing in the house of a respectable female at this hour of the morning?"
"To one side, I tell you," cried Bolton, as he strove to push past the figure that barred his way.
"Ah, you would you, little man?"
demanded the woman as she grasped Bolton by the collar and shook him as a terrier would a rat. Dr. Bird stifled his laughter with difficulty and seized her by the arm. With a heave on Bolton's collar, she raised him from the ground and swung him against the doctor, knocking him off his feet.
"Help! Police! Murder!"
she screamed at the top of her voice. "Damn it, woman! Look, we're on it!" Dr. Bird's voice was cut short by the sound of a pistol shot from the roof, followed by 2 others. The woman dropped Bolton and slumped into a sitting position and screamed lustily. Bolton and Dr. Bird, with the 2 operatives at their heels, then raced for the roof. Before they reached it, another volley of shots rang out, these sounding from the rear of the building. They made their way to the upper floor and found a ladder running to a skylight in the roof. At the foot of the ladder stood one of Carnes' party.
"What is it, Williams?" demanded Bolton.
"I don't know, Chief. Carnes and the other 2 went up there. Then I heard shooting. My orders was to let no one come down the ladder." As he spoke, Carnes' head appeared at the skylight.
"That's the right place, all right, Doctor," he called. "Come on up. The shooting's all over."
Dr. Bird mounted the ladder and stepped out onto the roof. Set on one edge was a large piece of apparatus, toward which the scientist eagerly hastened. He bent over it for a few moments and then straightened up.
"Hey, where's the operator?"
he asked. Carnes silently led the way to the edge of the roof and pointed down. Dr. Bird leaned over. At the foot of the fire escape, he saw a crumpled, dark heap, with a Secret Service operative bending over it.
"Is he dead, Olmsted?" called Carnes.
"Dead as a mackerel," came the reply. "Richards got him through the head on his first shot."
"Right. Good business," said Dr. Bird.
"Probably could never have secured a conviction, and the matter is best hushed up anyway. Bolton, have 2 of your men help me get this apparatus up to the bureau. I want to examine it a little. Have the body taken to the morgue and shut up the press. Find out which room the chap occupied and search it, and bring all of his papers to me. Now, from a criminal standpoint, the case is settled, but I want to look into the scientific end of this a little more."
"Well, I'd like to know what it was all about, Doctor," protested Bolton. "Now, I've followed your lead blindly, and now I have a housebreaking without search warrant and a killing to explain, and still I'm about as much in the dark as I was at the beginning."
"Excuse me, Bolton," said Dr. Bird contritely. "I didn't mean to slight you. Admiral Clay wants to know about it, and so does Carnes, although he knows me too well to say so. Now, as soon as I've digested the case, I'll let you know, and I'll go over the whole thing with you." Part 4. A week later, Dr. Bird sat in conference with the President in the executive office of the White House. Beside him sat Admiral Clay, Carnes, and Bolton. "I've told the President as much as I know, Doctor," said the Admiral, "and he'd like to hear the details from your lips. He's fully recovered from his malady, and there's no danger of exciting him." "Well, I cannot read Russian," said Dr. Bird slowly, "and so was forced to depend on one of my assistants to translate the papers which Mr. Bolton found in Stokowski's room. There's nothing in them to definitely connect him with the Russian Union of Soviet republics, but there's little doubt in my mind that he was a Red agent and that Russia supplied the money which he spent. It would be disastrous to Russia's plans to have too close an accord between this country and Britain, and I have no doubt that the coming visit of Premier MacDougall was the underlying cause of this attempt. And that's it for the reason. Now, as to how I came to suspect what was happening, the explanation is very simple. When Carnes first told me of your malady, Mr. President, I happened to be checking von Bayer's results in the alleged discovery of a new element, lunium. In the article describing his experiments, von Bayer mentions that when he tried to observe the spectra, he encountered a mild form of ophthalmia, which was quite stubborn to treat. And he also mentions a peculiar mental imbalance and intense exhilaration which the rays seemed to cause both in himself and his assistants. The analogy between his observations and your case struck me at once. For ages the moon has been an object of worship by various religious sects, and some of those obscene orgies of which we have record occurred in the moonlight. The moon seems to affect dogs to a state of partial hypnosis, with a consequent howling and evident pain in the eyes. And certain feeble-minded persons have been known to be adversely affected by moonlight, as well as some cases of complete mental aberration. In other words, while moonlight has no practical effect on the normal human in its usual concentration, it does have an adverse effect on certain types of mentality, and that despite the laughter of medical science, there seems to be something in the theory of moon madness. Now, this effect von Bayer attributed to the emanations of lunium, the element which he detected in the spectra of the moon, in the form of a wide band in the ultraviolet region. I obtained from Carnes a history of your case. When I found that your attacks grew violent with the full moon and subsided with the new moon, I was sure that I was on the right track. Although I had I had no way of knowing whether it was from natural or artificial causes that the effect was being produced. I interviewed Admiral Clay and found that you were suffering from a form of dermatitis resembling sunburn. That convinced me that an attack was being made on your sanity, for an excess of ultraviolet light will always tend to produce sunburn. I inquired about the windows of your solarium. The ultraviolet light will not pass through a lead glass. When the Admiral told me that the glass had been replaced with fused quartz, which is quite permeable to ultraviolet, and that the change had been almost coincident with the start of your malady, I asked him to get you out of the solarium and let me examine it. By means of certain fluorescent substances which I used, I found that your pillow was being bathed in a flood of ultraviolet light, and the fluorospectroscope soon told me that lunium emanations were present in large quantities. These rays were not coming to you directly from their source, but one of the windows of the State War and Navy building, which was being used as a reflector. I located the approximate source of the ray by means of an improvised apparatus, and we surrounded the place. Stokowski was killed while attempting to escape, and I guess that's about all there is to it. "Well, thank you, Doctor," said the President. "I'd be interested in a description of the apparatus which you used to produce this effect." "Well, the apparatus was quite simple, sir. Merely a large collector of moonlight, which was thrown after a collection onto a lunium plate. The resultant emanations were turned into a parallel beam by a parabolic reflector and focused through a rock crystal lens with an extremely long focal length onto your pillow." "Then Stokowski has isolated von Bayer's new element?" asked the President. "I'm still in doubt whether it's a new element or merely an allotropic modification of the common element cadmium. The plate which he used has a very peculiar property. When moonlight or any other reflected light of the same composition falls on it, it acts on the ray much as the button of a Röntgen tube acts on a cathode ray, As the cathode ray is absorbed and an entirely new ray, the X-ray, is given off by the button, so is reflected moonlight absorbed and a new ray of ultraviolet light given off. This is the ray which von Baer detected. I thought I could catch traces of von Baer's lines in my spectroscope, and I think now that it's due to a trace of lunium in the cadmium plating of the barrels. Well, von Baer could have easily made the same mistake. Well, von Baer's work, together with Stokowski's, opens up an entirely new field of spectroscopic research. I give a good deal to go over to Baden and get into the matter with von Baer and make some plans for the exploitation of the new field. But, well, I'm afraid that my pocket wouldn't stand the trip. Well, I think that the United States owes you that trip, Dr. Bird, said the chief executive with a smile. Make your plans to go as soon as you get your data together. I think that the Treasury will be able to take care of the expense without raising the income tax next year.
In tonight's story, Dr. Bird and his friend Carnes unravel another criminal web of scientific mystery. The Black Lamp by Captain S.P. Meek. The clue, Carnes, said Dr. Bird slowly, lies in those windows. Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service shook his head before he glanced at the windows of the famous scientist's private laboratory on the top floor of the Bureau of Standards. I usually defer to your knowledge, Doctor, he said, but this time I think you're off on the wrong foot. If the thieves came in through the windows, what was their object in cutting that hole through the roof? The marks are very plain, and they indicate that the hole was cut in some manner from the inside. Dr. Bird smiled enigmatically.
That is too evident for discussion, he replied.
I grant you that the thieves entered from the roof, through that hole. After they'd secured their booty, they left by the same route. I presume that you've noticed the marks on the roof where an aircraft of some sort, probably a helicopter, landed and then took off. A much greater question is that of what they did before they landed and cut the hole. I don't follow your reasoning, Doctor. Carnes, that hole was cut through the roof with a heavy saw. In cutting it, the workers dislodged quite a little plaster which fell to the floor and must have made a great deal of noise. Why wasn't that noise heard? Well, it was heard. The watchman heard it, but knew that Lieutenant Breslau was working here, and he thought he'd made the noise. Well, surely. But why didn't Breslau hear it? How do we know that he didn't? He was taken to Walter Reed Hospital this morning with his mind an absolute blank and his tongue paralyzed. He must have seen the thieves, and they treated him in some way to ensure his silence. When he's able to talk, if he ever is, he'll probably give us a good description of them. Dr. Bird shook his head.
Too thin, Connie, oh dear, he said.
Breslau is a very intelligent young man. He was perfectly normal when I left him shortly after midnight last night. He was working alone in here on a device of the utmost military importance. On the desk is a push button which sets ringing a dozen gongs in the building. Surely a man of that type would have had sense enough when he saw or heard intruders cutting a hole through the roof to sound an alarm which would have brought every watchman on the grounds to his assistance. He must have been knocked out before the halt was started, probably before the helicopter's landing. How? Gas of some sort? Well, the windows were all closed and locked, and I've already ascertained that the gas and water lines have not been tampered with. Gas won't penetrate through a solid roof in sufficient concentration to knock out a man like that. It was something more subtle than gas. What was it?
I don't know yet.
The clue to what it was lies, as I told you, in those windows. Carnes moved over and surveyed the windows closely. I see nothing unusual about them except that they need washing rather badly.
Well, they were washed last Friday, but they do look rather dirty, don't they?
Suppose you take a rag and some scouring soap and clean up a pane. The detective took the proffered articles and started his task. He wet a pane of glass, rubbed up a thick lather of scouring soap, and applied it and rubbed vigorously. With clear water he washed the glass and then gave an exclamation of astonishment and examined it more closely.
"Oh, this isn't dirt, Doctor," he cried. "The glass seems to be fogged."
Dr. Bird chuckled.
So it seems," he admitted. "Now look at the rest of the glass around the laboratory."
Carnes looked around and then walked to a table littered with apparatus and examined a dozen pieces carefully.
"It's all fogged in exactly the same way, Doctor," he said.
"The only piece of clear glass in the room is that piece of plate glass on your desk." Dr. Bird picked up a hammer and struck the plate on his desk, a sharp blow. Carnes ducked instinctively, but the hammer rebounded harmlessly from the plate.
"This isn't glass, Carnes," said the doctor.
"That plate is made of vitrolene, a new product which I have developed. It looks like glass, but it has entirely different properties. It's of enormous strength and is quite insensitive to shock. It has one most peculiar property. While ultraviolet and longer rays will penetrate it quite readily, it's a perfect screen for X-rays and other rays of shorter wavelength. It appears to be the only piece of transparent substance in my laboratory which has not been fogged, as you call it."
"Do short waves fog glass, Doctor?"
"Oh, not as far as I know at present. But you must remember that very little work has been done with the short wavelengths. In the vast range of waves whose lengths lie between 0 and that of the X-ray, only a few points have been investigated and definitely plotted. There may be in that range a wavelength which will fog glass. Well, then your theory is that some sort of ray machine was put in operation before the helicopter landed?"
"Oh, it's too early to attempt any theorizing, Carnes.
Let us confine ourselves to the known facts. Lieutenant Breslau was normal at midnight and was working in this room. Sometime between then and 7 this morning, he underwent certain mental and physical changes which prevent him from telling us what he observed. During the same period, a hole was cut in the roof and things of great importance stolen. At the same time, all the glass in the laboratory became semi-opaque. The problem is to determine what connection there is between the three events. I'll handle the scientific end here, but there is some outside work to be done, and that'll be your share." "Give your orders, Doctor," said the detective briefly.
"Well, to understand what I'm driving at, I'll have to tell you what's been stolen. Now, naturally, this is highly confidential. Some rumors have leaked out as to my experiments with radite, as I've named the new radium-containing disintegrating explosive on which I've been working. But no one short of the Secretary of War and the Chief of Ordnance and certain of their selected subordinates knows that my experiments have been successful and that the United States is in a position to manufacture radite in almost unlimited quantities from the pitch-blende ore deposits of Wyoming and Nevada. The effects of radite will be catastrophic on the unfortunate victim on whom it is first used. The only thing left to do is to develop a gun from which radite shells could be fired with safety and precision. Ordinary propellant powders are too variable for this purpose, but I found that radite B, one form of my new explosive, can be used for propelling the shells from a gun. The ordinary gun will last only 2 or 3 rounds due to the erosive action of the radite charge on the barrel, and ordinary ordnance is heavier and more cumbersome than is necessary. When this was found to be the case, the Chief of Ordnance detailed Lieutenant Breslau, the Army's greatest expert on gun design, to work with me in an attempt to develop a suitable weapon. Breslau is a wizard at that sort of work, and has made a miniature working model of a gun with a vitrolene-lined barrel, which is capable of being fired with a miniature shell. The gun will stand up under the repeated firing of radite charges, and is very light and compact, and gives an accuracy of fire control heretofore deemed impossible. From this he planned to construct a larger weapon, which would fire a shell containing an explosive charge of 2 1/2 ounces of radite at a rate of fire of 200 shots per minute. The destructive effect of each shell will be greater than that of the ordinary high-explosive shell fired from a 16-inch mortar, and all of the shells can be landed inside a 200-foot circle at a range of 15 miles. The weight of the completed gun will be less than half a ton, exclusive of the firing platform. It is Breslau's working model which has been stolen. Carnes whistled softly between his teeth. The matter will have to be handled pretty delicately to avoid international complications, he said. It's hard to tell just where to look. There are a great many nations who will give any amount for a model of such a weapon. Well, the matter must be handled delicately, and also in absolute secrecy, Carnes. We're not yet ready to announce to the world the fact that we have such a weapon in our armory. It's the plan of the President to have a half-dozen of these weapons manufactured and given a demonstration of their terrible effectiveness to representatives of the powers of the world. Think what an argument the existence of such a weapon will be for the furtherance of his plans for disarmament and universal peace. Public sentiment will force disarmament on the world, for even the worst jingoists could no longer defend armaments in the face of America's offer to scrap these super engines of destruction and to destroy the plans from which they were made. If the model has fallen into the hands of any civilized power, the damage is not irreparable, for public opinion would force its surrender in return. Oh, it is among the uncivilized powers that our search must first be made. Well, that makes the problem of where to start more complicated. Oh, on the contrary, it simplifies it immensely. At the head of the uncivilized powers stands one which has the brains, the scientific knowledge, and the manufacturing facilities to make terrible use of such a weapon. In addition, the aim of that power is to overthrow all world governments and set up in their stead its own tyrannical disorder. Need I name it? You refer to Russia? No, not to Russia, the great slumbering giant who will someday take her place in the sun in fellowship with the other nations, but rather to Bolsheviki, that empire within an empire, that horrible power which is holding sleeping Russia in chains of steel and blood. It is there that our search must first be made. Well, of course, they have no official representative in America. No, but the young Labour Party is as much their accredited representative as the British ambassador is of Imperial Britain. The first task will be to trail down and locate every leader of that group and to investigate his present activities. Well, I can tell you where most of them are without investigation. Denberg, Semensky, and Karuska are in Atlanta. Fedorovich and Kaspar are in Leavenworth. Saranov is dead, well, presumably. My doctor, I saw with my own eyes the destruction of the submarine in which he was riding. Did you see his dead body? No. Neither did I, and I'll never be sure until I do. Once before we were certain of his death, and he bobbed up with a new fiendish device. We cannot eliminate Saranov. All right, I'll include him in my plans. Do so. Besides, a hypothetical Saranov, there are half a dozen or more of the old leaders of the gang who are alive and at liberty, so far as we know. They fled the country after the Coast Guard broke up their alien smuggling scheme, but some of them may have returned. There are also 30 or 40 underlings who should be located and checked upon, and, in addition, we must not lose sight of the fact that the new heads of the organization may have been smuggled into the United States. It's no simple task that I'm setting you, Carnes, but I know that you and Bolton will see it through if anyone can. Thanks, Doctor. We'll do our best. Now, if I'm not speaking out of turn, what are you planning on doing in the meantime? I'm going to start Taylor off on an ultra-shortwave generator and try a few experiments along that line. Breslaw is at Walter Reed, and they're doing all they can for him, but, well, until I can get some definite information as to the underlying cause of his condition, they are more or less shooting in the dark. How are they treating him? By electric stimulations and vibratory treatments, and by keeping him in a darkened room. By the way, Carnes, if I am correct in my line of thought, it would be well to have an extra guard put over Karuska. He's the only real expert in ordnance that the young Labour Party had, and if they have Breslau's model, they'll need him to supervise the construction of a gun. I'll attend to that at once, Doctor. Is there anything else? No, not that I know of. I'm going out to Tacoma Park this afternoon and have another look at Breslau. But it's too soon to hope for any change in his condition. Aside from the time I'll be out there, you can find me either here or at my home, in case anything develops. I'll get on that job at once, Doctor. Thanks, man. Remember that speed must be the keynote of your work. The telephone bell at the head of Dr. Bird's bed woke into noisy activity. The doctor roused himself and took down the instrument sleepily. A glance at the clock showed him that it was 4 a.m, and he muttered a malediction on the one who had called him. "Hello," he said into the receiver. "Dr. Bird speaking." "Doctor?"
came a crisp voice over the wire. "Wake up. This is Khan talking. Something has broken loose." All trace of sleep vanished from Dr. Bird's face, and his eyes glowed momentarily with a particular glitter which Carnes would at once have recognized as indicative of the keenest interest.
"Oh, what's happened, Carnes?"
he demanded. "I telephoned Atlanta this morning and arranged to have an extra guard put over Karuska, as you suggested. The matter was simplified by the fact that he and 9 others were confined in the prison infirmary. The warden agreed to do as I told him, and, in addition to the other guards, a special man was placed in the ward near Karuska's bed. At 2 a.m., the lights in the ward went out."
"Accidentally, or were they put out?"
"Well, they haven't found that out yet. At any rate, they're all out right now. But Karuska and all the other inmates and all the guards at that particular ward have gone crazy."
"The hell you say?"
"Well, not only that, they're also partially paralyzed. The description I got over the telephone corresponds exactly with the condition of Lieutenant Breslau as you described it to me. Now here's the most interesting part of the whole affair. The special guard over Karuska was only lightly affected, has already recovered and is in a position to tell you exactly what happened. I got a garbled account of the affair from the warden. Something about a goldfish bowl or something like that. The warden wouldn't take it seriously enough to give me details. I didn't press for them much, for I knew that you'd rather get them at first hand."
"I certainly would.
I'll be ready to leave for Atlanta in less than 10 minutes. "I expected that, Doctor. The car's already on its way to pick you up. I'll meet you at Langley Field, where a plane has already been tuned up and will be ready to take off by the time we get there."
"Good work, Hans. I'll see you at the field."
A car was waiting for Carnes and Dr. Bird when the Langley Field plane slid down to a landing at Atlanta. At the penitentiary, Dr. Bird went direct to the infirmary where Karuska had been confined. As he entered, he shot a keen glance around and gave an exclamation of satisfaction.
"Look at the windows, Carnes,"
he cried. Carnes went over to the nearest window and moistened his fingertip and applied it experimentally to the glass. The moisture produced no effect, for the glass of the windows was permanently clouded, as was that of the doctor's laboratory.
"Whatever happened in my laboratory the night before last was repeated here last night with a similar object,"
said the doctor.
"The object there was to steal a gun model. Here it was to steal a man who could construct a full-size gun from the model. I understand that one of the guards escaped the fate which overtook the rest of the persons in the infirmary." "Not altogether, Doctor," replied the warden. "I think that his mind is somewhat affected, for he tells a wild yarn and insists on trying to wear a goldfish bowl on his head. I have him under observation in the psychopathic ward."
Dr. Bird shot a scornful glance at the warden.
"There are none so blind as those who will not see," he murmured.
"Yeah, by all means, I wish to see him," he went on aloud. "Will you have him brought here at once, please?" The warden nodded and spoke to one of the attendants. In a few moments, a tall, fair-haired young giant stood before the doctor. Dr. Bird pushed back his unruly shock of black hair with his fingers, those long, slim, mobile fingers which alone betrayed the artist in his makeup, and shot a piercing glance from his black eyes into the blue ones, which returned the gaze unabashed.
"What's your name?"
he asked. "Bailey, sir."
"You were on guard here last night?"
"Yes, sir. I was detailed as a special guard over number 9764.
"Tell me in your own words what happened. Don't be afraid to speak out. I'm not going to disbelieve you. And above all, tell me everything, no matter how unimportant it may seem to you. I'll judge the importance of things for myself. I'm Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards."
The guard's face lit up at the doctor's words. "I've heard of you, Doctor," he said in a relieved tone, "and I'll be glad to tell you everything. 10 o'clock last night, I received Carragher as special guard over number 9764. Carragher reported that the prisoner was somewhat restless and hadn't been asleep as of yet. I sat down about 15 feet from his bed and prepared to keep an eye on him until I was relieved at 6 o'clock this morning. Well, nothing happened until about 2 o'clock. Number 9764 was restless, as Carragher had said. But toward midnight, he quieted down and apparently went to sleep. Well, I was sleepy myself. I got up and took a turn around the room every 5 minutes to be sure that I kept awake. And that's how I'm so sure of the time, sir. Dr. Bird nodded. At 5 minutes to 2, just as I got up, I heard a noise outside like a big electric fan. Sounded like it came from directly overhead, and I went to the window and looked out. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it pretty plainly. And then I heard a noise like someone had fallen on the roof. Almost at the same time there came a sort of high-pitched whine, a good deal like the noise an electric motor makes when it's running at high speed. I thought of giving an alarm. I didn't want to stir things up unless I was sure that there was some necessity for it. So I started for the door to ask one of the outside guards if he'd heard anything. As I turned toward number 9764, I saw that he'd been sitting up in bed while my back was turned. As soon as he saw that I'd noticed him, he lay back real quick and pulled the covers over his head. He moved pretty quick, but not so quick that I couldn't see that he had something that glittered like glass before his face. I started over toward his bed to see what he was doing, and then it was that the light started to get dim. "Go on," said the doctor as Bailey paused. His eyes were glittering brightly now. "Well, sir, doctor, I don't hardly know how to describe what happened next. The lights were getting dim, but not as they ordinarily do when the current starts to go off. The filaments were shining as bright as they ever did, but, well, the light didn't seem to be able to penetrate the air. The whole room seemed to be filled with a blackness that stopped the light. No, sir, it wasn't like fog. It was more like something more powerful than the lights was in the room and was killing them. It wasn't only the lights which were affected. It was me as well. Blackness, whatever it was getting into me as well as into the room. I couldn't seem to make myself think like I wanted to. Tried to yell to give an alarm. I found that I could hardly whisper. I went toward the bed and I saw number 9764 sit up again. He had like a goldfish bowl pulled down over his head. It was evident that it was keeping the blackness away, for I could see him plainly and his eyes were as bright as ever. The nearer I got to him, the funnier I felt. I began to be afraid that I'd go out. Number 9764 got up out of bed, and I could see him grinning at me through the bowl. He reached up and adjusted that bowl, and all of a sudden I realized that whatever was knocking me out was not affecting him because he had that thing on. Well, I jumped for him with the idea of taking the bowl off and putting it on my own head. He saw what I was up to and fought like a cornered rat, but the blackness hadn't affected my muscles. Yeah, I'm a pretty big man, sir, and number 9764 is a little runt. It didn't take me long to get the bowl off his head and pull on over mine. As soon as I did that, I seemed to be able to think clearer. While I was sitting on number 9764, I was ready to tap him with a persuader if he started anything, but, well, I didn't have to. In a few minutes, he stopped struggling and lay perfectly quiet. Well, the lights kept getting dimmer and dimmer until they went out altogether. The room became pitch dark. Well, it wasn't exactly as if the lights had gone out, sir. Well, I seemed to know that they were still there, and were burning as bright as ever, but they couldn't penetrate the blackness in the room, if you understand what I mean. "I think I do," said Dr. Bird slowly. "It was a good deal as if you'd seen a glass filled with a pale red liquid, and someone had dumped black ink into the fluid and hid the red color. You'd know that the red was still there, but you wouldn't be able to see it through the black." "Yeah, that's exactly what it was like, Doctor. You described it better than I can. Well, at any rate, after it got real dark, I heard a low whistle from the roof. Number 9764 made a struggle to get up for a moment, then lay quiet again. The whistle sounded again, then I heard someone call, 'Caruso!' Everything was quiet for a while, then the same voice called again, said some stuff in a foreign language I couldn't understand. Well, I kept perfectly quiet to see what would happen. About 10 minutes the whole room remained perfectly dark, as I've said, and all the while I could hear that whining noise. All of a sudden it began to sound in a lower note, and then I could see the lights again. Very dimly, like the black ink you spoke of was fading out. The note got lower until it stopped altogether, and the lights came on brighter until they were normal again. Then I heard a scraping noise on the roof, and the noise I had heard first, like a big electric fan. Well, I looked at the clock, and it was 2:20. For a few minutes I wasn't able to collect my wits. When I got up off of number 9764 at last, he stared at me as though he didn't know a thing, and I heaved him back into his bed and ran to the door to summon an outside guard. I could still talk in a husky whisper, but not loud. I wasn't surprised when no one heard me. Well, my orders were not to let number 9764 out of my sight, and this was an emergency, so I left the ward and found a guard. He was mad again. He was standing on his beat, staring at nothing. When I touched him, he looked at me, and there was the same vacant look in his eyes that I'd seen in the prisoners. I talked to him in a whisper, but he didn't seem to understand. So I left him and went to a telephone and called for help. Mr. Lawson, the warden, got here with guards in a couple of minutes, and I tried to tell him what had happened, but I couldn't talk loud, and I was afraid to take the fishbowl off my head. What happened next? Mr. Lawson took me to his office, and on the way we passed under an arc light. As soon as I got under it, I began to feel better. My voice became stronger. I saw that it was doing me some good, and I stopped under it for an hour before my voice got back to normal. It seemed to clear the fog from my brain, too, and I was able, about 4 o'clock, to tell everything that had happened. Mr. Lawson seemed to think that my brain was affected as well as the others, and he sent me to the hospital. And, well, that's all, Doctor. Do you feel perfectly normal now? Yes, sir. Well, there's no need for confining this man longer, Mr. Lawson. He's as well as he ever was. Clarence, get the Walter Reed Hospital on the telephone. Tell them that I said to treat Lieutenant Breslau with light rays, rich in ultraviolets. Tell them to give him an overdose of them and not to put goggles on him. Keep him in the sun all day and under sun-ray arcs at night until further orders. Mr. Lawson, give the same treatment to the men who were disabled last night. If you haven't enough sun-ray arcs in your hospital, put them under an ordinary arc light in the yard. Bailey, you still got that fishbowl? It's in my office, Doctor, said the warden. Good enough. Send for it at once. And by the way, you have 2 more communists here, Denberg and Szymanski, haven't you? I think so. Oh, I'll have to consult the records before I can be positive. Well, I'm sure that you have. Look the matter up and let me know. The warden hurried away to carry out the doctor's orders, and an orderly appeared in a few moments with a hollow globe made of some crystalline, transparent substance. Despite its presence in the infirmary the evening before, there was no trace of clouding apparent. Dr. Bird took it and examined it critically. He rapped it with his knuckles and then stepped to the door and hurled it down violently to the concrete floor of the yard. The globe rebounded without injury, and he caught it. Vitrolene, or a good imitation of it, he remarked to Carnes. After you get through talking to the hospital, get Taylor on the wire. There's plenty of loose vitrolene in the bureau, and I want him to send about 50 square feet of it by a special plane at once. As Carnes left the room, the warden reappeared. The men are all lying in the sun now, Doctor, he said. I find that we have the 2 men you mentioned confined here. They're both in Tier A, Building 6. Is that an isolated building? No, it's one wing of the old main building. On which floor? The 2nd floor. It's a 6-story building. Have they been moved there recently? They've been there for nearly a year. In that case, there'll be little chance of another attack of this sort tonight. At the same time, I would advise you to station extra guards there tonight, and every night until I notify you otherwise. Caution them to watch the lights carefully, and to give an alarm at once if they appear to get dim. In that case, send men to the roof with rifles with orders to shoot to kill anyone they find there. I'm going back to Washington. I'm going to take Karuska, your number 9764, with me. You'd better have one of the guards in the corridor where Denberg and Szymanski are. Now, wear this goldfish bowl, as you call it. A lot of plate glass, at least it will look like it, will come from Washington by plane. Cut it into sheets a foot square and use surgeon's plaster to make some temporary glass helmets for your men. I want all your guards to wear them until I either settle this matter or I'll send you some better helmets. You understand? I understand all right, but I'm afraid I can't do it. The wearing of such appliances would interfere with the efficiency of my men as guards. Brain and tongue paralysis would interfere rather more seriously, it seems to me. In any event, I have sufficient authority to enforce my request. If you are at all doubtful, call up the Attorney General and ask him. Well, the warden hesitated.
If you don't mind, I think I will call Washington, Doctor, he said. I'll have to get authority to turn number 9764 over to you in any event.
Call all you wish, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Carnes is talking to Washington now, and we'll have a clear line for you in a few minutes. Meanwhile, get a set of shackles on Karuska and get him ready to travel by plane. He appears to be suffering from mental paralysis, but I don't know how his case will develop. He may go violently insane at any moment, and I don't care to be left in a plane with an unbound maniac. Major Martin looked up from the prone figure of Karuska. His condition duplicates that of Lieutenant Breslau, Dr. Bird, he said. We received your telephone message this afternoon, and we kept Breslau in a flood of sunlight until dusk, then put him under sun ray lamps. I don't know how you got onto that treatment, but it's having a very beneficial effect. He can already make inarticulate sounds, and his eyes are not quite as vacant as they were. If he keeps on improving as he has, he should be able to talk intelligently in a few days. If you wish to question this man, why not give him the same treatment?
I haven't time, Major. I must make him talk tonight, if it's humanly possible.
I called you in because you're the most eminent authority on the brain in the government service. Is there any way of artificially stimulating this man's brain so that we can force the secrets of his subconscious mind from him? The Major sat for a moment, in profound thought. Well, there is a way, Doctor, he said at length, but it is a method which I would not dare to use. By applying high-frequency electrical stimulations to the medulla oblongata, at the same time bathing the cerebellum with ultraviolets, it may be done, but, well, the chances are that either death or insanity would result. I would not do it.
Major Martin, this man is a reckless and dangerous international criminal. If his gang carries out the plan which I fear they've formed, the lives of thousands, well, of millions, may pay for your hesitation. I will assume full responsibility for the test if you'll make it, and I have the authority of the President of the United States behind me.
Well, in that case, Doctor, I have no choice. The President is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, and if those are his orders, the experiment will be carried out. As a matter of form, I will ask that your orders be reduced to writing.
I will write them gladly, Major. Please proceed with the experiment without delay.
Major Martin bowed and spoke to a waiting orderly. The prostrate figure of Karuska was wheeled down a corridor into the electrical laboratory, and with the aid of the laboratory technician, the surgeon made his preparations. The moss lamp was arranged to throw a flood of ultraviolet over the Russian's cranium, while the leads from a deep therapy X-ray tube was connected, one to the front of Karuska's throat and the other to the base of his brain. At a signal from the Major, a nurse began to administer ether. I guarantee nothing, Dr. Bird, said the Major. The paralysis of the vocal cords may be physical, in which case the victim will still be unable to speak, regardless of the brain stimulation. If, however, the evident paralysis is due to some obscure influence on the brain, it may work.
In any event, I'll hold you blameless and thank you for your help, replied the doctor. Please start the stimulation.
Major Martin closed a switch, and the hum of a high-tension alternator filled the laboratory. The Russian quivered for a moment and then lay still. Major Martin nodded, and Dr. Bird stepped to the side of the operating table.
Ivan Karuska, he said slowly and distinctly. Do you hear me?
The Russian's lips quivered, and an unintelligible murmur came from them.
Ivan Karuska, repeated Dr. Bird. Do you hear me?
There was a momentary struggle on the part of the Russian, and then a surprisingly clear voice came from his lips. I do.
Who is the present head of the Young Labour Party?
Again there was a pause before the name. Saranov came from the lips of the insensible figure. Carnes gave a sharp exclamation, but a gesture from the doctor silenced him.
Is Saranov alive?
Yes.
Is he in the United States?
No, he is in London.
Is he coming to the United States?
Yes.
When?
I do not know. Soon. As soon as we are ready for him.
Where is he living in London?
I don't know.
How did you get word that you were to be rescued from Atlanta?
A message was smuggled into me by O'Grady, a guard in our pay.
What was the vitriolene helmet for?
To protect me from the effects of the black lamp.
What's the black lamp?
I do not know exactly. Saranov invented it. It gives a black light and it kills all other light except sunlight, and it paralyzes the brain.
Did you know that the model of the Breslau gun had been stolen?
Yes.
What were you going to do after you were rescued from jail?
I was going to make a full-sized gun. We have a disappearing gun platform built in the swamps at the juncture of the Potomac and Piscataway Creek. The gun was to be mounted there, and we would shell Washington and institute a reign of terror. It would be a signal for uprisings all over the country.
Is there a black lamp at that gun platform?
Yes, the black lamp will kill both the flash and the report.
Where did you get the formula for radite?
We got it from one of Dr. Bird's assistants. His name... As he spoke the last few sentences, Karuska's voice had steadily risen, almost to a shriek. As he endeavored to give the name of the doctor's treacherous helper, his voice changed to an unintelligible screech, and then died away into silence. Major Martin stepped forward and bent over the prone figure. Hurriedly he tore away the electrical connections and placed a stethoscope over the Russian's heart. He listened for a moment, and then straightened up, his face pale. "I hope that the information you obtained is worth a life, Dr. Bird," he said, his voice trembling slightly, "because it has cost one."
"It may easily save thousands of lives.
I thank you, Major, and I will see that no blame attaches to you for your actions. I only wish that he'd lived long enough to tell me the name of my assistant who sold me out to Saranov. However, we'll get that information in other ways. Garns, telephone Lawson at Atlanta to slam O'Grady into a cell pending investigation while I get Camp Meade on the wire and order up a couple of tanks. We're going to attack that gun emplacement at daybreak. The telephone bell in the laboratory jangled sharply. Major Martin answered it and turned to Carnes. "You're wanted on the telephone, Mr. Carnes." The detective stepped forward and took the transmitter.
"Carnes speaking,"
he said. "Yeah, oh, hello, Bolton. Yeah, we have Karuska here, or rather his body. Yes, Dr. Bird is here right now."
"You've what? Great Scott. Wait a minute. Dr. Bird,"
he cried eagerly, turning from the telephone. "Bolton has located the Washington headquarters of the Young Labor Party." Dr. Bird sprang to the instrument.
"Bird speaking, Bolton," he cried. "You've located their headquarters? Who's running it? Stransky, eh? Oh, you're on the right track. He used to be Saranov's right-hand man. Where's the place located?" "Don't seem to recollect the spot."
"You have it well surrounded?"
"Where are you speaking from?"
"All right, we'll join you as quickly as we can. Now, keep your patrols out and don't let anyone get away." He then hung up the receiver and turned to Carnes.
"Did you have the car wait?"
he asked.
Good enough.
We'll jump for the bureau and pick up all the vitriol laying around loose and join Bolton. He thinks he has the whole outfit bottled up." Bolton was waiting as the car rolled up and Dr. Bird leaped out.
"Where are they?"
demanded the doctor eagerly.
"In an abandoned factory building about 300 yards from here,"
replied the chief of the Secret Service. "I traced them through New York. We've been watching the place ever since yesterday noon, and I know that Stanesky is in there with half a dozen others. No one has tried to leave since we set our watch. Funny things happened. One funny thing. About an hour ago, a peculiar red glow suffused the whole building. It's died down a good deal since, but we can still see it through the windows. Can you tell us what that means?"
No, I couldn't, Bolton, but we'll find out. How many men have you?"
"I have 16 stationed around."
That's more than we'll need.
I have only vitriline shields and helmets, enough to equip 6 men. Pick out your 3 best men to go with us, and we'll make a try at entering." Bolton strode off into the darkness and returned in a few moments with 3 men at his heels. Dr. Bird spoke briefly to the operatives, all of them men who had been his companions on other adventures. He explained the need for the vitriline helmets and shields, and without comment the 6 donned their armor and followed Bolton as he strode toward the building. As they approached, a dull red glow could be plainly seen through the windows.
and Dr. Bird paused and studied the phenomenon for a moment. "I don't know what that means, Bolton," he said softly, "but I don't like the looks of it. Straneski is up to some devilment or other. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to find out that he knows all about your pickets and is ready for a raid." "Well, we'd better rush the place then," muttered Bolton. Dr. Bird nodded agreement, and with a sharp command to his men, Bolton broke into a run. Not a shot was fired as they approached, and the front door gave readily to Bolton's touch. As it opened, there came a grating sound from the roof, followed by the whir of a propeller. Dr. Bird ran out of the building and glanced up. "A helicopter," he cried. "They were expecting us and have escaped." He drew his pistol and fired ineffectually at the great bird-like ship which was rising almost noiselessly into the air. He cursed and turned again to the building. Bolton still stood in the room which they'd first entered. His flashlight showed it to be empty, but from under a door on the opposite side a line of dull, red light glowed evilly. With his pistol ready in his hand, Bolton approached the door on hands and knees. When he reached it, he threw his shoulder against it and dropped flat to the floor as the door swung open. No shot greeted him, and he stared for a moment, and then rose to his feet. "Nothing in here but some glass statues," he announced. Dr. Bird followed him into the room. As he looked at what Bolton had called glass statues, he gasped and shielded his eyes. "God in heaven," he said. "Those were living men." Before them were 3 men, or what had been 3 men. All stood in strained attitudes with a look of horror frozen on their faces. The thing that made the spectators shudder was that their bodies had, by some diabolical method, been rendered semi-transparent. The dull red light which suffused the room emanated from the 3 bodies. Dr. Bird examined them closely, being careful not to touch them. "The identity of my treacherous assistant is known," he said grimly as he pointed at the middle figure. "It was Giron. What's this?" He took an envelope from the hand of the middle figure and opened it. A sheet of paper fell out and he picked it up and read it. "My dear Mr. Bolton," ran the note, "your methods of tracing and picketing my headquarters are so crude as to be almost laughable. This base has served its purpose, and we were ready to abandon it at any event, but I couldn't resist the temptation to let you almost nab us. The 3 men whom you will find here are agents who failed in their duty. If you're interested in learning the method of their execution, you might take to heart the words of your colleague, Dr. Bird. The clue lies in those windows." Carnes glanced at the windows and gave out a cry of surprise. The glass was opaque, as had been the glass in the doctor's laboratory and the glass in the infirmary at Atlanta. The fogging, however, was much more pronounced, and the opaque glass gave faintly the same red effulgence which came from the 3 bodies. "What does it mean, Doctor?" he asked. "I don't know, Carnes," said Dr. Bird slowly. "I foresee that I'm going to have to do a great deal of work on short wavelengths soon. It is doubtless the effect of some modification of the black lamp which has done it. Oh, look out!" He leapt to one side as he spoke, drawing Bolton and Carnes with him. A panel in the side of the wall opposite the doorway had slid open, silently, and through the opening poured out a beam of fiery red. Full on the 3 bodies it fell, and then spread out to fill the room. Dr. Bird had drawn the 2 nearest men out of the direct beam, but one of the Secret Service men stood full in its path. In the excitement of entering, he dropped his vitriline shield, and the livid ray fell full on his defenseless body. As they watched, an expression of horror spread over his face, and he strove to move to one side, but he was held helpless. Slowly, he stiffened, and as the ray bored through him, his body became semi-transparent, and the same dull red glow which emanated from the 3 bodies they'd found began to shine forth from him, too. Bolton strove to break from the doctor's grasp and rushed to the rescue, but Dr. Bird held him with a grip of iron. "Too late," he said grimly. "Chalk up another murder to the arch-fiend who has committed the others. I don't know the nature of that ray, and vitriline may not be an adequate defense against its full force. We'd better get out of here and attack the place from the rear."
Carefully edging their way around the sides of the room, the 5 men made their way out through the door. Dr. Bird slammed the door shut behind him and led the way out of the building and around to the rear. A door loomed before them, and he cautiously tried it. It gave to his touch as he entered, and as he set foot on the threshold, a terrific explosion came from the interior of the building. "Run!" he shouted as he led the way in retreat. "If that is a radite explosion, it will act for several seconds." From a safe distance they watched. One corner of the building had been torn off by the force of the explosion, and as they watched, the rest of the building gradually collapsed and sank into a pile of ruins. "Well, they planned on a visit from us, all right," said Dr. Bolton grimly. "They had a surprise for us any way we jumped. If we went in the front door, that devil's ray was to finish us. And if we went in the back door, the whole place was arranged to blow up as we entered. I only hope that Staninsky thinks he's got us all and doesn't expect an attack on his next base in the morning. If he doesn't, I think we may give him a rather unpleasant surprise. Of course, that lamp is smashed into atoms and buried under the debris, but I don't know what other devil's contraptions that ruin holds. Bolton, have your men picket it and allow no one near it until I get back. I've got to get to a telephone and get a couple of tanks from Meade and a plane or 2 from Langley Field." 2 tanks made their way slowly across country. The front of each tank was protected by a heavy sheet of vitriline, while the turrets of the tanks projected the wicked-looking muzzles of 37mm guns. Overhead, 2 airplanes from Langley Field soared, scouting the country. Dr. Bird and Carnes rode in the leading tank. "They ought to be somewhere near here, unless Karuska lied," said Carnes as he swept the country with a pair of binoculars. "He didn't lie," returned Dr. Bird. "It was his subconscious mind that spoke, and it never lies. He spoke of the gun emplacement as being in a swamp, and I have a strong idea that it's a submersible. Of course, it's bound to be well camouflaged, both from land and from air observation." The plane circled around again and again, quartering the air like a pair of well-trained bird dogs would quarter a hunting field. First high and then low they swooped back and forth, the tanks lumbering slowly along in the same direction. Presently the occupants of the leading tank saw one of the planes bank sharply and swing around. It dropped to an altitude of only a few hundred feet and turned and went back over the ground it had just crossed. "I believe that fellow sees something," exclaimed Carnes. As he spoke, 3 green very lights came from the cockpit of the plane. The tank driver gave a grunt of satisfaction and turned the nose of his vehicle in that direction. The second tank followed. Hardly had they turned in the new direction before the ground began to get soft under their tracks and the heavy vehicles began to sink. The driver of the doctor's tank forced it ahead, but the tank sank deeper in the mire until water flowed in around the feet of the occupants. "I reckon we'll have to get out and walk pretty soon, Doctor," said the driver. Dr. Bird grunted in acquiescence. The tank made its way forward a few yards before the engine sputtered and died. The second tank stopped when the first one did, 50 yards behind it. Donning vitriline helmets and taking vitriline shields in their hands, the crews of both tanks climbed out into the waist-deep water and gathered around the doctor for orders. "Form a skirmish line at 10-pace intervals and cross the swamp," he directed. "We may meet with no opposition, but if there is, the more scattered we are, the safer we will be. You all have hand grenades as well as your rifles." A murmur of assent answered him, and the line formed and started across the swamp. They'd gone perhaps 100 yards when 3 red lights came from one of the planes circling overhead. "Get down!" cried the doctor, dropping to his knees into the muck. 400 yards ahead of him, a concrete platform emerged from the marsh and rose slowly into the air. It was roofed with a dome of what looked like plate glass, but which the doctor shrewdly suspected was vitriline. On the base of the platform was 2 feet above the level of the water. The dome slid silently aside, disclosing 2 men bending over a tiny gun. Dr. Bird leveled his binoculars. "That's the Breslau gun model that was stolen as sure as I'm a foot high," he cried. "They must have made some miniature shells and be planning to fire it." Slowly a pall of intense blackness rose from the marsh and enveloped the platform and hid it from view. A whining noise came from overhead, then a crash like a thunderbolt. The blast of the explosion threw the attackers face down into the swamp, and when they arose and looked back, it was merely a gaping hole where the leading tank had been. The second tank suddenly seemed to rise into the air and fly into millions of tiny fragments, and a second thunderous blast sent them again to their knees.
"Oh, radite," bellowed Dr. Bird to Carnes. "Imagine the effect if that had been a full charge fired from a completed Breslau gun. Watch the planes now. I think they're going to drop a few eggs on them."
The black mist cleared as if by magic, and the platform was now in plain view. The big glass dome rolled back into place as the two planes swept over at an elevation of 2,000 feet. From each one, a small black cigar-shaped object was released and fell in a long parabola toward the earth. The glass dome, which had been closing over the gun platform, rolled quickly back, and a long beam of intense blackness pierced the heavens. First one and then the other of the falling bombs disappeared from view into it, and then the black column faded from view. The two bombs fell with increasing speed, but the dome closed over the platform before they struck. The two hit the dome at almost the same instant, and instead of the blinding crash they'd expected, the watchers saw the bombs rebound from the dome and fall harmlessly into the water.
"Oh, stymied," muttered the doctor. "I wonder what other properties that confounded lamp has."
He resumed his advance, Carnes and the soldiers keeping abreast of him. When they were within 200 yards of the platform, it rose again and the transparent dome rolled back. A beam of black shot forth over the swamp, searching them out and hiding them from view. First one and then another felt the effects of the black beam, but the vitriline which the doctor had provided stood them in good stead, and, aside from a slight shortening of their breath, none of the attackers felt any the worse.
"Come on, men,"
cried the doctor as his athletic figure ploughed forward through the breast-deep water.
"That's their worst weapon, and it's harmless against us."
Cheering, they fought their way toward the platform. It sunk for a moment and then rose again. As the dome swung back, a sharp crackle of machine gun fire sounded, and the water before them was whipped into foam by the plunging bullets. One of the soldiers gave a sharp cry and slumped forward into the water.
"Fire at will," shouted the lieutenant in command.
A crackle of rifle fire answered the tattoo of the machine gun, and the sharp ping of bullets striking on the dome could be plainly heard. An occasional shot kicked up a spurt of white dust from the concrete, but the machine gun kept up a steady rattle of fire, and the soldiers kept their heads almost at the level of the water. There came the roar of an airplane motor, and one of the planes swept over the platform, 100 yards in the air, with two machine guns spraying streams of bullets onto the platform. Two men abandoned their machine gun and crouched under the partially folded back dome as the second plane swept over. Dr. Bird took advantage of the lull to advance his party a few yards nearer. Again, the defenders of the platform rushed to their gun, but the first plane had turned and swooped down with both guns going, and again they were forced to take shelter while the doctor and his force made another advance. The second plane had turned and followed the first, but the defenders had had enough. The transparent dome closed over them, and the platform sank back into the marsh. With a shout, Dr. Bird led the way forward again. The attackers were within 100 yards of the platform when it again rose above the surface of the water. The guns had disappeared, but in their place stood an airship. It was a small affair with stubby wings, above which were two helicopter blades revolving at high speed. No sound of a motor could be heard. The transparent dome rolled back, and like a bullet, the little craft shot into the air, followed by a futile volley from the soldiers. Hardly had it appeared than the two airplanes bore down on it with machine guns going. The helicopter paid no attention to them for a moment, and then came a puff of smoke from its side. The leading plane swerved sharply, and the helicopter fired again. The leading plane maneuvered about, trying to get a machine gun to bear, while the second plane climbed swiftly to get above the helicopter and pour a deadly stream of fire down into it. It gained position and swooped down to the attack, but another puff of smoke came from the side of the helicopter, and there was a thunderous report and a blinding flash in the sky. As the smoke cleared away, no trace of the ill-fated plane could be seen. The helicopter hung motionless in the air, as though daring the remaining plane to attack. Well, the plane accepted the challenge and bore down at full speed on the stranger. Again came a puff of smoke, but the plane swerved and an answering shot came from its side. It was above the helicopter, and the shell which missed its mark plunged to the ground. When it struck, there came a roar and a flash, and the whole earth seemed to shake. The helicopter shot upward into the air and forward, both its elevating fans and its propellers whirling blurs of light. The airplane followed at its sharpest climbing angle, but was helpless to compete with its swifter climbing rival. "He's got away," groaned Carnes. "Not yet, my friend," cried the doctor, hopping with excitement. "He isn't safe yet. I never told you, but one Breslau gun had been made, and it's on that plane. It has deadly accuracy and is good for 15 miles. That's Lieutenant Dreen at the controls and Mason at the gun." As he spoke, the plane swung around and made a half loop. For a few yards it flew upside down and then whirled swiftly. As it turned, there came a sharp report and a puff of smoke from its rear cockpit. High above, the helicopter had ceased climbing and hovered motionless. As the plane fired, the helicopter shot forward like an arrow from a bow, and thereby spelled its doom. Not for nothing did Captain Mason bear the title of the best aerial gunner in the Air Corps. He'd foreseen what the action of his opponent would be and had allowed for just such a move. Far up in the sky came a blinding flash and a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the sky was empty, except for a little scattered debris falling slowly to the ground. "And that's that," exclaimed Dr. Bird as he finished his examination of the underground laboratory with which the gun platform connected. "The lamp has gone to glory with Breslau's gun model and 2 of the best brains of the Young Labour Party. I'm sure that Stanesky was one of those 2 men, and I wish the whole gang had been on board." "Don't you think that this is the end of it, Doctor?" "Oh, no, Carnes, I don't. We know that the real brains of this outfit is Saranoff, and Saranoff is still alive. He probably won't try to use his black lamp again because I'll have a defense against it in a short time, now that I've seen it in action, but he will try something else. The whole object of life to a loyal citizen of Bolshevikia is to reduce the whole world to the barbarous level in which they hold Russia, and they will spare no pains or effort to accomplish it. The greatest obstacle to their success at present is the President of the United States. He's loved and respected by the whole world, and if he is spared, he will forge the world into a great machine for the preservation of peace and universal goodwill. That would be fatal to Bolshevikia's plans, and they will spare no effort to remove him. By the grace of God, we have saved him from harm so far, but until we remove Saranoff permanently from the scene, I will never feel safe for him." "What do you suppose they'll try next, Doctor?" "Well, that, Carnes, time alone will tell." The trail of mystery gold leads Carnes and Dr. Bird to a tremendous monster of the deep. The Sea Terror by Captain S.P. Meek. "Oh, beg your pardon, sir. I'm looking for Dr. Bird." The famous Bureau of Standard Scientist appraised the speaker rapidly. Keen blue eyes stared questioningly at him from a mahogany-brown face, crisscrossed with 1,000 tiny wrinkles. The tattooed anchor on his hand and the ill-fitting blue serge suit smacked of the sea, while the squareness of his shoulders and the direct gaze of his eye spoke eloquently of authority. "I'm Dr. Bird, Captain. What can I do for you?" "Thank you, Doctor, but I'm not a captain. My name's Mitchell, and I am, or rather was, the first mate of the Arethusa." "The Arethusa?" Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service sprang to his feet. "You said the Arethusa? There were no survivors." "Well, I believe that I'm the only one." "Where have you been hiding? Why haven't you reported the fact of your rescue to the proper authorities? Hey, tell the truth now. I'm a federal officer." Carnes flashed the gold badge of the Secret Service, and an expression of anger crossed Mitchell's face. "If I'd wished to talk to an officer,
I could have found plenty in New York, he said shortly. I came to Washington in order to tell my story to Dr. Bird.
The seaman and the detective glared at one another for a moment, and then Dr. Bird intervened.
Pipe down, Carnes, he said softly. Mr. Mitchell undoubtedly has reasons, excellent reasons, for his actions. Now, sit down, Mr. Mitchell, and have a cigar.
Mitchell accepted the cigar which the doctor preferred and took a chair. He lit the weed and, after another glance of hostility toward the detective, he pointedly ignored him and addressed his remarks to Dr. Bird.
I have no objection to telling you why I haven't spoken earlier, Doctor, he said. When the Arethusa sank, I must have hit my head on something. For next thing I knew, I was in the Marine Hospital in New York. I'd been picked up unconscious by a fishing boat and brought in. I lay there a week before I knew anything. When I knew what I was doing, I heard about the loss of my ship and was told that there were no survivors. And, well, I didn't know what to do. The story I had to tell was so weird and improbable that I hesitated to speak to anyone about it. I wasn't sure at first that it wasn't a trick of a disordered brain, but since my head has cleared, I'm convinced of the truth of it. And yet I know that it can't be so. I've read about you and some of the things you've done, and so as soon as I was able to travel, I came here to tell you about it. You'll be better able to judge than I. What I tell you really happened or was only a vision.
Dr. Bird leaned back in his chair and put the tips of his fingers together. Long, tapering fingers they were, sensitive and well-shaped, though sadly marred by acid stains. It was in his hands alone that Dr. Bird showed the genius in his makeup, the artistry that inspired him to produce those miracles of experimentation which had made his name a household word in the realms of science. Aside from those hands, he more resembled a pugilist than a scientist. A heavy shock of unruly black hair surmounted a face with beetling black brows and a prognathous jaw. His enormous head, with the breadth and height of forehead which were amazing, rose from a pillar-like neck which sprang from a pair of massive shoulders and the arching chest of the trained athlete. Yes, Dr. Bird stood 6 feet 2 inches in his socks and weighed over 200 pounds. As he leaned back, a curious spark, which Card had learned to associate with keen interest, showed for an instant in his eyes.
I'll be glad to hear your story, Mr. Mitchell, he said softly. Tell it in your own way and try not to omit any detail, no matter how trivial it may be.
The seaman nodded and sat silently for a moment, as though collecting his thoughts.
The story really starts the afternoon of May 12th, he said, although I didn't realize the importance of the first incident at the time.
We were sailing along at good speed, hoping to make New York before we were too late for quarantine, when a hail came from the forward lookout. I was on watch, and I went forward to see what was the matter. The lookout was Louis Green, an able-bodied seaman and a good one, but, well, a confirmed drunkard. I asked him what the trouble was, and he turned toward me with a face that was haggard with terror.
"I've seen a sea serpent, Mr. Mitchell," he said.
"Nonsense," I replied sharply. "You've been drinking again." Well, he swore that he hadn't, and I asked him to describe what he'd seen. His teeth were chattering, so he could hardly speak, but he gasped out a story about seeing this monstrous head a half-mile across, he said, with a long snake body stretching out over the sea until the end of it was lost on the horizon. I turned in the direction he pointed, and, of course, there was nothing to be seen. The man's condition was such as to make him worse than useless as a lookout, and so I relieved him and ordered him below. I took it for a touch of delirium. Well, we were bucking a headwind, although not a very stiff one. We didn't make port until after dark, so we anchored at Quarantine, just off Staten Island, in 40 fathoms of water, and Captain Murphy radioed for a Coast Guard boat to come out and lay by us for the night. As you probably heard, we were carrying $4 billion in gold bars consigned to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York from the Bank of England. Dr. Bird and Carnes nodded. the inexplicable loss of the Arethusa had occupied much space in the papers 10 days earlier. Well, the cutter came out, signaled, and dropped anchor about 300 yards away. So far, everything was exactly as it should be. I walked to the stern of the boat and looked out across the Atlantic. Then I realized that Green wasn't the only one who could see things. The wind had fallen, and it was getting pretty dark, but not too dark to see things a pretty good distance away. As I looked, I thought I saw, a huge black leathery mass come to the surface a mile or so away. There were two things on it that looked like eyes, but I had a feeling as though some malignant thing was staring at me. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the vision persisted, and I went forward to get a glass. When I came back, the thing, whatever it was, had disappeared, but the water where it had been was boiling as though there were a great spring or something of the sort under the surface. Well, I trained my glass on the disturbed area, and I'll take my oath that I saw a huge body like a snake emerging from the water. It lay in long undulations on the waves, and moved with them as though it were floating. It was quite a bit nearer than the first thing had been, and I could see it plainly with the glass. I'd judge it to be 15 or 20 feet thick, and it actually seemed to disappear in the distance as Green had described it. The sight of the thing sent shivers up and down my spine, and I gave a hoarse shout-out. The lookout hurried to my side and asked me what the trouble was, so I pointed and handed him the glass. He looked through it and handed it back to me with a curious expression. "Why, can't see nothing, sir," he said. I took the glass from him, tried to level it, but my hands were trembling so that I was forced to rest it on the rail. Yeah, the lookout was right. There was absolutely nothing to be seen, and the peculiar appearance of the sea had subsided to normal now. The lookout was staring at me rather curiously, and I knew that he was thinking the same thing about me as I'd thought about Green in the afternoon. I made some kind of an excuse and went below to pull myself together. Then I caught a glimpse of myself in the glass. My eye was as white as a sheet, and the sweat was running off my face in drops. Well, I pulled myself together after a while and managed to persuade myself that the whole thing was just a trick of my mind, inspired by Green's vivid description of his delirious vision of the afternoon. And 8 bells struck, and when Mr. Fulton, the junior officer, relieved me, I laid down and tried to quiet myself. I didn't have much luck. Just before I took the deck again at midnight, I slipped down to the forecastle to see how Green was coming along. He was lying in his bunk, wide awake, with staring eyes. "Hey, how you feeling, Green?" I asked. He looked up at me with an expression of a man who's looked death in the face. "Hey, ain't there no chance of docking tonight, Mr. Mitchell?" he asked. "Of course not," I said rather sharply. "What's the matter with you? You afraid your sea serpent will get us?" "He'll get us if we stay out here tonight, sir," he replied with an air of conviction. "I saw the horrible mouth on him, large enough to bite this ship in half, and it had a beak like a bird, like this parrot, sir. I saw its horrible body, too, with great black ulcers on the underside of it where the sharks had been after it. Well, for all the shark takes a man now and then, he is the seaman's friend, sir, because he kills off the sea serpents who would take ship and all." "Nonsense, Green," I said sharply. "Don't talk any more foolishness, or I'll have you reprimanded. You've been drinking so much that you're seeing things, and I won't have the crew disturbed by your crazy talk." "Oh, you won't think it's talk when those big eyes stare into yours tonight, Mr. Mitchell, and that body twists around you and squeezes the life out of you. Now, I don't care whether you call me crazy or not. I know that I'm doomed, and so is everyone else. But I won't talk about it, sir. The crew might as well rest easy while they can, for there's no escape if we stay out here tonight." "Well, be sure to keep your mouth tight then," I said, and left rather hurriedly. Now I was in a cold sweat, for his air of conviction, together with what I'd seen, had me shaken pretty badly. I heard the watch changing up above. I knew there'd be men in the forecastle in a minute. I didn't want to face them right then.
Mr. Fulton reported everything quiet when I went on deck to relieve him. And although I surveyed the water through a night glass for as far as I could see, there was nothing out of the way, nothing untoward. The Coast Guard's lights were shining less than a quarter of a mile away, and things looked peaceful enough. The wind had gone down with the sun, and the sea was almost glassy, and there was a bright moon. After going around the ship, I relieved all of the watch except 2 men for lookouts, and sent them below to get a good night's sleep. Well, if I hadn't done that, some of them might be alive now. I paced the deck for an hour, trying to quiet my nerves, but really getting more nervous with every passing minute. 3 bells struck, and I walked forward and leaned on the rail to watch the water. I saw a peculiar swirl as though some large body were coming to the surface from below. And then I saw it. Now, Dr. Bird, I take a drink once in a while when I'm on shore, but never at sea and never in excess. And I know it wasn't a vision of drunk delirium. And I felt perfectly normal aside from my nervousness. I don't think it was fever. Well, either I saw it or I am insane, for it is as vivid to me now as it was when I was standing on the Arethusa's deck, and that monstrous horror was rising once more before my eyes. The seaman's face had become drawn and white as he talked, and drops of sweat were trickling from his chin. Garn sat forward, absorbed in his narrative, while Dr. Bird sat back with a glitter in his black eyes and an expression of great attention on his face. "Go on, Mr. Mitchell," the doctor said soothingly. "Tell me just exactly what you saw." Mitchell shuddered and glanced quickly around the laboratory as though to assure himself that he was safe within these 4 walls. "Well, from the surface of the sea," he went on, "rose a massive body, black and with the appearance of wet leather. Must have been a couple of 100 yards across, although the size of objects is often magnified by moonlight, and my terror may have added to its size. In the midst of it were 2 great discs, 30 feet across, which glowed red with the reflected moonlight. And it stared for a moment and then rose higher until it towered above the ship. And then I thought I saw, that huge, gaping beak. It was as Green had described it, large enough to bite the Arethusa in half, and she was a ship of 3,000 tons. I was frozen with horror and couldn't move or cry out. As I watched, I saw the long snake-like body emerge from the water, when that estimate I'd made of the size in the afternoon seemed pitifully inadequate. Then a second and a third snake arose from the water, and then more, till the whole sea and the air above it seemed like a writhing mass of huge snakes. I remember wondering why the watch of the Coast Guard cutter didn't sound an alarm. Then I realized that the thing had arisen on our port side, and the cutter was on the starboard. The massive snakes writhed backward and forward, and then 2 of them rose in the air and hung over the ship. I could see the underside, and I saw what Green had called the scars where the sharks had attacked. They were great cup-shaped depressions with vile white edges, and they did resemble huge sores or ulcers. They wavered over the ship for an instant, then both of them dropped down on the deck. I suddenly found my voice. I think I gave a yell, but even as I opened my mouth, I realized the futility of it. The Arethusa was sucked down into the sea as though it had been a tiny chip. I saw the water rising to the rail, and I think I cried out again. The ship tilted, and I felt myself falling. Well, the next thing I knew was when I was in the hospital, and I was told that I'd been raving mad for a week. I was afraid to tell my story for fear I'd be put in an asylum, so I bit my tongue until I was discharged. Dr. Bird mused for a moment as the seaman's voice quivered. "Oh, you cried out all right, Mr. Mitchell," he said. "You gave 2 distinct shouts, both of which were heard by the watch of the Wren, the Coast Guard cutter. They reported that at 1:30 a.m. the Arethusa sank without warning. As soon as he heard your shouts, the watch gave the alarm and the crew piled on deck. Well, the Arethusa was gone completely, and the Wren was tossing about like a chip in a whirlpool, as they graphically described it. The Wren then moved full power as they fought the waves and sailed over to your anchoring ground looking for survivors. But they found none. The sea gradually subsided, and they did the only thing they could do. Dropped a buoy to guide the salvage people, and radioed for assistance. The Robin came out and joined them, and both cutters stood by until daylight. But nothing unusual was seen. Well, the insurance people are trying to salvage the wreck now, but so far they've made very little headway. Well, that brings me to the rest of the story. The part that made me decide to come to you, Doctor, said the seaman. Did you, see what happened to the divers yesterday? Dr. Bird nodded. Yeah, I saw a brief account of it, he said. It seems the two of them were lost through their lines getting fouled and their air connections being severed in some way. I don't believe the bodies have been recovered yet. They'll never be recovered, Doctor. I was discharged from the hospital yesterday, and the papers were just out with an account of it. Went down to the dock where the John McClane, the salvage ship, ties up, and I talked to Captain Starley, who commands it. Well, I've known him casually for some years, although just an acquaintance, and he gave me a few more details that the press hadn't got. Well, he didn't connect me at first with the Mitchell who was reported lost on the Arethusa. Well, the first man to go down from the McClane was Charlie Melrose, an expert diver. He went down in a pressure outfit to the bottom and started to work. Everything was going along fine until the telephone suddenly rang and the man who answered it heard him say, "Raise me. For God's sake, hurry." Well, the signal for raising was given, but they hadn't got him more than 30 feet from the bottom before there came a tug on the line, and he was gone. The airline, the lifting cable, and the telephone cord floated free and were reeled in. Melrose had been plucked off the end of that line as you or I would pluck off a grape. Dr. Bird leaned forward with the curious glitter again in his eye. "Go on," he said tersely. Well, Blake, the other diver, quickly donned a suit and insisted on being lowered at once. Starley tried to dissuade him, but he insisted on going down. They lowered him over the side with a 12-foot steel shot pike in his hand. But he never got to the bottom. He'd not been lowered more than 100 feet when a scream came over the phone, and again there was a jerk on the lines which threatened to wreck the reel. And the line came aboard with no diver on the end of it. At the same time, Starley told me, the sea boiled and churned as though the whole bottom were coming up, and his ship was tossed about as though it were in a violent storm, even though it was calm enough for 40-fathom salvage work, and that's pretty quiet, you know. Well, half the time his screws were out of the water, and he had a hard time to keep from being capsized. Well, he fought his way out of the disturbed area, and as soon as he did, it started to quiet down. Then, in 10 minutes, it was all calm again. Starley was pretty badly shaken, and besides, he'd lost both of his divers, so he came in and I saw him at the dock. When I heard his yarn, I took him into my confidence and told him what I'd seen, and that I proposed coming to you and asking your advice. Well, I was afraid, until I heard his story, that it was merely a vision that I'd had, but it was certainly no vision that plucked those two divers off their lines. Has Captain Starley told that story to anyone else yet? No, Doctor, he hasn't. He promised not to talk until after I'd seen you. I'll vouch for him. He'll keep his word through anything, and he's keeping his whole crew on board until he hears from me. At that, Dr. Bird sprang to his feet. "Oh, Mr. Mitchell," he said energetically, "you have shown excellent judgment. Message Captain Starley that you've seen me, and he's to hold his crew on board and talk to no one until I get there. Carnes, telephone the Chief of Naval Operations and ask him to receive me in conference at once. Have him get the Secretary of the Navy in too, if he's available. And when you finish that, phone Bolton to let him know that you'll be away from Washington indefinitely." "Oh, phone Admiral Buck for you, Doctor, but I don't dare phone any such message to Bolton. God, he's been running the whole service ragged lately, and this is my first afternoon off duty in a fortnight." What's the trouble? Flood of new counterfeits?
Nah, the counterfeit division's getting along all right. In fact, they've lent us a dozen men.
The trouble is a sudden big increase in communist activity throughout the country, with the Young Labour Party behind it.
Yeah, Bolton's been pretty jumpy since that Stokowski affair last August. He's afraid another attempt of some sort on the president.
The Young Labour Party. I thought that gang was bankrupt and out of business since the Coast Guard broke up their alien smuggling scheme.
They were down and out for a while, but they're in funds again.
And how?
Yeah, they must have 300 or 400 million at least.
Where'd they get it?
Well, that's what we've been trying to find out. Well, the leaders have presented bars of gold to a dozen banks throughout the country and demanded cash in advance. Yeah, the banks shipped the gold to the mint. And it was good gold. 925 fine. What we're trying to find out is how that gold got into the United States.
Well, a shipment of that size should be easy to trace.
Well, it seems so, but it hasn't been. We've accounted for every pound of every shipment that's come in through a port of entry.
Yeah, and we've checked almost that close on every output of every mine in the United States.
If that gold came in from Russia, it'd have to go across Europe. We can't get any trace of it from abroad.
It looks as though they were making it.
Dr. Bird rubbed his head thoughtfully.
Well, possible, but hardly probable, he said.
How much do you say they had?
Over 300 million in 30-pound bars.
Each bar shows signs of having a mint mark chiseled off, but that doesn't help much, for they've done too good a job. It pretty much has us confused. Again, Dr. Bird rubbed his head.
Telephone Admiral Buck.
Then phone Bolton and tell him exactly what I told you, that you will be away indefinitely. When he gets through exploding, tell him you're going with me and that possibly, just barely possibly, we might be on the trail of that gold shipment.
On the trail of the gold? Gasped Carnes.
Surely, Doctor, you don't think...
Oh, once in a while I do, my old friend, replied the doctor with a chuckle,
which is more than anyone in the Secret Service does.
Oh, and you can tell Bolton I said that,
but hang up quickly if you do. I don't want the wires of my phone melted off. No, Carnsey, I have no miraculous inspiration as to where that gold's coming from.
I just have a plain, old-fashioned hunch.
And that hunch is that we're going to have lots of fun and more than our fair share of danger before we see Washington again. Now, after you get through with Bolton, you might want to call the Chief of the Air Corps. Ask him to have a bomber held at Langley Field, subject to my orders. Well, if he squawks any, I'll talk to him. He then turned to the phone which laid on his desk and pressed dial.
Get Mr. Lambertson, he said. He's the chief technician of the Pirates Glass Works at Corning, New Jersey.
Part 2. The USS Minneconsin sailed out of New York Harbor and headed down toward the lower bay. On her forward deck rested a huge globe. The bottom quarter of the sphere was made of some sort of dark, opaque substance, but the upper portion was transparent as crystal. Through the walls could be seen a quantity of apparatus resting on the opaque bottom portion. 2 mechanics from the Bureau of Standards were making final adjustments to one of the pieces of the apparatus, which resembled a tank fitted with a piston geared to an electric motor. From the tank, tubes ran to 4 hollow pipes, each 1.5 inches in diameter, which ran through the skin and extended 30 inches from the outer skin of the 20-foot sphere. Dr. Bird stood near, talking with the executive officer of the ship, and from time to time giving a brief word of direction to the mechanics.
It's safer than you might think, Commander, he said.
In the first place, that globe is not made of ordinary glass. It's made of vitrolene, a new semi-malleable glass which was developed at the Bureau, and which has been made on an experimental scale for us by the Pyrex people. It's much stronger than ordinary glass, and it's not sensitive to shock. It's also perfectly transparent to ultraviolet light, being superior even to rock crystal or fused quartz in that respect. Now, the walls, as you've noticed, are 4 inches thick, and I've calculated that the bore will stand a uniform external pressure of 3,500 atmospheres, pressure which will be encountered at a depth of about 20 miles.
I believe the little stander squeezes 6,000 tons without buckling, and it's impossible to fracture it by shot. And it could be dropped from the top of the Empire State Building, and it would just bounce.
Well, that seems incredible that it could stand such a pressure as you've named.
Oh, my figures are conservative ones. Lambertson calculated them even higher, but we allowed for the fact that this is the first large mass of the material to be cast, and we lowered them a bit.
But suppose your lifting cable should break, objected the naval officer. The outfit weighs a good many tons.
You notice that the lower quarter is made of lead.
The specific gravity of the entire globe, when sealed up tight with 2 men in it, is only a little more than unity.
In the water its weight is so little that a 3-inch manila hawser could raise it, let alone a steel cable. I have another safety device, though.
And in case that cable should snap, I detach the lead from it, and it would shoot to the surface like a rocket. So how long can you remain underwater in it?
A week, if necessary.
I have an oxygen tank and a carbon dioxide removing apparatus which will keep the air in good condition. The globe is electrically lighted and can be heated if necessary. If my phone doesn't work, I have a radio set which will enable me to communicate with you. I can't see that it's especially dangerous, not nearly as much as a submarine. And, what is your objective in going down there, if I may ask?
Well, to take pictures and to explore the wreck if we can.
The globe is equipped with huge floodlights and excellent cameras. The salvage people are having a little trouble, and we're just trying to help them out. You mentioned exploring. Can you leave the globe while it's underwater? Yeah, there's a docking device for doing so. A man in a diving suit can enter the lock and fill it with water. Once the external pressure is released, he can open the outer door and step out. Coming back, he seals the outer door, and the man inside blows out the lock and the compressed air, and then the inner door can be opened. It's the same principle as a torpedo tube. A jangle of bells then interrupted them, and the Minneconsin slowed down. Commander Lawrence stepped to the rail and gave a sharp order to the navigating officer on the bridge. The bells jangled again, and the ship's engine stopped. Well, we're almost over the buoy, Doctor, he said. Dr. Bird nodded and spoke to the 2 mechanics. Then, with a few final touches to the apparatus, they emerged from the globe, and Dr. Bird entered.
Come on, Carnes, he called. No backing out at the last minute.
Carnes stepped forward with a sickly smile and joined the doctor in the huge sphere.
All right, boys, close her up.
The mechanics swung the outer door into place with a crane. Both the edge of the door and the surface against which it fitted had been ground flat, and were in addition faced with soft rubber. Bolts were fastened in the door, which passed through holes in the main sphere, and Dr. Bird spun nuts onto them and tightened them with a heavy wrench. He and Carnes lifted the smaller inner door into place and bolted it tight. Bird then stepped to the phone.
Lower away, he directed.
From a boom attached to the Minneconsin's forward fighting top, a huge steel cable swung down, and the latch at the end of the cable was closed over a vitrilene ring, which was fastened to the top of the sphere. The cable tightened, and the globe, with the 2 men in it, was lifted over the side of the battleship and lowered gently into the water. Carnes involuntarily ducked and threw up his hand as the water closed over them, and Dr. Bird laughed.
Hey, look up, Carnes, he said.
Carnes gasped as he looked up and saw the surface of the water above him. Dr. Bird laughed again and turned to his phone.
Lower away, he said. Everything is tight.
The globe descended into the depths of the sea. Darker and darker it grew, until only a faint twilight glow filled the sphere. A dark bulk loomed before them. Dr. Bird snapped on one of his huge floodlights and pointed.
Hey, the Arethusa,
he said. The ill-fated vessel lay on her side with a huge jagged hole torn in her midship.
That's where the boilers burst,
explained the doctor. Luckily, we have a hard bottom to deal with.
Right, let's see if we can locate any of Mitchell's sea serpents.
He turned on other floodlights and swept the bottom of the sea with them. The huge beams bored out into the water for 1/4 of a mile, but nothing unusual was to be seen. Dr. Bird turned his attention again to the wreck.
"Ah, things look normal from this side," he said after a prolonged scrutiny. "I'll have the Minnetonka sail around it while we look it all over."
In response to his phone orders, the ship above them swung around the wreck in a circle, and Carnes and the doctor viewed each side in turn. But nothing of a suspicious nature made its appearance. The sphere stopped outside the hole in the side, and Dr. Bird turned to Carnes.
"Right, I'm going to put on a diving suit and explore that wreck," he said. "If there ever was any danger, it isn't apparent now, and I can't find out anything until I get inside." Don't do it, Doctor," cried Carnes. "You remember what happened to the other divers?" "We don't know what happened to them, Carnes. No matter what it was, there's no danger apparent right now, and I've got to get into that ship before I can get any real information. We could have lowered an undersea camera and learned just as much as we have so far." "Well, let me go instead of you, Doctor." "Well, I'm sorry to refuse you, my friend, but frankly, I wouldn't trust your judgment as to what you'd seen if you went alone. And we can't both go."
"Why not?"
"If we both went, who'd work the air to let us back in? No, this is a one-man job, and I'm the one to do it. While I'm gone, keep a sharp lookout. If you see anything unusual, call me at once."
"How can I call you?"
"Here, on this small radio phone. A set of receivers tuned to the right wavelength are in my diving helmets. I'll be able to hear you, although I can't reply. No, I won't be gone long. I only have a small air tank, large enough to keep me going for about 30 minutes. Now help me into my suit and keep a sharp watch. Oh, and a timely warning may save my life if anything happens."
With Carnes' assistance, Dr. Bird donned a deep-sea diving outfit and screwed down the helmet. He crawled through the inner door into the lock and lifted the inner door into place. Carnes fastened the door with nuts, and the doctor opened a pair of valves in the outer door and filled the lock with water. He then removed the outer door and, taking in one hand a steel-shod 12-foot pike with a hook on the end, and in the other a waterproof flashlight, he moved forward. As he left the shell, he paused for a moment, and then returned and picked up the heavy wrench with which he'd removed the nuts holding the outer door into place. He fastened the tool to the belt of his suit, and then, with a wave of his hand toward the detective, he approached the hole. The hole in the side was too high for him to reach, but he hooked the end of his spike in one of the joints of the Arethusa's plates and climbed slowly and painfully up the side of the vessel. As he disappeared into the hull, Carnes realized with a sudden start that he'd been watching his friend and neglecting the duty imposed on him of keeping a sharp watch. He turned quickly to the floodlights and searched the sea bottom. Nothing appeared, and the minutes moved as slowly as hours should. Carnes felt that he'd been submerged alone for weeks, and his nerves grew so tense that he felt that he'd scream in another instant. A sudden thought sobered him like a dash of cold water. If he screamed, Dr. Bird would think it was an alarm signal and possibly be afraid to emerge from the vessel. His watch showed him that the doctor had been gone for 25 minutes now, and so he moved slowly to the radio transmitter. "Dr. Bird," he said slowly and distinctly, "you've been gone nearly 30 minutes. Nothing alarming has appeared, but I'll feel better when I see you coming back." He glued his eyes on the opening in the ship's side and waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10, with no signs of the doctor. Carnes again moved to the receiver. "It's been over half an hour, Doctor," he cried in a pleading voice. "If you're all right, for God's sake, show yourself. I'm in a frantic with worry." Another 5 minutes passed, and the sweat dripped in a steady stream from the detective's chin. Suddenly he gave a sob of relief and sank back against the side of the globe. A bulky figure showed at the edge of the hole, and Dr. Bird climbed slowly and heavily out of the hold and dropped to the sea bottom. He lay prone for a moment before he rose and made his way with evident effort toward the sphere. He entered the compartment and, with a heroic effort, lifted the outer door into place, and feebly and with fumbling fingers placed nuts on the bolts. His hands wandered uncertainly toward the valves and closed the upper one.
He waved his hand toward Carnes and sank in a heap on the floor of the lock. With trembling hands, Carnes connected the air and opened the valve. Air flowed into the lock and the water was gradually forced out. When the lock was empty, he waited for Dr. Bird to close the outer valve, but the doctor didn't move. Carnes tore at the bolts which held the inner door and threw his weight against it. It held against his moves, and he thought frantically. Then inspiration came, and he disconnected the air valve. With a whistling rush, the air from the lock rushed into the sphere, and he forced open the inner door. A stream of seawater drove against his feet through the open valve, and he reached the valve to close it. The force of the water held it open for a moment, but he threw every ounce of his strength into the effort, and slowly the valve closed. It was beyond his strength to haul the heavy doctor with his pressure diving suit through the restricted confines of the inner door, so Carnes wormed his way into the lock and with trembling fingers unscrewed the helmet of the doctor's diving suit. The helmet clanged to the floor, and Carnes scooped up his hands full of water and dashed it onto the doctor's face. There was no response, and now he was panicking. He sprang for the radio to order the sphere hauled up, when his glance fell on the oxygen tank. It took him only a moment to connect a rubber hose to the tank, and in a few seconds a blast of the life-giving gas was blowing into the scientist's face. Dr. Bird gave a convulsive gasp or two and opened his eyes. Carnes shut off the oxygen, and Dr. Bird struggled to a sitting position and inhaled deep breaths. "That was close, my friend," he said faintly. "Give me a hand, and I'll climb in." With the detective's aid, he climbed into the sphere, and Carnes fastened the inner door. Slowly, the doctor got out of the diving suit and lay prone on the floor, his breath still coming in gasps. "Hey, thanks for your warning about the time, Carnes," he said. "I knew that my air supply was running short, but I was caught down there and couldn't readily free myself. I thought for a while that my time had come, but, well, I guess not. By the looks of things, I freed myself just in time." "Well, did you find out anything?" asked the detective eagerly. "I did," replied Dr. Bird grimly. "For one thing, the gold is no longer in the hold of the Arethusa." "It's gone?" "Clean as a whistle, every bar of it. A hole had been cut in the vault around the combination, and the bars slid back and the door opened. The gold has been stolen." "Could it not have been stolen before the vessel sank?" The idea of that occurred to me, of course. I examined things pretty carefully. Now I know that the theft occurred after the vessel sank." "Wait, how could you tell?" For one thing, the hole was cut with an underwater cutting torch. And for seconds, well, look here." The doctor rolled up his trousers and showed the detective his leg. Carnes cried out as he saw huge purple welts on it. "God, what caused that?" he cried. As I entered the vault, I stepped full into a steel bear trap, which was set there for the purpose of catching and holding anyone who entered. Someone's visited the Arethusa since she sank, looted her, and also arranged so that any diver who got as far as the vault would never return to the surface to tell of it. Well, luckily for me, I carried a heavy wrench and was able to free myself. I guess most divers don't carry such a thing. But, who could have done it? Well, that's what we've got to find out. We're not going to do it down here. Right, give the word to have us hauled up. And Carnes, don't mention anything about the looting of the vessel. Make sure it's understood that I couldn't get into the hold. We'll head back for New York at once. Oh, and I want to have a few small changes made in this sphere before we use it again. While I'm doing that, I want you to get hold of the Coast Guard or the Immigration Service or whoever it is that has the complete records in that case of alien smuggling. By the Young Labour Party. And when you get that information, report to me and we'll go over it. You might also drop a hint to Captain Starley that we'll stop all further attempts at salvage operations for a few days. Tell him I'll arrange to have a Coast Guard boat guard the locality of the wreck. Well, won't that be rather risky for the cutter? I think not. The gold's gone and there's no reason to apprehend any further danger in that locality. Well, at least for the present. Part 3.
At 9 o'clock the next morning, Carnes and Dr. Bird sat in the office of Lieutenant Commander Minden of the United States Coast Guard, listening intently to the history of the alien smuggling case. Commander Minden spoke. Their boats would load up and clear ostensibly for Rio de Janeiro or some other South American port. But once they were in the Atlantic, they'd alter their course and head for the Massachusetts coast. Now, of course, we had no right to interfere with them on the high seas, and they never came closer than 50 miles to our coastline. When they got that close, they'd cruise slowly back and forth for a few days, and then sail away south to the port that they cleared for. When they got there, of course, there were no passengers on board. We patrolled the coast carefully while we were around, but we never got any indication of any landing of aliens, and yet we knew they were being landed in some way. We drew lines so close that a caulk wouldn't get by without being seen. We even had the air patrolled, but, well, with no results. Eventually, the air patrol was the thing that gave them away, though. They'd been operating so successfully that they evidently got careless and started to load off late in the night, so they didn't reach the coast by dawn. A Navy plane was flying across the coastline about 12 miles off when they spotted a submarine running parallel with the coast, headed north. It didn't look like an American craft, and they went on and radioed Washington and found that we had no undersea craft in that neighborhood. They returned to their patrol, followed the sub for a matter of 30 or 40 miles up the coast. Then it turned in right toward the shore. The shoreline there is rocky, and at the point where the sub was heading, it falls sheer about 200 fathoms. The sub ran right at the cliff and disappeared from view. Lieutenant Commander Minden paused impressively. Carnes and Dr. Bird sat forward in their chairs, for it was evident that the crux of the story was at hand. When the plane reported what they'd seen, we knew how those aliens were being landed. The point where the sub went in gave us a good idea of the location of their base, and we threw a cordon of men around and searched. A Navy sub was sent to the scene, and they reported that there was a tunnel opening into the rock, about 100 fathoms underwater, running for, well, they had no idea how far under the land. We stayed to guard the hole while we combed the land. It took us a week to locate the place, but we traced some truckloads of food and finally found it. This tunnel ran under the land for a mile and then ended in a large cave underground. The young Labor Party had established a regular receiving depot there and took the aliens from the sub and kept them there for a day or two till they had a chance to load them into trucks and run them into Boston or some other town in the night. Once we had the place spotted, we sent a gang in and captured the whole works without any trouble. The underground cavern had no natural opening to the surface, but they had one made by blasting. We captured the whole lot and then sealed the end of the hole with rock and concrete. And that was the end of that affair. Well, thank you, Commander. You've given us a very graphic description of it. I suppose you could find the entrance which was sealed up. Easily. I led the raiding party. Oh, I forgot to mention one blunder we made. Evidently some word of our plans leaked out, for the sub which was guarding the outer end of the tunnel was called away by a radio message, supposed to be from the Navy Department. Gone only a short distance, though, when the commander smelled a rat and made his way back. Well, he was too late. He was just in time to see the sub emerge from the hole and head into the open sea. We gave chase, but the other sub was faster than the Navy boat and got clear away. The leader of the gang must have been on it, as we didn't get him. Who was the leader? From some records we captured, we saw his name was Ivan Saranov. Well, I never saw him, though. Saranov, said Dr. Bird thoughtfully. The name seems familiar. Where have I? God damn, I know now. He was at one time a member of the faculty of St. Petersburg. He was one of the leading biologists of his time. Carnes, we've found our man. If you're thinking of Saranov, I'm afraid you're mistaken, Doctor, said Commander Minden. Neither he nor his submarine have ever been heard of since. It's generally been conceded that they were lost at sea. We had some pretty rough weather just after that affair. Well, rough weather doesn't mean that much to a sub, Commander. I expect that he is our man. Well, at any rate, the place we want to go is the end of that tunnel. Well, at your service, Doctor. Carnes,
Get the location of that tunnel entrance from Commander Minden. Order the Minneconsin to proceed north along the coast of that vicinity. Stand by for radio orders. I'm going to phone Mitchell Field and get a plane. We have no time to lose. The plane from Mitchell Field roared down to a landing, and Carnes, Dr. Bird, and Commander Minden dismounted from the rear cockpit and looked around. They'd landed in a smooth field at the base of a rise, almost rugged enough to be called a mountain. A group of 3 men was standing near them as they got out of the plane. One of the men approached. "Dr. Bird," asked the newcomer, "I'm Tom Harron, United States Marshal. These 2 men are deputies. Now, I understand that I'm to report to you for orders." "Glad to have met you, Mr. Harron. This is Operative Carnes of the Secret Service and Commander Minden of the Coast Guard. We're going to explore an underground cavern that's located in this vicinity." "You mean the one where they used to smuggle aliens?" "That's closed up. I was in charge of that work, and we closed it tight as a drum 2 years ago."
"Can you find the entrance?"
"Sure. It's not even a mile from here."
"I'll lead the way then. We want to take a look at it."
The Marshal led the way, and took a path which led to a gully in its side. He paused for a moment to take his bearings, and then turned sharply to his left and climbed part of the way up the side of the ravine. "Here it is," he announced. An expression of astonishment crossed his face, and he examined the ground closely. "Oh, geez, Doc," he went on as he straightened up. "This place has been open since I left it." Dr. Bird hurried forward and joined him. The heavy stone and concrete with which the entrance to the cavern had been sealed were undisturbed, but in the side of the hill was a set of steel doors beside the concrete. There was no sign of a keyhole or other means of entering it. "Was this steel door part of your work?" asked Carnes. "No, sir, it wasn't. We sealed it solid. That door has been put there since." Dr. Bird closely examined the structure. He tapped it and went round the edges, and then straightened up and took a small pocket compass from his pocket and opened the case. The needle swung crazily for a moment, but then pointed straight toward the door.
A magnetic lock,"
he exclaimed. "If we could find the power line, it would be easy to force it, but finding that line might take us ages. At any rate, we've found out what we were after. This is their base from which they're operating. Mr. Harron, I want you to station a guard armed with rifles at this door, day and night, until I personally relieve you. And remember, until I relieve you, be here in person. Verbal or written orders don't go. Capture or kill anyone who tries to enter or leave this cavern through this entrance. Just now, we'll find that cavern more vulnerable from the sea end, and that's where I mean to attack. We'll force that door and explore this end later. Commander Minden, you can stay here with Mr. Harron if you like, or you can come with Carnes and me. We're going on board the Minneconsin." The Mitchell Field plane roared to a takeoff and bore south along the coast. Half an hour of flying brought them in view of the battleship sailing at full speed up the coast. Dr. Bird radioed instructions to the ship, and an hour later a launch picked them up from the beach and took them out. As soon as they were on board, they resumed their progress, and in 2 hours the peak that Dr. Bird had marked as a landmark was opposite.
"Right, sail in as close to the shore as you can safely," he said, "and then lower us down. Once we're down, you'll be guided by our telephoned instructions. Come on, Carnes, let's go."
The detective followed him into the sphere as the Minneconsin edged up toward the shore. The huge bore was lifted from the deck and lowered gently into the 200 fathoms of water. It was pitch dark at that depth, and Dr. Bird switched on one floodlight and studied the cliff which rose 100 yards beneath them.
"We've missed the place, Carnes," he said. "We'll have them pull us up a few hundred feet, and then sail along the coast."
He turned to his phone, and the sphere rose, while the battleship sailed slowly ahead, the vitriolene ball following in her wake. For a quarter of a mile they continued on their way, and then Dr. Bird halted the ship.
"What depth are we?"
he asked.
80 fathoms? All right, lower us, please."
The ball sank until it rested on the sea bottom, and Dr. Bird turned on 2 additional floodlights and studied the surroundings.
The bed of the ocean was literally covered with lobster and crab shell, with the bones of fish scattered here and there among them. A few bones of land animals were mixed with the debris, and Carnes gave a gasp as Dr. Bird pointed out to him a diving helmet. "Well, we're on the right track," said the scientist grimly. He stepped to the phone and ordered the sphere raised to 100 fathoms. The ship moved forward along the coast until Dr. Bird again stepped to the phone and halted it. Before them yawned the entrance to the underground tunnel. It was big, about 200 feet high and 300 across, and their most powerful beams would not penetrate to the end of it. A pile of debris could be seen on the floor of the tunnel, and Carnes was sure he could see another diving helmet among the litter. Dr. Bird pointed toward the side of the cavern. "See those floodlights fastened to the cliff so that their beams will sweep across the mouth of the tunnel when they're lit?" he said. "Apparently the cave is used as a prison, and the light beams are the bars. If the creature's not at home just now, well, the bars will be up." "My God, look at that, Carnes." Carnes stared and echoed the doctor's cry of surprise. Clinging to a shelf of rock which extended out from the wall of the cavern and half hidden among the seaweed was a huge marine creature. It looked like a huge black slug with rudimentary eyes and mouth. The thing was 50 feet in length and fully 15 feet in diameter. It hung there, moving sluggishly as though breathing, and rudimentary tentacles were projecting from one end, moving in the water. "God, what is it, Doctor?" asked Carnes in a voice of awe. "It's a typical trochosphere of the giant octopus, the devilfish of the Indian Ocean, multiplied 1,000 times, though," he replied. "When the octopus lays its eggs, they hatch out into the larval form. The free-swimming larvae is known as the trochosphere. I'm positive that that's what we see here. But God, look at the size of the thing. Well, if that ever develops, I can't even imagine its dimensions." "I've seen pictures of a huge octopus pulling down a ship," said Carnes, "but I always thought they were imaginary." "Well, they are. This monstrosity before us is no product of nature. A dozen of them would depopulate the seas in a year. God, it's a hideous parody of nature conceived in the brain of a madman and produced by some glandular disturbance. Saranov. He spent years in glandular experimentation, and no doubt he's managed to stimulate the thyroid of a normal octopus and produce a giant. I think that the immediate parent of this thing before us was of normal size, and so probably are its brothers and sisters. The phenomenon of gigantism of this nature only occurs in alternate generations, and then only in rare instances. Its grandparent may not be far away, though. I wish it was safe to use a submarine to explore that cavern." "Why isn't it?" "Any creature powerful enough to pull the Arethusa underwater would crush a frail submarine without effort. Anyway, a Navy sub isn't built for underwater exploration like this ball is. The window space is quite limited, and they are not equipped with powerful floodlights. I'd like to be able to reach that thing and destroy it, but that can wait till later. The best thing we can do is put out our lights and wait." His hand sought the light switch, and the globe became dark. Only a tiny glimmer of light came down to them from the surface, 100 fathoms above. In the darkness, they stared into the depths of the sea. Part 4. For an hour they waited, and then Dr. Bird grasped Carnes by the shoulder and pointed. Far in the distance could be seen a tiny point of light. It wavered and winked and at times disappeared, but it was gradually approaching them. Dr. Bird stepped to the telephone, and the Minneconsin moved 100 yards further from the shore. The light disappeared again, as though hidden by some opaque body. Their eyes had become accustomed to the dim light, and they could dimly see a long snake-like body approach the globe, and then suddenly withdraw. The light appeared again only a few hundred yards away now. The water swirled and the sphere swayed drunkenly as some gigantic body moved past it with express train speed and entered the mouth of the cavern. The light turned toward them, and they could see the dim outlines of a small submarine on which it was mounted. Another rush of water came as the object which had entered the cave started to leave it, and the light swung around. It bore on a huge black body and was reflected with a red glow from huge eyes, and the creature backed again into the cave. Back and forth across the mouth of the cavern the light played, and the watchers caught a glimpse of a huge beak which could have engulfed a freight car. From the cavern projected twisting tentacles of gargantuan dimensions, and red eyes, 30 feet in diameter, glared balefully at them. For several minutes the light of the submarine played across the mouth of the cave, and then the floodlights on the cliff sprang into full glow and bathed the ball and the mouth of the tunnel in a flood of light. Before their horrified gaze was an octopus of a size to make them disbelieve their eyes. The submarine had moved up to within a few feet of them, and the light from it played full on the ball. The submarine maneuvered in the vicinity, keeping the ball full in the beam of its light, and then drew back, and as it did so, the floodlights on the cliff died out, and the beam of the submarine's light was directed away from them. Dr. Bird jumped to his phone. "Head straight out to sea, and full speed ahead," he shouted. "Don't try to pull us in. Tow us." The ball swayed as the Minneconsin's mighty engines responded to his orders, and the cliff wall disappeared from view. "Well, as long as they know we're here, we might as well announce our presence in style," said the doctor grimly, as he closed a switch and threw all of the sphere's huge lights into action. He turned on the lights just in time, for even as he did so, a mighty tentacle shot out of the darkness and wrapped itself around the ball. For a moment it clung there, and then was withdrawn. "The thing can't stand the light," remarked the doctor as he threw off the switch. "That sub was herding it like a cow by the use of a light beam. As long as we're lit up, we're safe from attack." "For God's sake, then, turn on the lights," cried Carnes. "Oh, I want it to attack us," replied the doctor calmly. "We have no offensive weapons, and only by meeting an attack can we harm the thing." As he spoke, there came a soft whisper of sound from the vitrilene walls, and they were thrown from their feet by a sudden jerk. Dr. Bird stumbled to the switch and closed it, and the ball was flooded with light. 2 arms were now on them, but they were slowly withdrawn as the lights glared forth. The huge outlines of the beast could be seen as it followed them toward the surface. Its great eyes glared at them hungrily. The submarine was visible only as a speck of light in the distance now. The Minneconsin's speed was picking up under the surge of her huge turbines, and the ball was nearing the surface. The sea light was enough now that they could see for quite a distance. The phone rang, and Dr. Bird replied. "Hello," he said. "What's that? You can? Well, by all means fire. Yeah, indeed, we're well out of danger. It must be 30 or 40 feet down. Well, just watch the fun now." He continued to Carnes as he turned the phone off. "Well, the beast is showing above the surface, and they're going to shell it." They watched the surface, and suddenly there came a flash of light, followed by a dull boom of sound. The huge octopus suddenly sank below them, thrashing its arms about wildly. "Direct hit," shouted Dr. Bird into the phone. "Get it again if it shows up. I want to get that thing good and mad." He turned off the lights in the ball, and the octopus attacked again. The shell had taught it to be cautious, and it kept well down, but 3 huge arms came up from the depths of the sea and wrapped themselves around the ball once more. The forward motion stopped for a moment, and then came a jerk that threw them down, and the ball started to sink. "Damn, the cable has snapped," cried the doctor. "Turn on the lights." Carnes closed the switch. The ball was so covered with the huge tentacles that they couldn't see anything, but the light had its usual effect, and they were soon released. The ball sank toward the bottom, and they could see the huge cephalopod lying below, watching them. Blood was flowing from a wound near one of its eyes, where the Minneconsin shell had found its mark. Toward the huge monster they sank, until they lay on the bottom of the ocean,
and only a few yards from it. In an instant the sea became opaque, and they couldn't see a thing. "He shot his ink," cried the doctor. "Here comes the real attack. Right, brace yourself. Strap yourself to the wall, so you can reach one of the motor switches."
Through the darkness, huge arms came out and wrapped themselves around the ball again. The heavy vitriline groaned under the enormous pressure which was applied to it, but it held. The ink was clearing slightly now, and they could see that the sphere was covered by the arms. The mass moved, and the huge maw opened before them. Pipes projecting from the sides of the ball were buried into the creature's flesh.
"Oh, goddamn! It's going to swallow us whole," gasped the doctor. "Quick, Carnes, the motor switch."
He closed one of them as he spoke, and the powerful little electric motors began to hum, forcing forward the piston attached to the tank connected to the hollow rods. Steadily, the little motors hummed, and the tank emptied through the rods into the body of the giant cephalopod.
"God, I hope this stuff works fast," groaned the doctor, as they approached closer to the giant maw. "Well, I never tried giving an octopus a hypodermic injection of prussic acid before, but it ought to do the business. God, there's enough acid there to kill half of New York City."
Carnes blanched as the ball approached the mouth. One by one the arms unwound until only one was holding them, and the jaws opened wider.
They were almost in them
when the motion stopped. They could feel a shudder run through the arm which was holding them. For a moment the arm alternately expanded and contracted, almost releasing them only to clutch them again. Another arm came from the depths and whipped about the ball, and again the vitriline groaned at the pressure which was applied. The arms were suddenly withdrawn, and the ball started to sink.
"Drop the lead, Carnes," cried the doctor.
With the aid of the detective, he operated the electric catches which held the huge mass of lead to the bottom, and the sphere shot up through the water like a rocket. It leapt clear of the water and fell back with a splash. Half a mile away, the Minneconsin was swinging in a wide circle to head back toward them, and they turned their gaze toward the shore. As they looked, a giant arm shot 100 yards up into the air, twisting and writhing frantically. It disappeared, and then another, and then half a dozen more flashed into the air. The arms dipped below the surface, and the huge black body reared its bulk free from the water for a moment, and the sea boiled as though in a violent storm. The body then sank again, and the arms were thrown up, twisting and turning like a half-dozen huge snakes. The whole creature sank below the waves, and the ball tossed back and forth, often buried under tons of water, and once tossed 30 feet into the air by the huge waves. A momentary lull came in the waves. Carnes then gave a cry of astonishment and pointed toward the shore. With some effort, Dr. Bird twisted himself in his lashing and looked in that direction. The huge body had once again come to the surface, and 3 of the arms were towering into the air. Grasped in them was a long, black, cigar-shaped object. As they watched, the object was torn into 2 parts and the fragments crushed by the enormous power of the octopus. Again the arms writhed in torment, and then they stiffened out. For a moment they towered in the air, and then slowly sank below the surface of the sea.
"Ah, the cyanide has worked,"
cried the doctor, and in its last agonies the creature has turned on its creator and destroyed him. Oh, it's a shame. Saranoff was a brilliant, although crazy, genius, and besides, I would have liked to have learned his methods. Well, I may find something when we open the land end and raid the cave. Really, he was too brilliant a man to hang for murder. Hey, once we open the cave and I get any data that's there, my connection with this case will end. Tracking down the gold and recovering it's a routine matter for Bolton, and one in which he won't need my help. But, what about that creature we saw in the cave, Doctor? Won't it hatch into another terror of the sea like the thing we just destroyed? The trochosphere? No, I'm not worried there. Won't try to leave the cave for some days yet. By that time, we'll have the land end open and the floodlights turned on. Well, they'll keep it there,
and it'll starve to death. We could send down a sub to feed it a torpedo, but there's no need. Nature will dispose of it in its own way. Meanwhile, I hope the Minneconsin rigs up a jury tackle pretty soon and takes us on board. God, I'm getting seasick. Dr. Bird, scientific sleuth extraordinaire, goes after a sinister stealer of brains. Stolen Brains by Captain S.P. Meek. I hope, Carnes, said Dr. Bird, we get good fishing. Good fishing? Will you please tell me what you're talking about? Well, I'm talking about fishing, my friend. You see in the evening paper? No. What's that got to do with it? Dr. Bird tossed across the table a copy of the Washington Post, folded so as to bring uppermost an item on page 3. Carnes saw his picture staring at him from the center of the page. What the hell? He exclaimed as he bent over the paper. With growing astonishment, he read the operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service had collapsed at his desk that afternoon and had been rushed to Walter Reed Hospital, where the trouble had been diagnosed as a nervous breakdown caused by overwork. There followed a guarded statement from Admiral Clay, the President's personal physician, who had been called into conference by the Army authorities. The Admiral stated that the Chief of Washington District was in no immediate danger, but that a prolonged rest was necessary. The paper gave a glowing tribute to the detective's life and work, stated that he'd been given sick leave for an indefinite period, and that he was leaving at once for the fishing lodge of his friend, Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards, at Squapan Lake, Maine. Dr. Bird, the article concluded, would accompany and care for his stricken friend. Carnes laid the paper aside with a gasp. Do you know what this means? Carnes demanded. It means, Carnesy, my old friend, that the fishing at Squapan Lake should be good right now, that I feel the need of accurate information on the subject. I didn't want to go alone, so I engineered this outrage on the government, and I'm taking you along for company. Now, for the love of God, look sick from now on until we're clear of Washington. We leave tonight. I already have our tickets and reservations, and all you have to do is collect your tackle and pack your bags for a month or two in the woods, and meet me at the Pennsy station at 6 tonight. There are some people who say there is no Santa Claus, mused Carnes. If I'd really broken down from overwork, I would probably have had my pay docked for the time I was absent. But a man with official pull in this man's government wants to go fishing, and hey, presto, the wheels move and the way's clear. Doctor, I will meet you as directed. Good enough, said Dr. Bird. Oh, by the way, Carnes, he went on as the operative opened the door, make sure to bring your pistol. Carnes whirled about at these words. Are we, going on a case? He asked. That remains to be seen, replied the doctor. At all events, bring your pistol. In answer to any questions, we are going fishing. As a matter of fact, we are, with ourselves as bait. If you have a little time to spare this afternoon, you might drop around to the office of the Post and get them to show you all the amnesia cases they've had stories of during the past 3 months. It'll make interesting reading. No more questions now, my friend. We'll have lots of time to talk things over when we're in the Maine woods. Late the next evening, they left the Bangor and Aroostook train at Mezardis and found a Ford truck waiting for them. Over a rough trail, they were driven for 15 miles, winding up at a log cabin which the doctor announced was his. The truck deposited their belongings and jounced away, and Dr. Bird led the way to the cabin, which proved to be unlocked. He pushed open the door and entered, followed by Carnes. The operative glanced at the occupants of the cabin and stared back in surprise. Seated at a table were 2 figures. The smaller of the 2 had his back to the entrance, but the larger one was facing them. He rose as they entered, and Carnes rubbed his eyes and reeled weakly against the wall. Before him stood a replica of Dr. Bird.
was the same 6'2" of bone and muscle, the same beetling brows, the same craggy chin, and high forehead surmounted by a shock of unruly black hair. In face and figure, the stranger was a replica of the famous scientist. It was until he glanced at their hands. Dr. Bird's hands were long and slim with tapering fingers, the hands of a thinker and an artist, despite the acid stains which disfigured them but could not hide their beauty. The hands of this double were stained, as were Dr. Bird's, but they were short and thick and indicated more the man of action than the man of thought. The second figure arose and faced them again, and Carnes received another shock. While the likeness was not so striking, there was no doubt that the second man would readily have passed for Carnes himself in a dim light or at a little distance. Dr. Bird burst into laughter at the detective's puzzled face. "Carnes," he said, "get yourself together and then shake hands with Major Trowbridge of the Coast Artillery Corps. It's been said by some people that we look like one another." "Oh, I'm glad to meet you, Major," said Carnes. "The resemblance is positively uncanny. But for your hands, I'd have trouble telling you two apart." And the Major glanced down at his own stubby fingers. "It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped," he said. "Now, Dr. Bird, this is Corporal Askins of my command. It's not as good a second to Mr. Carnes as I am to you, but you said that was less important." "The likeness is plenty good enough," replied the doctor. "You'll probably not be subjected to as close a scrutiny as you will. Hey, did you have any trouble in getting here unobserved?" "None at all, Doctor. Lieutenant Maynard found a good landing field within half a mile here, as you said he would. He had his plane camouflaged, and it's standing by. When do you expect trouble?" "I have no idea. May come tonight, may come later. Well, personally, I hope that it comes later, so that we can get in a good few days of fishing before anything happens." What do you expect to happen, Doctor?" demanded Carnes. "Every time I've asked you anything, you told me to wait until we were in the Maine woods. And, well, here we are now. I read up everything that I could find on amnesia victims during the past 3 months, but, well, didn't throw much light on the matter to me." "How many cases did you find, Carnes?" 16. There may have been lots more, but couldn't find any others in the post records. Of course, unless the victim were a local man or someone of prominence, it wouldn't appear." "Well, you got most of them at that. So, did any points of similarity strike you as you read them?" "None except that they were all prominent men and all of them mental workers of high caliber. Well, it didn't seem strange to me because, well, it's the man of high mentality who's most apt to crack." "Undoubtedly. And there were some points of similarity which you missed. Hey, where did the attacks take place?" "Why, one was... Oh, shit. Doctor, I did miss something. Every case, well, as nearly as I can recall, happened at some summer camp or other resort where they're on vacation." "Correct. Oh, one other point. What time of day did they occur?" "In the morning, as well as I can remember." "Well, that point didn't register." "No, they were discovered in the morning, all of them, Carnes, which means the actual loss of memory occurred during the night. More than that, every case has happened within a circle with a diameter of 300 miles. We're near the northern edge of that circle." Carnes checked through his memory rapidly. "God, you're right, Doctor," he cried. "Hey, do you think—" "I do once in a while," replied Dr. Bird dryly. "I think enough to know the futility of guesses hazarded without complete data. We're now located within the limits of the amnesia belt, and we're here to find out what happened, if anything, and not to make wild guesses about it. So, you send up the tent for us, Major?" "Yeah, Doctor. About 30 yards from the cabin and hidden so well that you could pass it a dozen times a day without suspecting its existence. The gas masks and the other equipment you sent to Fort Banks are inside. In that case, we'd better dispense with your company as soon as we've eaten a bite and retire to the tent. Hey, on second thoughts, we'll eat inside it. Carnes, we'll leave at once and leave our substitutes in possession of the cabin. Well, I trust, gentlemen, that things will come out all right and that you're in no danger. Major Trowbridge shrugged his heavy shoulders. Well, let's hope so, he said. It's a matter of duty to me, you know. Thank God I have no family to mourn if anything does go wrong. Neither is Corporal Askins. Well, good luck at any rate. Will you guide Carnes to the tent and return here so I can join him? Huddled in the tiny concealed tent, Dr. Bird handed Carnes a haversack on a web strap. This is a gas mask, he said. Put it on your neck and keep it ready for instant use. I have one on, and one of us must wear a mask continually while we're here. We'll change every hour. If the gas used is lethane, as I suspect it is, we should be able to detect it before it gets too concentrated. But some other gas might be used, and we have to take no chances. Right, now look here. With the aid of a flashlight, he showed Carnes a piece of apparatus which had been set up in the tent. It consisted of 2 telescopic barrels, one fitted with an eyepiece and the other, which was at a wide angle to the first, with an objective glass. Between the two was a covered round disc from which projected a short tube fitted with a protecting lens. This tube was parallel to the telescopic barrel, containing the objective lens. This is a new thing that I've developed. It's getting its first practical test tonight, he said. It's a gas detector. Works on the principle of a spectroscope with modifications. From this projector goes out a beam of invisible light, and the reflections are gathered and thrown through a prism of the eyepiece. While a spectroscope requires that the substance which it examines be incandescent and throw out visible light rays in order to show the typical spectral lines, this device catches the invisible ultraviolet on a fluorescent screen and analyzes it spectroscopically. Whoever has the mask on must continually search the sky with it and look for the 3 bright lines which characterize lethane. One at 230, one at 240, and the third at 670 on the illuminated scale. Look, if you see any bright lines in those regions or any other lines that are not continually present, you call for me at once. Right, I'll watch for the first hour. At the end of an hour, Dr. Bird removed his mask with a sigh of relief, and Carnes took his place at the spectroscope. For half an hour he moved the glass about, and then spoke in a guarded tone. I don't see any of the lines you told me to look for, he said. But in the southwest I get a wide band at 310. And 2 lines at about 520. Dr. Bird advanced toward the instrument, but before he reached it, Carnes gave out a cry. Damn, there they are, Doctor. Dr. Bird sniffed the air. A faint sweetish odor became apparent, and he reached for his gas mask. Slowly his hands dropped, and Carnes grasped him and drew the mask over his face. Dr. Bird rallied slightly and feebly drew a bottle from his pocket and sniffed it. In another instant, he was shouldering Carnes aside and staring through the spectroscope. Carnes watched him for an instant, and then a low, whirring noise attracted his attention, and he looked up. Silently, he caught the doctor's arm in a vice-like grip and pointed. Hovering above the cabin was a silvery globe, faintly luminous in the moonlight. From its top rose a faint cloud of vapor which circled around the globe and descended toward the earth. The globe hovered like a drone above the cabin, and Carnes barely stifled his emotions. The door of the cabin opened, and Major Trowbridge, walking stiffly and like a man in a dream, suddenly appeared. Slowly he advanced for 10 yards, and then stood motionless. The globe drone moved over him, and the bottom unfolded like a flower. 2 long arms shot silently down and grasped the motionless figure, and drew him up into the heart of the globe. The petals refolded, and silently as a dream, the globe shot upward and disappeared. Damn, they lost no time taking him, commented Dr. Bird. Come on, Carnes. Run for your life, or rather,
for Trowbridge's life. No, you idiot. Leave your gas mask on. Look, I'll take the spectroscope. That's all we're going to need. Followed by the panting Carnes, Dr. Bird sped through the night along an almost invisible path. For half a mile he kept up his pace, until Carnes could feel his heart pounding as though it would burst his ribs. The pair then left the tree line and went into a glade a few acres in extent, and Dr. Bird paused and whistled softly. An answering whistle came from a few yards away, and a figure rose in the darkness as they approached.
"Maynard," called Dr. Bird. "Ah, good enough, man. I was afraid you might not have kept your gas mask on."
"My orders were to keep it on, sir," replied the lieutenant in muffled tones through his mask. "But my assistant did not obey orders. He passed out cold without any warning about 15 minutes ago."
"Right, where's your ship?"
"Right over here, sir."
"Okay, we'll take off at once. Your craft is equipped with a bird silencer?"
"Yes, sir."
"Right, come on, Carnes. We're going to follow that globe. You take the front cockpit alone. Maynard, Carnes and I will get in the rear with the spec and guide you. You can take off your gas mask at an elevation of 1,000 feet. You do have parachutes, don't you?"
"Yep, in the rear, Doctor."
"Okay, put one on, Carnes, and climb in. I've got to get this spec set up before it gets too high." The aircraft, equipped with the bird silencer, took the air noiselessly and rapidly gained elevation under the urging of the pilot. Dr. Bird clamped the gas-detecting spectroscope on the front of his cockpit and peered through it. "Right, southwest. About 1,000 more elevation," he directed.
"Right,"
replied the pilot as he turned the nose of his plane in the indicated direction and began to climb. For an hour and a half, the plane flew noiselessly through the night.
"Bald Mountain,"
said the pilot, pointing. "Canadian border's only a few miles away." "God, if they've crossed the border, we're sunk," replied the doctor. "The trail leads straight ahead." Part 2. For a few minutes they continued their flight toward the Canadian border, and then Dr. Bird spoke. "Right, swing south," he directed. "Drop 1,000 feet and come back." The pilot executed the maneuver, and Dr. Bird peered over the edge of the plane and directed the spectroscope toward the ground. "Okay, half a mile east," he said. "Then drop another 1,000. Carnes, get ready to jump when I give the word." "Oh, God," groaned Carnes as he fumbled for the ripcord of his parachute. "Suppose this thing doesn't open?" "Well, they'll slide you between two barred doors for a coffin and bury you that way," said Dr. Bird grimly. "You know your orders, Maynard?"
"Yes, sir."
"When you drop, I'm to land at the nearest town. It'll be Lowell. Get in touch with the commandant of the Portsmouth Navy Yard if possible. If I get him, I'm to tell him my location and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. If I fail to get him on the phone, I'm to deliver a sealed packet which I carry to the nearest United States Marshal. When reinforcements arrive, either from the Navy Yard or from the Marshal, I'm to guide them toward the spot where I dropped you, and remain, as nearly as I can judge, 2 miles away until I get a further signal or orders from you." "Okay, that's right. We'll be over the edge in another minute. You ready, Carnes?" "Oh, yeah, I'm ready, Doctor. If I have to risk my precious life in this contraption." "Good. Then jump." Side by side, Carnes and the doctor dropped toward the ground. The plane flew silently away into the night. Carnes found that the sensation of falling was not an unpleasant one as soon as he got accustomed to it. There was little sensation of motion. It wasn't until a sharp whisper from Dr. Bird called it to his attention that he realized he was almost at the ground. He bent his legs as he'd been instructed and landed without any great force. As he rose, he saw that Dr. Bird was already on his feet and was eagerly searching the ground for the spectroscope which he'd brought with him in the jump. "Right, fold up your parachute, Carnes. We'll store them under a rock where they can't be seen. We won't need to use them again." Carnes did so and deposited the silk bundle beside the doctor's,
They covered them with rocks until they'd be invisible from the air. "Now, follow me," said the doctor, as he strode carefully forward, stopping now and then to take a sight with the spectroscope. Carnes followed him as he made his way up a small hill which blocked the way. A hiss from Dr. Bird stopped him. The doctor had dropped flat on the ground, and Carnes, on all fours, crawled forward to join him. He smothered a cry as he looked over the crest of the hill. Before him, sitting in a hollow in the ground, was the huge globe drone which had spirited away Major Trowbridge. "Well, this is evidently their landing place," whispered Dr. Bird. "The next thing to find is their hiding place." He rose, started forward, but sank at once to the ground and dragged Carnes down with him. On the hill which formed the opposite side of the hollow, a line of light showed for an instant, as though a door had been opened. The light disappeared and then reappeared, and as they watched, it widened, and against an illuminated background 4 men appeared, carrying a 5th. The door shut behind them, and they made their way slowly toward the waiting globe. They laid down their burden, and one of them turned a flashlight on the globe and opened its door to the side through which they hoisted their burden. They all entered the globe drone. The door closed. With a slight whirring sound, it rose in the air and moved rapidly toward the northeast. "Right, that's the place we're looking for," muttered Dr. Bird. "We'll go around this hollow and look for it. Now be careful where you step. They must have ventilation somewhere if the laboratory's underground." Followed by the Secret Service operative, the doctor made his way along the edge of the hollow. They didn't dare use a torch, and it was slow work feeling their way forward, inch by inch. When they'd reached a point above where the doctor thought the light had been, he paused. "Right there must be a ventilation shaft somewhere around here," he whispered, his mouth not an inch from Carnes' ear. "We've got to find it. It'd never do to try the door. If any of them are still here, it's sure to be guarded. Right, you go up on the hill for 5 yards and I'll go down. We'll move back and forth on a 200-yard front and work carefully. Just don't fall in whatever you do. We'll return to this point every time we pass it and report." The operative nodded and walked a few yards up the hill and made his way slowly forward. He went 100 yards as nearly as he could judge and then stepped 5 yards further up the hill and made his way back. As he passed the starting point, he approached, and Dr. Bird's figure rose up. "Any luck?" he whispered. Dr. Bird shook his head. "Well, we'll try again," he said. "I think it's probably beyond us, so you go up another 15 yards, and we'll do the same as before." Carnes nodded, and they moved silently away. 15 yards up the hill he went, and then paused. He stood on the crest of the hill, and before him was a steep, almost precipitous slope. He made his way along the edge for a few yards, and then paused. Faintly you could detect a murmur of voices. So inch by inch he crept forward, going over the ground underfoot. He paused and listened intently, and decided that the sound must be coming from the slope beneath him. A glance at his watch told him that he'd spent 10 minutes on this trip, and he made his way back to the meeting place. Dr. Bird was waiting for him, and in a low whisper, Carnes reported his discovery. The doctor then went back with him, and together they renewed the search. The slope of the hill was almost sheer, and Carnes looked dubiously over the edge. "Damn, I wish we'd brought those parachutes," he whispered to the doctor. "We could have taken the ropes off them, and he could have lowered me over the edge." Dr. Bird chuckled softly and tugged at his middle. Carnes watched him with astonishment in the dim light, but he understood when Dr. Bird thrust the end of a strong but light silk cord into his hands. He looped it under his arms, and the doctor, with whispered instructions, lowered him over the cliff. The doctor lowered him gently for a few feet, and then stopped in response to a jerk on the free end. A moment later, Carnes signaled to be drawn up, and was soon standing beside the doctor. "Right, that's the place all right," he whispered. "The whole cliff is covered with creepers, and there's a tree growing right close to it. If we anchor the cord there, I think we can slide down to a safe hold on the tree."
Well, the tree did indeed stand near, and the silk cord was soon fastened. Carnes disappeared over the cliff, and in a few moments Dr. Bird slid down the cord to join him. He found the detective seated in a crotch of the tree, only a few feet from the face of the cliff. From the cliff came a pronounced murmur of voices. Dr. Bird drew in his breath in excitement and moved forward along the branch. He touched the stone, and after a moment of searching, he cautiously raised one corner of a painted canvas flap and peered into the cliff. He watched for a few seconds and then slid back and silently pulled Carnes towards him. Together the two men made their way forward to the cliff, and Dr. Bird raised the corner of the flap, and they peered into the hill. Before them was a cave fitted up as a cross between a laboratory and a hospital. Almost directly opposite them, and at the left of a door in the farther wall, was a ray machine of some sort. It was a puzzle to Carnes, and even to Dr. Bird. Although he could grasp the principle at a glance, he was at a loss to divine its use. From a set of coils attached to a generator was connected a tube of the Crookes tube type, with the rays from it gathered and thrown by a parabolic reflector onto the surface where a man's head would rest when he was seated in a white metal chair with rubber-insulated feet, which stood beneath it. An operating table occupied the other side of the room, while a gas cylinder and other common hospital apparatus stood around ready for use. Seated at a table which occupied the center of the room were three men. The sound of their voices rose from an indistinct murmur to audibility as the flap was raised, and the watchers could readily understand their words now. Two of them sat with their faces toward the main entrance, and the third man faced them. Carnes bit his lip as he looked at the man at the head of the table. He was twisted and misshapen in body, a grotesque dwarf with a hunched back, not over 4 feet in height. His massive head, sunken between his hunched shoulders, showed a tremendous dome of cranium and a brow wider and even higher than Dr. Bird's. The rest of his face was lined and drawn, as though by years of acute suffering. Sharp black eyes glared brightly from deep sunken caverns. The dwarf was entirely bald. Even the bushy eyebrows, which would be expected from his face, were missing.
They ought to be getting back, said the dwarf sharply.
If they get back at all, said one of the two figures facing him.
What do you mean?
Growled the dwarf, his eyes glittering ominously.
They are return, all right. They know they'd better.
Well, they'll return if they can. But I tell you again, Slavatsky, I think it was a piece of foolishness to try to take 2 men in one night. Well, we got Bird all right, but he's getting late for a second one, and they had to bring Bird over 100 miles and then go nearly 300 more for Williams. The news about Bird may have been discovered and spread, and others may be looking for us. Even Carnes might have recovered.
Didn't he get a full dose of lethane?
So Frick says, and Bird certainly had a full dose, but I can't help but feel uneasy. Our operations were going too nicely on schedule. God, you had to break it up and take on an extra case in the same night as a scheduled one. I'm telling you, I don't like it.
Well, I'm sorry that I did it, Carson. Only because the results were so poor.
We'd planned on Williams for a month, and I wanted him. Bird was so easy that I couldn't resist it. What did you get? Not as much menthium as would have come from an ordinary bookkeeper.
Well, I'll admit that Bird is a grossly overrated man. He must have relied on sheer luck in his work in the past, and there was nothing in his brain to show it above average. We barely got enough menthium to replace what we used in capturing him.
Damn. We ought to have taken Carnes and left Bird alone, snorted Carson. Even a wooded-headed detective ought to have given us a better supply than Bird yielded.
Well, we're bound to meet with disappointments once in a while. I'd marked Bird down long ago as soon as I could get a chance at him.
Well, you got to run that show, Slavatsky. But I'm warning you, we're not going to let you pull off another one like it.
I don't take any more crazy chances, even on your orders.
The hunchback then rose to his feet, his eyes glittering ominously.
What do you mean, Carson?
he said slowly, his hands slipping behind him as he spoke. Don't you try any of that rough stuff, Slavatsky, warned Carson sharply. I can pull a gun as fast as you can. I'll do it if I have to. Gentlemen, protested the third man, rising. We're all too deep into this to quarrel. Sit down and let's talk this over. Yeah, Carson's just worried.
What is there to be worried about?
Grunted the dwarf as he slid back into his chair.
Everything has gone nicely so far, and no suspicion has been raised.
Well, maybe it has. And then, again, maybe it hasn't, growled Carson. I think this bird episode tonight looks bad. In the first place, it came too opportunely and too easily. In the second place, Bird should have yielded more menthium. In the third place, hey, did you notice his hands? They weren't the type of hands to expect on a man of his type.
Oh, nonsense. They were acid-stained, like a scientist should be.
Well, acid stains can be put on. May all be all right, but I'm worried, I tell you. While we're talking about this matter, there's another thing I want cleared up.
What is it?
Well, I think, Slavatsky, that you're holding out on us. You're getting more than your share of the menthium. And again the dwarf leaped to his feet, but the peacemaker intervened.
Carson has a right to look at the records, Slavatsky,
he said. Well, I'm satisfied, but I'd like to look at them too.
Look, none of us have seen him for 2 months now.
The dwarf glared first at one and then the other.
All right,
he said shortly, and limped to a cabinet on the wall. He drew a key from his pocket and opened it and pulled out a leather-bound book.
Look all you please. I was supposed to get the most. It was my idea, after all.
You were to get 1.5 shares, while Willis, Frank, and I got 1 share each, and the rest half a share, said Carson. I know how much has been given. It won't take me but a minute to check up. He bent over the book then, but Willis interrupted.
I just better put it away, Carson, he said.
Here come the rest, and we don't want them to know we suspect anything. He pointed toward a disc on the wall which had begun to glow. Slavatsky looked at it and grasped the book from Carson and replaced it in the cabinet. He moved over and started the generator, and the tube began to glow with a violet light. A noise came from the outside, and the door opened. 4 men entered, carrying a fifth, whom they propped up in the chair under the glowing tube.
Everything go all right?
Asked the dwarf feebly.
Smooth as silk,
replied one of the 4.
Well, I hope we get some results this time.
The dwarf bent over the ray apparatus and made some adjustments, and the head of the unconscious man was bathed with a violet glow. For 3 minutes, the flood of light poured on his head. Then the dwarf shut off the light, and Carson and Willis lifted the figure and laid it on the operating table. The dwarf bent over the man and inserted the needle of a hypodermic syringe into the back of his neck at the base of the brain. The needle was an extremely long one, and Dr. Berg gasped as he saw 4 inches of shining steel buried into the brain of this unconscious man. Slowly, Slavatsky drew back the plunger of the syringe, and Dr. Berg could see it was being filled with an amber fluid. For 2 minutes this slow work continued, until a speck of red appeared in the glass syringe barrel.
7.5 cubic centimeters,
cried the dwarf in a tone of delight.
Damn,
cried Carson.
That's a record, isn't it? Oh no, we got 8 once. Now, hold him carefully while I return some of it.
Slavatsky slowly pressed home the plunger, and a portion of the amber fluid was returned to the patient's skull. Then he withdrew the needle and straightened up and held it toward the light.
6 centimeters net, he announced. I'll take him back, Frank. I'll give Carson and Willis their share now, and we'll take care of the rest of you when you return. Is the ship well stocked?
Enough for 2 or 3 more trips.
Well, in that case, I'll inject this whole lot. Better get going, Frank. It's pretty late.
The four men who had brought the patient in stepped forward and lifted him from the table and dragged him out. Dr. Bird dropped the canvas screen and strained his ears. A faint whir told him that the globe drone had taken to the air. He slid back along the limb of the tree until he touched the rope and silently climbed over until he returned to the top of the hill. He then tried to call to Carnes, and the operative soon stood beside him on the ledge surmounting the cliff.
What on earth were they doing?
Asked Carnes in a whisper.
That was Professor Williams of Yale.
They were depriving him of his memory. There'll be another amnesia case in the papers tomorrow. Listen, I haven't got time to explain their methods now, but we've got to act. Hey, you have a flashlight?
Yeah, and my gun. Are we going to break in? Look, there are only 3 of them. I think we could handle the lot.
Yeah, but the others may return at any time. We want to bag the whole lot of them. They've done their damage for tonight. But you heard my orders to Lieutenant Maynard, didn't you? Yeah? He should be somewhere in these hills to the south with assistance of some sort. The signal to them is 3 long flashes, followed in turn by 3 short ones, then 3 more long. Go and find them and bring them here. When you get close, give me the same light signal. Don't try to break in unless I'm with you. I'm going to do some more recon and make sure there's no back entrance through which they can escape. Well, good luck, Hines, and hurry while you can. There's no time to be lost. Part 3. The Secret Service operative stole away into the night, and Dr. Bird climbed back down the rope and took his place at the window. Willis lay on the operating table unconscious, while Slavatsky and Carson studied the now partially emptied syringe.
"He gave him his full share, all right," Carson was saying. "Guess you're playing with us. Well, I'll take mine now."
He lay down on the operating table, and the dwarf fitted an anesthesia cone over his face and opened the valve of the gas cylinder. Then he closed it and rolled the unconscious man on his face and deftly inserted the long needle. Instead of injecting a portion of the contents of the syringe as Dr. Bird had expected him to do, he drew back on the plunger for a minute and then took out the needle and held the syringe to the light.
"Well, Mr. Carson,"
he said with a malignant glance at the unconscious figure,
"that recovers the dose you got a couple of weeks ago while Willis washed me. I don't think you really need any menthium. Your brain's too active to suit me as it is."
He gave an evil chuckle and walked to the far side of the cave and opened a secret panel. He drew from a recess a flask and carefully emptied a portion of the contents of the syringe into it. He replaced the flask and closed the panel, and with another chuckle he limped over to a chair and threw himself down into it. For an hour he sat motionless, and Dr. Bird carefully worked his way back along the branch and climbed the rope and started for the hollow. A faint whirring noise attracted his attention, and he could see the faintly luminous globe drone in the distance, rapidly approaching. It came to a stop at the spot where it had previously landed, and 4 men got out. Instead of going toward the cave, they towed the globe, which floated a few inches from the earth, toward the side of the hill farthest from where the doctor stood. 3 of them held it, while the 4th went forward and bent over some controls on the ground. A creaking sound came through the night, and the men moved forward with the globe. Presently its movement stopped, and the men reappeared. Again came the creaking sound, and the globe faded out, as though a screen had been drawn in front of it. The 4 men then walked toward the door of the cave. Dr. Bird dropped flat on the ground and saw them pause a few yards below him on the hill, and again work some hidden controls. The glare of light showed for an instant, and they disappeared, and everything again went quiet. Dr. Bird debated the advisability of returning to the window, but decided against it and moved down the face of the hill. Inch by inch, he went over the ground, but found nothing. In the darkness he could not locate the door, and he made his way around to the back of the hill. The precipice loomed above him, and he swept it with his gaze, but he couldn't locate an opening in the darkness. He dared not use his flashlight. As he turned, he faced the east and noticed with a start of surprise that the sky was getting red. He glanced at his watch and realized that Carnes had been gone for nearly 3 hours.
"God damn," he exclaimed in surprise. "Time's gone faster than I realized. He ought to be back at any time now."
He mounted the highest point of the hill and sent 3 long flashes, followed in turn by 3 short and then 3 more long, to the south, and watched eagerly for an answer. He waited 5 minutes and repeated the signal, but no answering flashes came from the empty hills. With a grunt, which might have meant anything, he turned and made his way toward the opposite side of the hollow where the globe had disappeared. Here he met with more luck. He marked the location with extreme care, and he had not spent over 20 minutes feeling over the ground before his hand encountered a bit of metal. As he pulled on it, his eyes sought the side of the hill. The dawn had grown sufficiently bright for him to see the result of his actions. A portion of the hill folded back, and the faintly glowing ship became visible. With a muttered exclamation of triumph, he approached it. The globe was about 9 feet in diameter, and was without visible doors or windows. Around and around it the doctor went, searching for an entrance. The ship now rested solidly on the ground. Well, he failed to find what he was looking for, and his hands began to go over it, searching for an irregularity. He covered nearly half of it before his finger found a hidden button, so he pressed it. Silently, a door in the side of the craft opened, and he advanced to enter.
"You, hands up," said a sharp voice behind him.
Dr. Bird froze in an instant, and the voice spoke again.
"Now, turn around."
Dr. Bird turned and looked full into the eye of a revolver held by the man the dwarf had addressed as Frink. Behind Frink stood the dwarf and 3 other men. As his eye fell on Dr. Bird, Frink turned momentarily pale and staggered back, the revolver wavering as he did so. In that instant, Dr. Bird made a lightning grab for his own weapon, but before he could draw it, Frink had recovered and the revolver was again steady.
"Dr. Bird?" gasped Slavatsky. "That's impossible."
"Get his gun, Harris," said Frink. One of the men stepped forward and dexterously removed the doctor's automatic and frisked him expertly to ensure himself that he had no other weapon concealed.
"Bring him to the cave,"
directed Slavatsky, who, though obviously still shaken, had just as obviously recovered enough to be a very dangerous man. 2 of the men grasped the doctor and led him along toward the entrance of the laboratory, which stood wide open in the gathering daylight. Frink paused long enough to shut the side of the hill and conceal the ship, and then followed the doctor. In the cave, the door was shut, and the doctor placed against the wall under the window through which he had peered earlier in the night. Slavatsky took his seat at the table, his malignant black eyes boring into the doctor. Carson and Willis sat on the edge of the operating table, evidently still partially under the effects of the anesthetic that had been administered to them.
"How did you get back here?"
demanded Slavatsky.
"You work it out,"
snapped Dr. Bird. The dwarf then rose threateningly.
"You speak respectfully to me, for I am the master of the world,"
he roared in an angry voice.
"Answer my questions when I speak, or means will be found to make you answer. Now, how did you get back here?"
Dr. Bird maintained a stubborn silence, his fierce eyes answering the dwarf's look for look, and his prominent chin jutting out a little more squarely. It was Carson who suddenly broke the silence.
"Hey, that's not the Bird we had here earlier,"
he cried as he staggered to his feet.
What do you mean?"
demanded Slavatsky, whirling around on him.
"Look at his hands,"
replied Carson, pointing. Slavatsky looked at Dr. Bird's long, mobile fingers, and an evil leer came over his face.
"So then, Dr. Bird," he said slowly, "you thought to match wits with Ivan Slavatsky, the greatest mind of all the ages. Well, for a time you fooled me when your double was operated on here. but not for long. I presume you thought that we had no way of detecting the substitution. You've discovered differently. Now, where's your friend, Mr. Carnes? Didn't your men leave him in the cabin when you kidnapped me?
Slavatsky looked at Frink inquiringly.
Well, he stayed in the cabin, if he was in it when we got there, the leader of the kidnapping gang replied. He got a full shot of lethane, and he's due to be asleep still. I don't know how this man recovered. God, I left him there myself. Ah, you fool, shrieked Slavatsky. You brought me a dummy whom I wasted my time in operating on. Was the other one a dummy too? I didn't enter the cabin.
Slavatsky shrugged his shoulders.
If that's all the good the menthium I've injected has done you, I might as well have saved it. It doesn't matter, though. We have the one we wanted now. Well, Dr. Bird, it was very thoughtful of you to come here and offer your marvelous brain to strengthen mine. I have no doubt that you will yield even more menthium than Professor Williams did this evening, especially as I will extract your entire supply and reduce you to permanent idiocy. I will have no mercy on you as I have on the others I've operated on.
Dr. Bird held strong, in spite of himself, at these ominous words.
You have the whip hand for the moment, Slavatsky, but my time may come, and if it does, I will remember your kindness.
I saw your operation on Professor Williams this evening. I know your power. I also know that you stole the idea and the method from Zweigart of Vienna. I saw you inject the fluid you drew into Willis's brain. Shall I tell what else I saw? There was a look of shock in the dwarf's eyes, just for a moment, but he recovered himself quickly.
Into the chair with him,
he roared. 3 of the men grasped the doctor and forced him into the chair, and Slavatsky started the generator. The violet light bathed Dr. Bird's head, and he felt a stiffness and contraction of his neck muscles, and as he tried to shout out his knowledge of Slavatsky's treachery, he found that his vocal cords were paralyzed. Through a gathering haze, he could see Carson approaching with an anesthesia cone, and the sweet smell of lethane assailed his nostrils. He fought with all his force, but strong hands held him, and he felt himself slipping, and then falling into an immense void. His head slumped forward on his chest, and Slavatsky shut off the generator.
Now, on the table, he said.
The 4 men picked up the Herculean frame of the unconscious doctor and hoisted him up on the table. Carson seized his head and bent it forward, and the dwarf took from a case a syringe with a 5-inch needle. He touched the point of it to the base of the doctor's brain. Part 4.
Wait, Slavatsky, look over there, cried Frink.
With an exclamation of impatience, the dwarf turned and stared at a disc set on the wall of the cave. It was glowing brightly. With a quick move, he dropped the syringe and snapped a switch, plunging the whole cave into darkness. A tiny panel in the door opened to his touch, and he stared out into the light.
Oh, soldiers, he gasped. Quick, out the back way.
As he spoke, there came a sound as of a heavy body falling at the back of the cave. Slavatsky turned the switch and flooded the cave with light once more. At the back of the cave stood Operative Carnes, an automatic pistol in his hand. "Open the main door," Carnes snapped. Slavatsky made a move toward the light, and Carnes' gun roared deafeningly in the confined space. The heavy bullet smashed into the wall an inch from the dwarf's hand, and he stared back. "Now open the main door," ordered Carnes once again. The men stared at one another for a moment, and the dwarf's eyes fell. "Open the door, Frink," he said. Frink moved over to a lever. He glanced back at Slavatsky, and a momentary gleam of intelligence passed between them. Frink raised his hand toward the lever, and Carnes' gun roared again, and Frink's arm fell limp from a smashed shoulder.
"Now, Slavatsky," said Carnes sternly, "come over here."
Slowly the dwarf approached.
"Now, turn around," said Carnes.
He turned and felt the cold muzzle of Carnes' gun against the back of his neck.
"Now tell one of your men to open the door," said the detective.
"If he promptly obeys your order, you are safe.
If he doesn't, you die."
Slavatsky hesitated for a moment, but the cold muzzle of the automatic bored into the back of his neck, and when he spoke, it was in a quavering whine.
"Open the door, Carson," he whimpered.
There was a moment of pause. "If that door isn't open by the time I count 3, said Carnes. "As far as Slavatsky is concerned, it's just too bad. Well, I'll have 4 shots left, and I'm a dead shot at this range. 1, 2. His lips framed the word 3, and his fingers were tightening on the trigger when Carson jumped forward and pulled the lever on the wall, and the door swung open. Carnes shouted an order, and through the open door came half a dozen Marines, followed by an officer. "Now, tie these men up," snapped Carnes. In almost an instant, the 6 men were securely bound, and Frink's bleeding shoulder was being skillfully treated by 2 of the Marines. Carnes then turned his attention to the unconscious doctor. He rolled him over on his back and began to chafe his hands. An officer in a naval uniform came through the door, and with a swift glance around, bent over Dr. Bird. He raised one of the doctor's eyelids and peered closely at his eye, and then sniffed at his breath.
"It's some anesthetic I don't know," he said. "I'll try a stimulant."
He reached in his pocket for a hypodermic, but Carnes interrupted him.
"Earlier in the evening, Dr. Bird said they were using lethane," he said.
"Oh, that new gas the Chemical Warfare Service has discovered," said the surgeon. "In that case, I guess it'll just have to wear off. I know of nothing that'll neutralize it." Without replying, Carnes began to feverishly search the pockets of the unconscious scientist. With an exclamation of triumph, he drew out a bottle and uncorked it. A strong smell of garlic penetrated the room, and he held the open bottle under Dr. Bird's nose. The doctor lay for a moment without movement, and then he coughed and sat up, half strangled with tears running down his face.
"Take that confounded bottle away, Carnes," he said. "Do you want to strangle me?"
He sat up and looked around.
"Hey, what happened?" he demanded.
"Oh, yeah, I remember now. That brute was about to operate on me. How did you get here?"
"Never mind that, Doctor. Are you all right?"
"I'm fine. Hey, how did you get here so quickly?" "Well, I was a little slow in locating Lieutenant Maynard and the Marines. When we got here, I was afraid that we couldn't find the door, so I took Maynard and a detail around to the back, and I went up to the top and slid down our cord and looked in the window. You were unconscious, and Slavatsky was bending over you with a needle in his hand. I was about to try a shot at him, when something called their attention to the men in front, and I squeezed through the window and dropped in on them. They didn't seem too glad to see me, but I overlooked that and insisted on inviting the rest of my friends in here to share in the party. And that's all."
"Carnes," said the doctor,
"you're probably lying like a trooper when you make out that you did nothing. But I'll get the truth out of you sooner or later. But for now, I've got to get back to work. Send for Lieutenant Maynard." One of the Marines went out to get him, and Dr. Bird stepped to the cabinet from which Slavatsky had taken his record book earlier in the evening and took out the leather-bound volume. He opened it and started to read when Lieutenant Maynard entered the cave.
"Hello, Maynard," said the doctor, looking up.
"Are the rest of the party on their way?" "Well, they'll be here in less than 2 hours, Doctor." "Good enough. We'll have someone sent to guide them here. In the meantime, I'm going to study these records. I'll keep the prisoners quiet. If they make a noise, gag them. I need to concentrate." So for an hour and a half, silence reigned in the cave. A stir was heard outside, and Admiral Clay, the President's personal physician, entered, leading a stout grey-haired man. Dr. Bird whistled when he saw them and leaped to his feet as another figure followed the Admiral.
"God, it's the President,"
gasped Carnes as the officers came to a salute and the Marines presented arms. The President nodded to his ex-guard, acknowledged the salute of the rest, and turned to Dr. Bird.
"Have you met with success, Doctor?"
he asked. "I have, Mr. President, or rather I hope that I have. But at the same time, well, I'd rather experiment on some other victim of their devilry than the one you've brought me.
My decision that the one I've brought shall be the first to be experimented on, as you term it, is unalterable."
Dr. Bird bowed and turned to the dwarf, who had been a sullen witness of what had gone on. "Slavatsky," he said slowly, "your game is up. I've witnessed one of your brain transfusions, and I know the method. I gather from your notes that the menthium you've hidden in that cabinet is still as potent as when it was first extracted from the living brain. But in this case, I'm going to draw it fresh from one of your gang. Some of the details of the operation are a little hazy to me, but those you will teach me. I'm going to restore this man to the condition he was in before you did your devil's work on him, and you will direct my movements. Now, just what is the first step in removing the menthium from a brain?" Well, the dwarf maintained a stubborn silence. "You refuse to answer?" asked the doctor in feigned surprise. "Well, I thought that you'd rather instruct me and have me try the operation first on other men. Well, since you prefer that I operate on you first, I'll be glad to do so." He stepped to the opposite wall, and in a few moments had opened the dwarf's hiding place and taken out a flask of menthium. "Carson," he said, "after you'd watched Slavatsky inject menthium into Willis, you took Lethane and expected him to inject menthium into your brain. Well, instead of doing so, he withdrew a portion from your brain and put it in this flask. I have reason to believe from his secret records that I found in the cabinet with this flask that he has done so regularly. Are you willing to instruct me while I remove the menthium from him?"
"You dirty swine,"
shouted Carson. "I'll do anything to get even with him, but I've never performed the operation. Only Slavatsky and Willis have operated."
"Well, will you help me, Willis?" asked Dr. Bird.
"Yeah, I'll be glad to, Doctor.
God, I'm sick of this business anyway.
At first, Slavatsky just planned to give us abnormally keen brains,
but lately he's been talking of setting himself up as Emperor of the world. God, I'm sick of it.
I think I would have broken with him and told you all I know anyway."
"Right, throw him into that chair," said Dr. Bird.
Well, despite the howlings and strugglings of the dwarf, 3 of the Marines strapped him in the chair beneath the tube. The dwarf howled and frothed at the mouth and directed a final appeal for mercy to the President.
"Spare me, President, spare me," he howled. "I'll put my brains at your service and make you the greatest mentality of all time. Together we can conquer and rule the whole world. I'll show you how to build hundreds of ships like mine."
The President turned his back on the dwarf and spoke curtly.
"Proceed with your experiments, Dr. Bird," he said.
Slavatsky directed his appeals to the doctor, who peremptorily silenced him.
"I told you a few hours ago, Slavatsky, that the time might come when I would remember your threats against me. I'll show you the same mercy now as you promised me then. Carnes, put a cone over his face."
Despite the howls of the dwarf, the operative forced an anesthesia cone over his face, and Dr. Byrne turned to the valve of the Lethane cylinder. With Willis directing his movements, he turned on the ray for 3 minutes and removed the unconscious dwarf to the operating table. He took the long needle syringe from a case and sterilized it, and then turned to the President.
"I'm about to operate," he said.
"But before I do, I wish to explain to all just what I've learned and what I'm about to do. With the data, the decision of whether I shall proceed will rest with you and Admiral Clay. Have I your permission to do so?" The President nodded.
"When I first read of these amnesia cases, I took them for coincidences,
until you consulted me and gave me an opportunity to examine one of the victims. I found a small puncture at the base of the brain which I couldn't explain, and I began to dig into old records. Well, I knew, of course, of Zweigert of Vienna, and the extravagant claims he had put forward back in the day. He was far ahead of his time, but he mixed up some profound scientific discoveries with mysticism and occultism, until he was discredited. Nevertheless, he continued his experiments with the aid of his principal assistant, a man named Slavatsky. Zweigert's theory was that intellectuality, brainpower, intelligence, call it what you will, was the result of the presence of a fluid which he called menthium in the brain. He thought that it could be transferred from one person to another, and with the aid of Slavatsky, he experimented on himself. He removed the menthium from an unfortunate victim who was reduced to a state of imbecility, and Slavatsky injected the substance into Zweigert's brain. The experiment resulted in death, and Slavatsky was tried for murder. He was acquitted of intentional murder, but was imprisoned for a time for manslaughter. He was released when the war ended, and for a time I lost track of him. I found translations of both the records of the trials and of Zweigert's original reports. And the thing that attracted my attention was that the puncture I found in the victim corresponded exactly with the puncture described by Zweigert as the one he made in extracting the menthium. I asked the immigration authorities to check over their records, and they found that a man named Slavatsky, whose description corresponded with the ill-fated Zweigert's assistant, had entered the United States under Austria's quota about a year ago. The chain of evidence seemed complete to me, and it only remained to find the man who was systematically robbing brains. Well, if such a thing was really going on, I felt that my reputation would make me an attractive bait, and I secured a double, as you know, and placed him in a position where his kidnapping would be an easy matter. I was sure that the victims were being taken away by air, and that lethane was being used to reduce the neighborhood to a state of profound somnolence. So I hid myself near my double with a gas detector, which would find even minute traces of lethane in the air. Well, my fish rose to the lure, and came after the bait last night. When his ship arrived, I found a strange gas in the air, and followed the ship by the trail of the substance which it left behind. Carnes was with me. We got here in time to witness the extraction of the menthium from my friend, Professor Williams of Yale, and to see it injected into one of Slavatsky's gang. I sent Carnes for help and messed around until I was captured myself. Well, help arrived for me just in time. That's about all there is to tell. I'm now about to reverse the process and try and remove the stolen brains from the criminals and restore them to their rightful owners. Well, I never operated, and the result might be fatal. So, shall I proceed? The President and Admiral Clay consulted for a moment in hushed tones. "Go on with your experiments, Dr. Bird," said the President, "and we will hold you blameless for failure. You've worked so many miracles in the past. We have every confidence in you." Dr. Bird bowed in acknowledgement to the compliment and bent over the unconscious dwarf. With Willis directing every move, he inserted the needle and drew back slowly on the plunger. 23 1/2 cubic centimeters of amber fluid flowed into the syringe before a speck of blood appeared. "Enough!" cried Willis. Dr. Bird withdrew the syringe and motioned to Admiral Clay. The man the Admiral had brought in was placed in the chair and lethane administered. He was laid on the table, and, with a silent prayer, Dr. Bird inserted the needle and pressed the plunger. When 5 1/4 centimeters had flowed into the man's brains, he withdrew the needle and held the bottle which Carnes had used to revive him under the man's nose. The patient coughed a moment and sat up. "Golly, where am I?" he demanded. His gaze roved the cave and fell on the President. "Oh, hello, Robert," he exclaimed. "What's happened?" With a cry of joy, the President sprang forward and shook the hand of the man. "You all right, William?" he asked anxiously. "Do you feel perfectly normal?" "Of course I do. Neck feels a little stiff." "What you talking about? Why shouldn't I feel normal? God, how did I get here?" "Take him outside, Admiral, and explain it all to him," said the President. Admiral Clay led the puzzled man outside, and the President turned to Dr. Bird. "Doctor," he said, I need not tell you that I again add my personal gratitude to the gratitude of a nation which would be yours, could the miracles you work be told of. If there's ever any way that can serve you, either personally or officially, don't hesitate to ask. Now the other victims will be brought here today. Will you be able to restore all of them?
I will, Mr. President. From Slavatsky's records, I find that I'll have enough if I reduce all of his men to a state of imbecility, except Willis. Now, in view of his assistance, I propose to leave him with enough menthium to give him the intelligence of an ordinary schoolboy.
I quite approve of that, said the President, as Willis humbly expressed his gratitude. Have you had time to make an examination of that ship of Slavatsky's yet?
Well, I haven't. As soon as the work of restoration is completed, I'll go over to it. When I master the principles, I'll be glad to take them up with the Army-Navy General Board.
Well, thank you, Doctor, said the President. He shook hands heartily and left the cave. Carnes then turned and looked at the Doctor. Now, will you answer a question, Doc? He asked. Ever since this case started, I've been wondering at your extraordinary powers. You've ordered the Army, the Navy, the Department of Justice, and everyone else around as though you were an absolute monarch. I know the President was behind you. What puzzles me is how he came to be so vitally interested in this case. Dr. Bird smiled quizzically at the detective. And even the Secret Service doesn't know everything, he said. Evidently you didn't recognize the man whose memory I restored. Besides being one of the most brilliant corporation executives in the country, he has another unique distinction. He happens to be the only brother of the President of the United States.
So, my dear friends, first of all, I hope you had a lovely holiday season and a very, very happy new year. Now, I've been on a bit of a tour of, where have I been? France and Belgium. So I've kind of been travelling around day by day, going to Normandy and, Bruges, Ostend, Rouen, and Giverny, where Monet did his paintings, all kinds of places. So really had quite a long, exhausting few days, but very well worth it. But I'm back now, and so the stories will keep on rolling throughout 2024. Yeah, I got the year right there. Yeah, so I'm back. So let me know if you enjoyed that compilation. If you did, I will go back and finish the rest of this series. A lot of fun, old school, nearly 100 years ago now. My God, what an imagination he had. Anyway, waffling on a bit. So if you did enjoy that, please let me know and I will go back and do some more of those old school stories. That's it for this evening. Probably going to be back with something brand new tomorrow night. So please join me again, if you will. Till then, my dear friends, very, very sweet dreams, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.